also a friend of mine who's also...
Understanding is understanding. They're not the same, yet God's wisdom is not our wisdom. As we explained, right? So, therefore, with God's knowledge that is beyond us and has a quality of infinity to it, a quality of it, even though it's got...
what John's saying is to connect with those people on LinkedIn, go through that pile of business
cards. It's something. A thing that transcends our understanding of it and has an infinite quality. And this then is what
Rabboni Shalom, welcome back to Zentown Now God You, where we hope to unpack you, dehypnotize you, scramble your brain, and put you in a concentration camp. The slaves shall serve. Work will set you free. This time next year, in Auschwitz, Treblinka, Dachau, Sobibor, Rabboni Shalom. Okay, I'm going to play for you Zohar, Peniel, Kabbalah. Let's see what comes up. And then I'll do a reading or two. We'll try to stop this at 10 o'clock. So an hour and 13 minutes. Secrets of the Kabbalah.
widely practiced forms of mysticism. Followers believe that decoding its ancient texts will reveal the answers to the greatest mysteries of life. In the 21st century, celebrities including Madonna and Britney Spears have taken up a modern interpretation of the practice. Yet the spread of Kabbalah has sparked controversy. Strict adherents warn that this mystical practice holds hidden perils. Throughout history, followers have coded their writings to protect Kabbalah's secrets. How many levels of understanding are there? Maybe infinite. So the more you have to decode the past to decode the text, the more mystical it is, the harder it is to decode. In Babylon, at the beginning of the 6th century BCE, a young Israelite named Ezekiel has a vision. As I looked, behold, a stormy wind came out of the north, and fire flashing forth continually. And in the midst of the fire, there was a throne. Sitting on the throne was a figure that looked like a man. Ezekiel believes he has peered into heaven and seen God seated on his throne. This vision captivates a group of Jewish mystics. They hope that by studying this image, they will one day see God for themselves and become one with the divine spirit.
Jews who are seeking a mystical experience will try to reimagine what Ezekiel experienced. So it becomes the model for Jewish mystical ascent, really until the emergence of Kabbalah.
In the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire controls what is now Israel. Jews who practice their faith openly are either killed or forced into exile. It is during this time that many Jews turn to mysticism to help them understand God's will. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is one of the men searching for answers.
Rabbi Shimon was a great advocate of the people of Israel, and taught that Israel has a special intimacy with God. And he fled from the Romans who sought to execute him because of anti-Roman statements he had made.
According to Jewish texts, Bar Yochai hides from the Romans for 13 years in this cave in Pekaim, Israel. Here, Bar Yochai meditates on God and the universe, using the Torah, or Hebrew scriptures, as his guide. His unique methods and devout practice make him one of the first key figures in Kabbalah's history.
Okay, I'm going to speed this up. This thing is an hour and 24 minutes. I'll take a break and I'll do a little bit of Kabbalistic reading for you. I was reading Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma yesterday, and people poo-poo that book, but boy, Albert Pike was indeed a genius. If you doubt his genius, show me his book, and then we will discuss the book. But I've read his book a couple times. He is a wordsmith beyond compare, Albert Pike.
Like Bar Yochai, other small groups of Jewish mystics began trying to achieve a greater understanding of God.
Since God wasn't coming to them, they were going to where God was. So they wanted some kind of experience of the divine. They used certain meditative techniques that worked them up into an auto-suggested hypnotic trance.
Their activities are kept hidden. The mystics warn that this practice is too dangerous for average people to attempt. Ancient legends tell of novices being driven mad, or even dying because they were unprepared for the powerful spiritual forces they had unleashed.
If you're not pure enough, if you're not modest enough, then God might not accept you, then God might not let you go through that journey.
Through meditation, the mystics believe they have achieved a vision of God like the one experienced by the prophet Ezekiel. In this vision, the entrance to heaven is...
So the prophet Ezekiel, the prophet Elijah, it's all the same thing. But it basically, if you're going to make money in this business, you have to have multiple characters who ultimately always do the same thing.
By a series of gates. The mystics must pass through them before reaching God. The entrances are also guarded by menacing angels who keep the unworthy from heaven. Before the mystics can advance, they have to learn the complicated names of the angels. Each name must then be repeated an exact number of times.
The mystics would wear amulets that would shield them from the power of the angels. And if they went through all the gates and they got into the throne room, then they would have this vision. They would learn the secrets.
The mystics claim those secrets help them understand God's thoughts. At roughly the same time, unknown mystics recorded a startling concept into an influential book. The text is called the Book of Creation, or the Sefer Yetzirah. It describes how God made the world by using the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet.
God spoke and said, "Let there be light." So obviously God's speech was the creating agent. Well, what language did God speak? God spoke Hebrew, of course. So the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet were the alphabet of creation.
What Sefer Yetzirah does is to try to describe how God created the world in more detail than we find in Genesis. It builds on the notion that God created the world through language. But now it's not words so much as individual letters. And this is probably meant rather literally. God took the three letters Aleph, Bet, Nun, which spelled the word Eben, stone. By combining those letters, a stone was created. And similarly with every object in the universe, God created by combining the letters with the numbers.
Rabbis believe the teaching of the Sefer Yetzirah are too powerful for ordinary people to experience, and the details of the book are kept hidden. These mystical revelations remain underground for hundreds of years. In the 11th century, the Crusades began a new wave of anti-Jewish persecution as Christian armies tried to reclaim the Holy Land from the Arabs. Fleeing from torture and execution, Jews scattered across Europe and the Middle East, taking their secret traditions into new territories. By the 13th century, the mystical teachings have spread to Jewish communities in what are now Germany, France, and Spain. The term Kabbalah, meaning receiving in Hebrew, now becomes widely used to describe the practice.
We're really talking about a small group of Jewish teachers, rabbis, spiritual people who were gathering earlier traditions, developing techniques of meditation, and reimagining God in some very startling ways.
One of the most significant events in Kabbalah's history occurs around 1280, when a Spanish rabbi claims to discover yet another mysterious text. This will soon become the single most important book in Kabbalah. It is called the Zohar, meaning radiance or splendor in Hebrew.
So the masterpiece of Kabbalah. The ideas of the Zohar are very radical and very startling.
Written mainly in Aramaic, its pages are filled with arcane symbolism and erotic language. By arousal below, there is similarly arousal above. Male and female unite, desire prevails. Worlds are blessed, and above and below are in joy. this day, the author of the Zohar remains a mystery. Many Kabbalists believe that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai received divine inspiration to write the Zohar while living in a cave during the 2nd century. Others suspect that the manuscript was written 1,000 years later, possibly by a Spanish Kabbalist or even by a group of rabbis.
It's in a way written by someone in Aramaic who didn't really know Aramaic that well. And you also strangely find words in medieval Portuguese and Spanish in the Zohar. So the question scholars have been wrestling with for a couple hundred years now is, who wrote it and how did it come to be?
But the greatest mystery of the Zohar is its mystical text.
You have to work so hard to decipher it, and this is why it's so attractive, because of this beautiful game it plays with you of revealing and hiding.
Decoding these complicated passages promises a greater understanding of God and his relationship with humans.
The Zohar really sees the Bible as a secret code. Every event in the Zohar, every bit of narrative, every biblical law is telling something not only about what happens on earth, but about God's inner being.
Kabbalists believe that if they can successfully decode the Zohar, they will unlock the mysteries of both heaven and earth. One of these secrets is a startling revelation about God's body and sexuality.
Sexuality? Wait a minute. Stone slid his sexuality in there. Okay, this is called 400 Zohar Kabbalah.
Why would they bother
This guy's
when
great.
they could unplug the country?
In a little bit. Here's the planet Earth, okay? And here's the entire universe. And here we are living on this thing like so many fleas on a tennis ball. You know, just imagine if you were a little microorganism living on a basketball. Basically, that's what you are. You know, and sometimes it dribbles and sometimes it's bounced and whatever. But in the midst of all of this are all of these things impacting here. But not just in a wild, willy-nilly way. The impact that's coming upon the earth is a very lawful and structured and planned out positive way of making life occur. And we'll look into this as we go through the thing. But the point is, you can't just simply live on this tennis ball, this basketball, and not be aware that there are things that are impacting the way that you and I think. All right? That's the problem. As far as religion is concerned, none of this exists. It doesn't exist. All the planets, all the galaxies, all the stars are just junk up there, and for whatever reason, it doesn't exist. And so they say everything exists in a church somewhere. You know, and nothing exists out here. But way off here somewhere, there's some guy named God who's planning a nuclear war, and he's going to call it on again, and we got to do something about it, which is impossible. So realizing that there is an intelligence that has defined a way, and that you have within yourself the capability to pick up this instruction and then roll with it for the good of the earth, for the good of humanity, for the good of the cosmos. I want to talk to you this morning about something called Zohar.
Okay, this guy's name is Bill Donahue, William Donahue. This video has 16,000 views. He has 166,000 subscribers. He emails me regularly, and his email list, I purchased some of his materials to kind of support him. He's a senior now. It looks like when he filmed this, he was probably mid-40s, and this looks like it's from the 90s. So I think he's probably in his 70s, maybe even 80s now, but he's still active, and his YouTube is really, really impressive. I mean, beyond impressive. Top video is called 119B, Your Success Door is Locked, 368, Talking to the Pineal, 521, Kabbalah, Ancient Magic, and then Life's Purpose, Why Are We Here? 4 Zodiac in the Bible, Your Sign, 466, Jesus, the Sun God, Too Many Wearing Sunscreen, 359, Meditation, 443, Zoroaster Created Judeo-Christian Religions, 80B, Kundalini, 397, Gnostics, The Great Secret, 292, Pineal, Brain, and the Dark-Eyed Woman, 115, Bill Jones, Hidden Meanings, 124, I Can See Clearly Now, 55, Jesus and Reincarnation, Born Again and Again and Again, 146, Numerology and the Bible. This guy really decoded all this stuff. We're going to continue listening to the Zohar, and then it's possible I wonder, does he have playlists of the whole thing? Yeah, he's got a bunch of playlists. I should create a master playlist of all his videos and just let it run on perpetuity, because he has hundreds of hours. It's incredible. I would love to just clone this guy's YouTube, and because he's making a lot of money now from his YouTube. He's probably making 100,000 a year, I'd say. And he really earned it. His name is William Donahue. It says, did Jesus Christ really exist? Where did all the Bible stories come from? Was Adam the first man really Atom? Was Jesus' nativity copied from Krishna and Zeus? Was the king who produced the King James Bible really gay? Did Jesus accept being gay as natural? Oh my. Can't you see the religious ones running for their stones? Come on, jump in and let's look at some really amazing things that no one ever told you before. There's no believing, no joining, just a lot of very interesting things to consider. It's called hiddenmeanings.com. 15.6 million views. It's youtube.com/bdona4556. That's BDONA 4556. I really like this guy. I think he's amazing. Here we go.
Zohar is a book of Jewish mysticism. It is thousands of years old. A part of the Zohar is called Kabbalah. The Zohar is not a part of Kabbalah. Kabbalah is part of Zohar. It's like the Bible would be Zohar, and a chapter in the Bible would be Kabbalah. There's a lot of people right.
So he's got that backwards. Zohar is a part of Kabbalah.
Familiar with the word Kabbalah, but you're not familiar with that word Zohar. The Zohar is a mystical reference of Kabbalah. It is Jewish mysticism, and basically what it says is there's no such thing as chance. There's nothing that is chance. Everything is defined, everything is purpose, and it applies to the possibilities of you then bringing yourself into a communion, if you would, or a touch with this particular thing.
Kind of amazing, but it's as I'm listening to him and he's saying everything is chance. That is not what Zohar is saying. Zohar is a book of magic, and this is this guy's magic. You see what I'm saying? His magic is he created this YouTube with this information as a communicator. He gets paid for it. That's the magic
going on, which we could call cosmology. So let's take a look then at this thing as it was set up in the Bible.
It's kind of funny because he is uploading a communication of symbolic database, and he's getting paid with paper from a symbolic database, which is the same exact database that he's talking about.
Was set up in the ancient documents, and as it is interpreted by the ancient Jewish rabbi mystics through what is called the Zohar. Remember, in Jewish terms, the mystics were Kabbalah, or as you would define today, Christian terms, mysticism, you would define in Muslim terms, that which is Sufism, is looking beyond the word for something that is important to life and has a relevance to life. Open to page 115 of the little Bibles, okay? And we'll start to look at what Zohar is talking about and what is the basis of life and the basis of your understanding, positively where you're going in this life and what's going to happen. If you look at Numbers chapter 2, verse 2, okay? It's talking about setting up the armies and the tribes of Israel in a very defined pattern. Every man, see this chapter 2, verse 2, every man of the children of Israel shall pitch by his own standard with the ensign of their father's house. Okay? With the ensign of their father's house, far off about the tabernacle of the congregation. The tabernacle, look just for a second, the tabernacle was placed right here. And then in the north, south, east, and west, these tribes were lined up in a very distinct position, astrological position, and compass point position, by the standard, which is the flag, and the ensign, which is the actual flag of their father's house. In other words, each of the tribes would pitch with a sign of the zodiac. And there was a reason why some were positioned in the north, some were positioned in the south, some were positioned in the east, and some were positioned in the west. There is a reason that impacts the world that impacts you. I mean, there is a reason why the Jews and the Palestinians are signing agreements. There's a reason because of the Soviet Union and the fall of communism. There's a reason for the fall. There's a reason why this Vietnam thing. There's a reason why South Africa apartheid is there. There's a reason why all these things are coming, and they have to do with a season of the universe, a season of the cosmos. Okay? And inasmuch as this word ensign means a flag, then we have to look at we're taking this not out of a history book, but out of a Bible, which then says it has to have a spiritual reference. And the Zohar, not mincing any words, and I think, Tony, you would find this interesting, the Zohar specifically says there is a sign, there is a connection between that which is the sign of the Father's house, and they call it the secret of astrology. And thousands of years ago, the Zohar said that's the secret of astrology. Not when we have the boardwalk who tells you whether you should go to work next week or not. We're talking about cosmological influences upon the earth, upon the universe, set in a defined pattern. And waiting simply for people to say, I feel that there's something more than a church, I feel there's something more than a pastor, I feel there's something more than a Bible, I feel that I gotta get into a communion and begin to understand nature and go beyond even the nature of the earth, the nature of the universe, because I'm part of this whole thing. And I got to understand what is conventional astrology, and listen to this very carefully because this is the point. Conventional astrology deals with the external energy fields. We're talking about this, which is the Zohar, referring to the internal energy center and its relation to the electromagnetic field of the zodiac. The internal. That which is inside of you, that which is the pineal gland of the brain, those organisms in the brain, the different glands in the brain, the hypothalamus and all these, the pituitary, the pineal, how do they act? What happens to you and the way you think when the electromagnetic fields change and start approaching you and touching you in a different way? What happens to the way you think? That's what Zohar's talking about. We're talking about an external thing. We're talking about an internal thing, which many of you would call spirit. What I was saying the other day, we were talking last night. I said, this is what's being said. If you had a switch on the wall here, and if you want to be able to turn the light on, you want to use symbolic reference, you could call the switch Jesus. And say, if you touch Jesus, you'll get light. The word Jesus is nothing more than a symbolic reference to an electrical aspect, and if you touch it, it will cause a scientific thing to go into operation. In the same way, all of these words that you read in the Bible, all of these things that you see in the Bible are symbolic references for electromagnetic. In other words, everything is a scientific principle. It has nothing to do with hocus pocus, has nothing to do with spirit, has nothing to do with religion. But that which is called in the church's Holy Spirit is a feminine aspect of the duality of life. In other words, there is a male and a female aspect of electricity. There is a positive and negative aspect of electricity. And unless the two are used properly, you can't have light. When you understand the male and female, you understand the duality of electricity, then you can make light. If you don't understand, you make fire, you burn the building down. In the same way, when you begin to understand the duality of the universe, the duality of nature, the duality of the cosmos, you make light, you make peace, you make newness, you make what you call God.
I'm going to show you guys something really crazy. And to do this, we've got to go back to the beginning, Genesis, and look at the creation account. And you're going to see why it's so important to understand the original language when reading the scriptures. It changes everything.
And that's what people are starting to find. And that's why people are starting to be pulled into a direction of doing things, saying things that they never thought of before. Making things happen within themselves. I mean, you have a pope in Rome who suddenly wants to have an agreement with the Israelis. Never considered to hate each other's guts for 2,000 years. You celebrate Easter because the Catholics did not want anything Jewish creeping into your life, so they said, get rid of Passover. We'll do with the bunnies and the eggs just like the ancient Babylonians because there was nothing Jewish. Jewish and Christian hated each other. The Inquisition was the slaughter of the Jews by the Christians. For hundreds of years all this stuff went on. And all of a sudden now they want to kiss and make up. And Yasser Arafat is coming holding hands with Prime Minister Rabin of Israel. Come up the stairs, we'll sign the thing already. Come on, happy birthday. And Rabin is saying, why wait, because of that. Because of something impacting from the universe now. And it's nothing God. It's nothing strange. It's simply a season of the universe. You know, when you went out today, when you come in here today, you felt the warmth. You got to feel what's going to happen in a few months. Pretty soon, flowers are going to bloom, trees are going to bloom, grass is going to grow, ticks are going to fly. All these things are going to happen because the summer will return. Just be sure, and you know that. Oh, I could be a great prophet. Listen to this prophecy from this man of the cloth. I prophesied to the Lord God, the 8th month of the year 1994. There will be sea abounding upon the earth. There will be ticks and fleas, the dogs will scratch. People will go to the beach and lie upon the sands, and there will be licked by the sea from the ocean. And then they'll all say, oh, he was right. Sorry, the other side of August, that's what happens. Why? How can I know such a thing? Because I understand the season of the earth. Well, I'm telling you now about the season of the universe. And in the same way, when you understand the season of the universe, when you understand the cosmos, you can make a prophecy. But all these great people, Nostradamus and all these people, oh, how can they do such a thing? He obviously understood. He knew what happens as the seasons of the universe move and they start to generate new things. Okay. In order to do this and not make it too complicated for you, if you look at Numbers 2, you see the 12 tribes are going to be located in a relationship to the 4 compass points. Okay. If you look at Numbers 2:3 on the east side, they shall of the camp of Judah. Okay. And look at verse 5. And those that pitch next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar. And verse 7. Then the tribe of Zebulun. Those are the tribes that pitch to the east. Okay? You got Judah, you got Issachar, and you got Zebulun. They pitch at the place of the rising sun. Judah is the primary. This is where the origin of the word Jew comes from. Judah. It's one who pitches camp at the right side. It has nothing to do with somebody born in Palestine. If you pitch your camp at the right side, which is the right hemisphere of the brain, you're a Jew. That's the dwelling in the spiritual place. Okay? Now, this is the children of light. And we're called the children of light. For those of you who are here for the first time, I'll show you something very interesting in the Bible. The constant speed of light is 186,400 miles per second. All right? I want you to look at the tribe. Everybody that was included with the children of light at the east side is the point of light. If you look at verse 9 in Numbers 2, all that were numbered in the camp of Judah were 100,000. Let's put it up there. Okay? 4,000, which is 80,000. 100,000, 4,000, 6,000, and 400. 186,400 speed of light. Coincidence? Accidents? Obviously not. You're dealing with a cosmos. You're dealing with an intelligence. You want to go one step beyond? There it is. There it is. And all you have to do is open your eyes and be open to it. And there is not one who is born, say, as a Christian or warrior, will ever see this. Never see this because they're looking at numbers and they don't understand what they're looking at. This is the tribe of light. 186,400 is the number of their people because that's the speed of light. And the Bible says, hey, there's somebody up here. There's somebody up here talking to you, communicating with you with intelligence. And so the tribes are positioned in the 4 compass points: east, west, north, south. To save some time, I've put together, first of all, the positioning of the tribes. And Archbishop of Canterbury, come up here. Andy's out there. You're on. This is your chance now to shine. Okay. And if you people on television want these things, send a stamp and draft out an envelope because now I'm going to give you is the part of Genesis 49 where the 12 tribes are named after the 12 signs of the zodiac. By Jacob and Jody. We'll move this as quickly as we can. I'm going to do that. Okay. Is the fan on in there? And put the air conditioner on, whatever. Put the fan on in here. Get too many people in here not to have the fan air conditioner. Okay. Let's move on that as fast as you can. And let me show you the positioning and why. Listen, if we don't have enough, then I think one family can share. One person. I made 50 of them. Okay. Hurry up, everybody, because there's people on television waiting here for this. And I don't have a lot of time hanging around here with all of it. Okay. Everybody got one? All right. If you look at first thing, if you look at the 12 sons of Jacob personify zodiacal qualities. Well, yeah, I don't have time. We have to go on. All right. The 12 signs personify zodiacal qualities. Do you see that? All right. There you'll see how. Now, if you want to say, well, maybe I think such and such tribe means this or that, go ahead. There's no doctrines here. Explore it. Look at it. Check it out. But the point is that the Zohar and the ancient people are totally in agreement that these 12 sons and the 11 sons and then one daughter. Well, actually, it was 12 sons and one daughter. 13. Virgo is virgin. Dinah is Virgo the virgin, and Simeon and Levi are Gemini, the brethren. Okay. Now, let's get to that's how that. Let's go. What I want you to do to continue to follow this is go to the other sheet. Okay. In the east, you have positioned Judah, Issachar, and see what says Pisces there. You have to write in Zebulon. I forgot to write in Zebulon. Shut your eyes. Okay. Okay, look at how this is positioned. If you look in the east, okay, you got Judah, which is Leo, which is a fire sign, which is spirit. So there you have the spirit. Okay, then you have Issachar, which is Taurus. You got Leo, which is spirit. You got Taurus, which is the earth, which is individual development. You have Pisces, which is the water sign, which is the fish, which is the Christ mind, and that's why Jesus was active in the age of Pisces, and that's why they always put that fish. So here you have in that Eastern prevailing that which is the spirit, okay, moving into that which is the earth, which is you and I, resulting in that which is the Christ mind. Leo, Taurus, Pisces. Okay, there's a particular, and so the point then, as you cast your net to the right side, as you raise your energy to the right side, what you come right into are the effects of Leo, Taurus, and Pisces. You come into the effects of the spirit, that which impregnates the earth, which is the mind, that which impregnates the earth and the mind, with the mind that is Christ. Okay? There's not just a reason for them to be there. And that's what the Zohar is saying, is the exact way that these tribes were set around the tabernacle in the desert is exactly the way that the universal electromagnetic field and energy impact on the minds of people today. Okay? Look here too, in the West, you have Benjamin. Now this is both physical and intellectual. You have Benjamin, which is Cancer, which is water, which is the spirit absorbed in the mind, which is many of us are feeling that today. You have Manasseh, which is Sagittarius, which is conflict between the high and the low mind, which many of us feel today. And you have Ephraim, which is Jacob's hand on Ephraim's head, which is the intellect. Ephraim never set up as one of the tribes in position around the tabernacle. But then you have influence of the intellect. And when you have that which is the east, where the spirit is, and that which is the west, where the intellect is, nature acts it out. The sun, the spirit. What is it that blocks out the sun? That which comes from the west. What comes from the west? The intellect. As you try to figure out everything, as you try to in your mind evaluate everything and decide everything, you start to block out that which is the spirit. Only when you enter into the virgin consciousness of the right side, which is the spirit, then can that sun within you shine. Okay? But basically that's the way that's up. If you look in the north, you have the tribe of Dan, which is Scorpio, which is fixed. It's governed by Pluto, the prince of darkness, and Mars, which is war. That's where it comes from. I don't know about you. Oh, I get emotional. I get war. You know what I mean? You know, fists going through walls and all that kind of stuff. That's Pluto. I'm Mickey and Minnie, oh, guy. I was like, I told him the other night, we're going to do something. When I get a move like that, I don't want anybody getting out of it or getting me out of it because I enjoy it. I enjoy soaking. You know? And there's nothing in the world that can get me out of that when I get in one of those. Nothing in the world. I just go off to some quiet place and inside of myself, everything is no good until that storm hits. And you know what? You're exactly the same way. Because that storm rumbles in from the west. You ever hear that here? You're going to hear the thunder. You ever hear? It always comes in from the and that storm is going to come. And there is no power on the face of the earth that can change that until that storm comes and it starts to explode right here in the center of you. And then there was rain and there was thunder and there was lightning. And then suddenly there was peace. All of a sudden, the same people that you were fighting with, in this case, mostly the nurse. How are you? How are you? Times, believe it or not, the blonde nurse has a storm.
I don't know if you snort like you do.
No, I
I know, my temperament's different.
Yes.
I have some pretty good. But I just close your door and leave you in there. And I close the eyes, I'm not in there with them.
I said, I'm pushing the kitty litter, and we just stand. And it's just, how can you stand in there? I don't even stop.
You know, yesterday. I mean, that really is like, how can you stand in here? It really is. It was so bad. He's sitting there working away. We went on a kitty poop hunt. We never found it, and now we think it's a dead now somewhere. But not.
You know what Buddha said? That when you become enlightened, you know, you get sometimes you get the struggle. A lot of people get into meditation, they get worse than they were before that. You know that? Because you know what Buddha said? You've been living all your life with a septic tank. You lost your sense of smell. All of a sudden you get into meditation and you realize it stinks. Because you're enlightened now, you're awake, and you realize, hey, I don't want to stay here. That pass. Oh, that's good. But I'm sitting in the kitty litter, it smells okay, mate, so I'm bad. Then you have in the north Asher, which is Libra, which is an air sign, which you evaluate according to your feelings. A lot of religious people do that. They evaluate whether the spirit is there on the way they feel or how good the song is, and that's not going to get you very far. It's also excitable or introverted. Naphtali, which is Capricorn, climbing to the heights is symbol of introversion or a quest for awareness. That's the emotions of the north. And then in the south, the physical mind. Reuben, the Aquarius, the air sign, the mental intuitive mind, but he slept with his father's wife, which betrayed him to the physical and to the south. Simeon is Gemini, with Levi. There's a duality. Simeon and Levi are brethren. It's a fire sign. Simeon represents the lower fire, the passions of the flesh. Levi, the higher fire, the spiritual fire of the mind. And then you have Gad, which is Aries, the fire of the individual, which exalts the sun. And so that's how these tribes were set up. They weren't just like, well, you stay over there, and you over there. I would say, I think I like that fire. That wasn't the reason. The reason was because the impact upon your mind, the impact upon your brain is carried out the same way. And it takes a long walk deep into the realms of cosmology to start to understand how. What are you sitting here for? Because the way you think has changed. Why?
I am a primary care physician. I'm frustrated, and it's not what I signed up for.
Well, what is going on all over the world? The way people think is changing. Why?
Hypnosis on hypnosis.
It's all a change. People don't think the way they used to think. Because of the impact that's happening. Well, the position of the 12 tribes in Israel? No, it was a map to show you the position of the 12 signs and how they impact the mind and how they impact the brain. And how when you start falling with that, which is the center. Remember, in the center of all of this was the sun. Okay? The center of all this was the sun, the tabernacle. It represents the sun. In the center of this is Jesus, who represents the sun. And he's surrounded by the 12 disciples who represent the 12 signs of the zodiac. When the sun is crucified, there is darkness over the world because there's an eclipse. All of this has to do with cosmology. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with churches. It has nothing to do with penny offerings. It has nothing to do with singing songs. It has nothing to do with last statement. All this stuff is just got in the way of distracting you from the cosmology of the universe, which was constructed by the Creator or creators to bring you into a community. You are entering now into that which is Uranus and Aquarius, which is a season of the mind and the changing of the mind. And the earthquakes would shake down all the old ways you used to think. And all you have to do to be able to flow in it and to be able to benefit from it, to be able to bring the world to the heavenly version it it, and you've never been told. Never been told. You're waiting for a Jesus to come back. You're waiting for a Bible to be fulfilled and on again instead of understanding the cosmology of how this works. You know that August is coming. You know February. There's a lot of people who say, I don't believe in February. My church doesn't allow me to believe in February. But when you go out February, it's here anyhow, isn't it? You can't go out with your shorts on. You can't take a dip in the pool because it's cold. Why? Because it's February. It doesn't make any difference if you believe it or not. It's here. In the same way, Aquarius is here. Uranus is here. There's a change in the way you think. There's a change in the way you feel. There's a change in the way things are going to be happening. There's a change in the way that nations are going to think. There's a change in the way things are going to happen. Find the bankers and all the stars, all the big shots are going to fall to the earth, and the money that was taken from the poor and the downside has to be returned. Imagine that's going to happen. It's going to happen. And the things I told you are going to happen are going to happen. Not because I make profit of it, because I have profit simply understanding the cosmology of the universe. This is what happens. And the world will all cease when the sun, which is that which is the fire, reaches the horse's neck of Pegasus and Aquarius, and all war is ended for 1,000 years. And then after 1,000 years, Satan or Saturn is loosed out of the pits of the earth again, and Saturn starts to be a controlling influence to overcome yours. But that's 1,000 years. You got 12 or 13 lives to deal with that. I'm going to time with 1,000 years. We don't see what happened to that. Well, we'll circle back to 1,000 years. You're right. Okay. Oh, you got it? Now, you have to understand, does that Bible, does this Bible say that there's an influence? If it doesn't, the Bible's got no right to say that. But if I can find in the pages of this book a statement that says there's an influence, then I not only got to write it down, I do need to discuss it with you. Okay, let's go to page 459. It's going to require so much time to get into this, and I'm just giving you a brief one. You're in Job chapter 38. Okay? Job chapter 38. And we're talking about astrology, we're talking about cosmology, we're talking about the effect, do the planets, do the constellations have an effect on you. Let's look at Job chapter 38. You all there? Okay, look at verse 31. That's the question. Can you find the sweet influences of Pleiades? What's in the Bible? I didn't make it. I was not in the What's in the Bible? Can you find the sweet influences of the Pleiades? Look at the next line. Can you loose the bands of Orion? The Pleiades has a sweet influence upon you, my friends. And Orion it puts an influence upon you. Do you know? You can't because the church never told you anything about it. They didn't even know how you read that. How much you guys got a church on your life? I mentioned that one page. Look at the next one. Can you bring forth Mazzaroth? Go look up Mazzaroth. Take it where you want to. In any dictionary you want to. Go look up in a Christian dictionary. There's nobody you can deny. You know what it is? The 12 signs of the zodiac. That's what the word Mazzaroth means. Can you guide Arcturus? Well, here's the question, folks. Here's the question. And when you get into cosmology, when you get into astrological sciences, you consider some kind of. What's the next question in verse 33? Do you know the ordinances of heaven? Do you know? Can you set the dominion thereof in the earth? Do you see what I just asked you? Do you understand about cosmology? Do you understand about astrology? Can you apply it to yourself? Is that exciting? Is it? How do I know? The Bible told me. Is it? I'm not having the way. What do you? Is it interesting? Yes, it is in your. What does it say? Do you know? I wasn't paid. Do you know the ordinances of heaven? Do you know how the planets work? Do you know how the constellations work? Do you know what the signs mean? And can you set the dominion of the moon? Can you understand how they apply to you? Here, I'm telling you about it. They told you about it. They set them up in the tribes of Israel. They told you 186,400 is the speed of light just to get you to say Jesus must be right. Can you? I do. Can you set the dominion? See, you said, Johnny, you see what I said? Do you know the ordinance? Do you understand the ordinances of the zodiac? And then it says, can you set the dominion? Do you understand how the influence that which is on the earth? There certainly is in the Bible a declaration of the zodiacal influence, and you saw it. So write it about it. And how in God's name can you sit on this planet and not think you're affected by the rest of the universe? You can't. You know what a house is in the zodiac? She told me yesterday. A house is one of the 12 divisions of the zodiac. That's a house. It's solar. One of the 12 divisions. You know what a mansion is? A mansion is one of the 28 pathways of the moon. Divisions of the pathways of the moon. It's a lunar zodiac. When we started, remember this conclusion? It says, go and camp by the entrance of your father's house. Did it? Yes. Did it say something like that? Everybody look at that. Sorry. Did it say it? Yes. Now, this is what I want to show you. You know why I like this? It's exciting because this, my friends, is the God's honest, God-ordained truth, or I would not go your way. And you know why it's it's true? Because you can feel it in your gut. You can feel it in your mind. You want to be a part of it. And the porpoises are jumping up and singing about it. And the whales are singing about it. And all of nature is singing this song. It's true. And the sun is rising to Pegasus' neck. The blood's in the horse's neck. And the repeats. It's true. You must be a part of it. And the reason that I am here, and the reason that you are here, is because more and more people are going to come screaming out denominational and fundamentalism and governments that have been holding the bondage all this nonsense, and they're going to say, why do I feel and think the way I do? And you'll not be there to tell them. That's why you're here. And that's why people are moving all over the world. Somebody is being trained, and I've been given the job to train you. And I'll tell you more about that in another time. I want you to see about the house, and I want you to see about the mansion. I want you to go to page 859. And on page 859, I want you to look at the book of Luke. I want you to read it with me. There's another one that I follow. This one's always Luke. Forget Luke. Go to page 880. That's all. I'm going there. Keep your finger in Luke. Well, I'm going to think it's delicious, but let me go on to it. You got to do that because it makes people up that way. You got to make it laugh. Are you ready to read with me John chapter 14? Verse 2, quote Jesus Christ. What did he say? In my Father's house are many. If it was not true, I would tell you I'm going to prepare a place for you. He said it. Is it in the Bible? You must be because you're right. Huh? Where did Jesus tell? He took two fishermen, John and Peter, and he sent them to a place where the Passover was going to be celebrated. Luke 22, page 859, verse 10. Hurry up. See, this is terrible. I got to. Oh, shoot. I'm just I'm going to verse 10. Behold, when you enter into the city, that means consciousness, there shall a man meet you bearing a pitcher of water, Aquarius. In other words, Pisces, the true fisherman, it is time for you to move to the house of Aquarius, to the time of the man in the pitcher of water, because that, which is the Piscean age, is ending. So, what the Zohar states then, is in the scripture that you have a copy of that I gave it to you, the position of the tribes. We see the astral influences which relate to these tribes. Okay? Signs of the zodiac, stay with me. Signs of the zodiac, symbolized by the tribes, are placed in a position that through each of the four compass points. Interestingly enough, if you look at the Jerusalem, city of Jerusalem, the gates of the city, there are 3 gates at each position which match the 3 tribes who are positioned at the 4 compass points, which match the zodiacal sign influences that they're talking about. In the east is the air, which is the spirit. In the north is the fire, which is the emotions. In the south, which is the water, which is physical. In the west, which is the earth, which is the blood. But all the doings of the world, according to the Zohar, are controlled by vast astral entities. Everything. The Zohar then quotes Solomon as to the ignorance of people. I want you to go to the wisdom of Solomon. I want you to read it with me. Come with me to page 567. Rest of your book of Ecclesiastes. Page 567, the book of Ecclesiastes, and we'll read the wisdom of Solomon, and we'll read the astral influences that are coming down from those which are the things of heaven. Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 8. This is what life is about, folks. This is called the ultimate recycling. Verse 8, all things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, the ear filled with hearing. Listen carefully. The thing that has been is that which shall be. And that which is done is that which shall be. And there is no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, say this is new? It has already been the whole time which was before us. There is no remembrance of those former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. It's all happened again and again and again. Why? Because the cycle of the universe never stops turning. The giant wheel within a wheel turns and turns and turns. And you live in the famous wheel within a wheel of Ezekiel. You live on the planet Earth, which turns, and you live in the great universe, which turns. And it turns in a cycle, and there's nothing new under the sun. But for God's sake, let's be mature enough. But let's all pose this question. Rome was the Jewish nation born during the astroplanetary influence of Mars, because Mars is the planet of war. The entire beginning is war. The entire history is war. It's never-ending battle and struggle. It's not so much why the Jewish nation was born under Mars that there was war. It's why there is war in the Jewish nation, because they were born under the astral influence of Mars. War. Why did the liberation of the Jews take place in the sign of Aries, the man? Because Mars is that which rules Aries, and the activity is not simply exploration, the activity is conquest. We will conquer. And so we will solicit and elicit that which is the war god, Jehovah. And he will bring us the battle, and we will rip into the cities, and we will destroy the children, and we will kill the women, and we will take all the booty, and we will plunder, and we will say, God told us to do it, because our God is who? God of light, of nature, of being. No, our God is Mars, the war god, named Jehovah. My Sufi friend said, Bill, you have created the war god Jehovah, and your war god said, take the property of the Arabs. And so the Arabs created the war god Allah, who said, take it back.
Did you know you can use magnets and a simple alternator to generate nearly free electricity?
And he said, there will never be peace until you kill Jehovah and we kill Allah. And we all then come to that which is nature, the peace God. Why on particular day chosen to celebrate particular holidays? Because of the astrological influence. That's why you feel the way you do at Christmas time. Christmas time, you don't feel the way you do at Christmas time because of Christmas tree. You feel that way because of the position of the galaxies and the astral influences that can damage some people with deep depressions. More people commit suicide than any other time of year. Why? Because of the electromagnetic. Why did the revelation of Mount Sinai occur during the influence of Gemini? It is intuitive, it's reason, it's known as Mercury, which is God's messenger. And the ancients who predated that which is in Moses would talk to you about Mercury. When the destruction of the temple started in Cancer and culminated in Leo, the exact same thing as when the sun was in Cancer was the destruction of Atlantis. The misuse of the psychic forces, and Leo is the upward surge of spiritual forces. Don't you see what happens? Look, watch. What is in the chapter? Here's the chapter. Taurus. The fighting in the desert. The macho, the Iron Age. The guns, the swords, the weapons of battle. Here's why to the fish. Pisces. The Christ. And Jesus. Still elements of the battle for sure. But now you have Christ consciousness all of a sudden comes onto the scene. People start drawing pictures of fish. And as Pisces gives way to Aquarius, and you all start thinking differently. It all happens. And it goes on until you get it right. And you come back and go on that cycle until finally you grow stronger, until you understand what's going on, and how to apply your life. The answer is according to the Zohar. The Jewish religion is not a religion. The Zohar said it is not a religion, it is an instrument defining the universe, and the holidays are a timetable or a manifestation of cosmic energy. Think of that. It is an instrument defining the universe, and the holidays are a timetable for the manifestation of cosmic energy. Man is unique, and he can determine his own destiny, but he can't expect to accomplish much without understanding the mystical realities. Is there any responsibility in the universe? The pattern of Jupiter and Saturn coincide with the death in office of every American president up until one, in a year ending with 0 every 20 years. William Henry Harrison elected 1840, died 1841. Abraham Lincoln elected 1860, died 1865. James Garfield elected 1880, died 1901. Warren Harding elected 1920, died 1923. Franklin Roosevelt elected 1940, died 1945. John Kennedy elected 1960, died 1963. But Aquarius is here. Uranus is here. Ronald Reagan elected 1980, came awful close. Bang! Was shot back. But he broke the pattern. But he came awful close. Probably within an inch. And that cycle would have continued. But Uranus is here. Aquarius is here. It's a new age. Would you go back to where we were? I'm almost done really. Would you go back to Ecclesiastes where we were in Ecclesiastes 1, first chat of
The new eon is at hand.
What page is it?
Your armory gratefully accepted. We will need it. So you came back to die with your city.
Okay, verse 9. The thing that has been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Would you read it with me again? Because I'm going to show you something and then we're going to go. The thing that has been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. Okay? Abraham Lincoln and John Kennedy. Both of their successors were named Johnson. Lincoln's successor was Andrew Johnson. He was born in 1808. Kennedy's successor was Lyndon Johnson. He was born in 1908. Lincoln's assassin was John Wilkes Booth, born in 1839. Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, was born in 1939. John Wilkes Booth murdered. Lee Harvey Oswald was murdered. Booth shot Lincoln in the theater and fled to a warehouse. Oswald shot Kennedy from a warehouse and fled to the theater. The full names of Booth and Oswald contain 15 letters. The full names of the vice presidents contain 13 letters. Lincoln and Kennedy both married 24-year-old brunettes who spoke French fluently. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy who told him not to go to the theater. Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln who told him not to go to Dallas. Both Lincoln and Kennedy were shot in the back of the head in the presence of their wives. Would you guys hear with me? The thing that has been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. And God took Moses in the realms of the antiquity of the scriptures, and he took him to a mountain. And he said, Moses, I'll let you look at the promised land. You can say it, Moses, but you're not going in. Tomorrow, you're going to be dead. And the next day, Moses was dead. And Martin Luther King, who led the black people in this country out of the depths, strode to the lectern of the Ebenezer Baptist Church and said, I've been to the promised land. I've been to the mountaintop, and I've seen the promised land. But I won't be able to go in there with you. But you shall go in. And the next day, he was dead. Because the thing that has been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun. By God Almighty, get rid of religion, get close to God, which is the God of nature, get close to the dolphins, get close to the whales, get close to the trees, get close to yourself, get close to your children. The most important thing of all, get close to your inner self, as Jesus says, practice the single line, open yourself to nirvana, become one with the cosmos, and begin to understand the influences, and instead of bucking it and fighting it, flow in the beautiful energy of nature, and you will rise above all of the negative influences of the astrals, and rise only in that which is the positive influence of He and she who dwell within you, the Mother and Father God, who in His homecoming of Aquarius invite you to the wedding, where the man will change the water from the pitcher into that which is the wine of the new age. Thank you very much.
Has anyone ever lied to you?
That is
Played games with you, burned you,
fucking
cheated on
awesome.
you, ghosted?
That was so funny because at the very end, he's like exhausted. Anyways, that is an incredible testimony. Chris, I'm so glad you were able to listen to that. His name is William Donahue. William Donahue. Dona, D-O-N-A, Hugh. This was called 400 Zohar Kabbalah. I hope you enjoyed it. And he's smart. He puts numbers in there because that's the gematria of it, I suppose. 400 being the multiple heavens or the unity with the sublime. So, Rabbeinu Shalom. I think we'll probably rewind this and listen to it a little bit, and then I'm going to go into some clown house rooms and just play it and hypnotize people with it. And I have it.
Hey, Zen, do you mind if I read some high value information?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so here we go. Let me see. I haven't done oratory skills. I've just been listening for like the last couple of months. Been working, so can't really talk. But I have a day off, so it's about like two pages, but not too dense. Okay. Framing means talking to people into something that doesn't even exist. It is the last and ultimate manipulative strategy used by any author to describe everything he wished had happened in a way that includes his own brilliant legacy and fits an imaginary plot. We say last manipulative strategy because at this point, as a versatile writer, all other techniques ought to have been exhausted. Take the Western genre. Old Joe, all covered in mud and dirt, could have come home to his family and never mentioned that the horse is dead. The conspiracy of silence. He could have said that now was the time to buy a new pair of boots. The distraction tactic. Old Joe could have said that now that someone reported a dead horse laying to the roadside, that it was him who cleared it from the pave, but that there really was nothing more to see, poor thing. Whitewashing. He could have told him all kinds of fanciful stories with the intention of beating a dead horse, but he could not tell him that it was him who had beaten the horse to death. Plausible deniability. Easy. Joe now got the story right, or rather, everyone else got it wrong. There was a terrible chase with outlaws and gunslingers. The bullets hit, the spades went up, and Joe shooting death when his forces were not. Criminologists do not apply the borrowed word framing from carpentry light art. To them, it literally means building a fake support structure. If there is but the slightest incoherence apparent to the jury, if it is not a corrupt jury, that is. Excuse me. Even the most elaborately framed case cannot support the gallows and must collapse. Not so for our rightologists who live in insolent words, jolly stories, and unrestrained cunning. Regimes, journalists, and authors unashamedly frame each and everything else and their readers. The greatest Western genre writer of all time, with over 200 million books sold, was not an American, and he had never even been to America, let alone to the American Wild West. Karl Friedrich May was a German author from Hohenstein by Radebeul in the Kingdom of Saxony, Germany. He invented cowboys like Old Shatterhand and Apache chieftains like Winnetou, purely based on his bare-faced imaginations and from reading adventure novels. Well, wait, you might say, horseshit, tell me this isn't true. Really? A German trickster framed the American West? How did he get away with it? Well, he apparently asked himself that very same question, as he was widely considered a complete cheat, liar, and fabulist. Remember when we said that framing is the last and ultimate manipulative strategy? Last, because if the author's reputation is already in tatters, it is also the ultimate, because he might as well command those 11,700 Apache Indians, 100,000 English separatists, or 60 million German soldiers, and ride roughshod with them. This is plain psychology. When Sigmund Freud, the founder of psychoanalysis, studied a young boy's phobia of horses, already scientists shrugged Freud off as a con artist, fraud, and a cult leader. With nothing to lose, Dr. Freud went into a work frenzy and invented thousands of cases such as Little Hans, Ratman, and Schizodora, and at last mass framed all of us, the entire of humanity no less, as unconsciously traumatized, anal-fixated sex addicts. But let us turn back to delusion. Karl Friedrich May, the framing of the American Wild West as a romantic cowboy Indian bandit show, attracted the largest distribution systems of his time. The regime publishers, first in his Kingdom of Saxony, next the German Empire, and later inspired generations of European spaghetti westerns. Mr. May, and is referring to himself in the third-person chieftain Winnetou, soon spoke in 40 languages. While Sigmund Freud was a natural-born liar and a charlatan who prescribed cocaine to marijuana addicts, Karl May was an actual sniper for bullshit. 9 of his 13 siblings had died prematurely, and Karl was too poor to travel and too unemployed to live honest. Mr. May was a known thief, a scammer, and rapial, and was jailed no less than 3 times. All solid cases as far as the criminologists were concerned. Writing possibly taller-than-life fake stories was his last and ultimate strategy. As it had always been this way with all known imposters and Gascons, from Maximilian Robespierre to Friedrich Hegel, from Theodore Adorno to Michael Foucault. All of them were exceptionally warped narcissists and bad scientists, but unbelievable plastercines. Their tall stories form impenetrable frameworks that shield them from past failures, but to their credit, they took a great risk, choosing between unbridled grandstanding and a pact with the regime or being thrown back to the scum of writers. Only a talent who sets himself apart from all others by complete and unremitting, shamelessly unapologetic framing of entire societies will be considered truly great to the masses. The English word to frame is actually the correct one to the Constitution, although I wouldn't advise going out and knocking the hats off the Americans. A Constitution is a national frame of government. You can lie through your teeth as long as it is within that frame. I learned fondly how Abraham Lincoln rifled through the Declaration of Independence. Independence from the English, I mean, as he framed it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, which is actually him pulling off an early Karl May Mr. Lincoln had never seen two men created equal, just as Mr. May had never seen a white man with a red man. The constitutional frame is a beaten-to-death horse over which the Americans must jump and hurdle, even though the self-evident inequality parts, in hindsight, look more socialist than the socialist writings of another big German scoundrel, Karl Marx. Walk. In the framers' mind, there inhabited the American Wild West only three people: the peaceful white settlers, the nice red Indians, and the ugly bandits. Old Shatterhand and Winnetou were blood brethren. No mentioning of genocide and conquest, just 5 cowboys, full Italian looking. I know, crazy. An old Shatterhand riding horse, Hatalatia, the brother of Winnetou's Ichlie. But none of them were gay, because Winnetou had a little sister. So the West got framed. Americans got framed. Marxists got framed. Everybody got framed. All by fantastic authors that were known during their lifetime as bullshitters. Now, every time I see or hear the written words frame, framing, framework, I want to puke. Frame this, frame that. They're framing us. There are now framework institutes of framing inequality and policy framing, professors of framing, as well as centers for framing analysis. Oh no, writes a woman in the German Times. They're framing our reality. It's voodoo, writes a black woman writer in the same paper who might have a future case. Over. The new framers were coming. How do we explain? A. The totalitarian European Union. B. The collapse of the Soviet Union. And C. The hereditary, totally not fair British school system. We are already known crooks and liars with hay burners, so this time we really got to pile up the whole mountain range of horseshit. Framing such a stupefying, grandiose activity, we might as well try to pull them out from the ass of God's a horse on a business. Answer to A. Lend the moneylenders a pen. Answer to B. Fund Hollywood studios and New York Times. Answer to C. Blow up Harry Potter and his school of wizardry to 200 countries. Let's dive a little bit into today's hypermodern multi-billion euro framing industry. Obviously, we have framed constitutions. We have our cause of origin framed. We have our traditions framed. Our enemies must be framed at all times. When in 2016, during New Year's celebrations, over 2,000 women were sexually assaulted in Cologne, Germany, by men of non-European origin. This almost certainly did not fit the regime's open strategy and welcome Africa story. In the framers' mind, there inhabited West Germany only three people: the peaceful dark settlers, the nice white Germans, and the ugly Nazis. So believe it or not, the authorities in Cologne, North Rhine-Westphalia, together with their masters in Berlin, conspired with the police and dragged this dead horse from the pave. There it dried and decayed for 3 days. Meanwhile, rumors spread quickly through the population, and Cologne had not a few chatty tourists and foreign agents, so the news eventually got out. Yes, there happened on New Year's Eve in Cologne a mass sex assault by dark migrant men on German native women. On the fourth day, neighboring Austrian, British, and Swiss papers covered the horror. But no big deal. They can't break the German censorship wall. But who can break the German censorship wall? Easy. That's the United States of America in the form of the New York Times. The Merkel regime in Berlin and the handlers in Cologne stood near international lights with their pants down. What an embarrassment. Within the next weeks and months, Germany organized a gigantic framing operation by which the Cologne incident was dragged back onto the page, and an entirely new story about what happened that night was told. The ugly Nazi woman dressed provocatively, and thus sent the wrong signals to the peaceful African and Muslim partygoers. Ugly Nazi men overreacted and filmed the peaceful dark settlers in a native light. Luckily, the nice Germans that day never filed any police report, and nobody was arrested or prosecuted. It is true, not a single perpetrator from the initial 2,000 cases that night was arrested or prosecuted. The new Cologne chief of police, a nice German woman, suggested other nice German women next time to keep one arm's length of social distance to peaceful dark settlers, to avoid being raped. The framers in Berlin declared war on ugly Nazis, even though the last Nazi alive is 96 years of age. It is easy to chuckle at the misfortune of the German natives and their suffering under powerful framing by their deceitful rulers. But it is the Americans who truly stock up to their eyeballs in the horseshit. When American Socialist Central News Network, CNN, reported on the 2020 mass looting and rioting by the dark people throughout the United States, causing billions of dollars of property damage, its journalists framed the terror and crimes as a mostly peaceful demonstration. Stand. Many Americans can't comprehend the framing by such a powerful news network. Its authors are known propagandists and liars, and they have now resorted to the last and ultimate strategy used by so many authors in history before them who had nothing to lose no more. They said, fuck it. We might as well talk big fat bullshit and frame 340 million Americans. America is a fiction, and watch which authors get idolized. The Constitution was framed in 1787, and it starts with a lie. We're the people. It didn't include people not being in the room. It didn't include the British people who were driven out, and not the Indian people that were exterminated. It didn't even include women and African Americans and blacks. It certainly did not include the ordinary Americans who were dumb and illiterate. It should read, we the rulers. But in 2020, CNN framed the protest march in Washington, D.C. against an allegedly stolen election and a corrupt government as a capital riot or even an insurrection. Most Europeans held their breath, and CNN said this: it was our worst crisis of democracy since a certain person in Nazi Germany. How cynical your lying and deceitful leaders have become. For was it not the certain person in Nazi Germany that lauded and praised Karl May's romantic renderings of your Americans? When an author realizes that his over-the-top fiction is promoted and literally taken at its word by a powerful regime looking for a framework, as it happened to Abraham Lincoln, Karl May, Karl Marx, or Sigmund Freud, they all proceed from there on their own similar ego trip. They now feel they have to invent backstories to their lives and their biographies, more lies to match the fiction. Abraham Lincoln tried to disguise that he was a racist and a slave owner. Karl May tried to quickly travel the world before he died, but didn't make it. However, he said he learned 1,200 languages or more, hung up counterfeit rifles such as old Slatterhand's Baron Toter, and told audiences that he and Winnington together shot bison with it. Karl Marx tried to look like a proletarian, even though he was an upper-class parasite and never worked a real job. Sigmund Freud was later diagnosed patients from the distance, like Jesus, but better. They knew no restraint. Their greedy regimes, meanwhile, whether it is America or Germany, will absolutely go in off the deep end and rope those fat storytellers in. And because our regimes are going to hang a lot of bad guys by their necks and drag horses off the pave, the disgusting and utterly delusional support framework by our bogus greatest authors must hold. There you go. It's framing.
So, you are saying that Sigmund Freud is a fraud? This is impossible. He is the founder of modern-day psychoanalytics. Psychometrics, you might want to call it. You are an apostate. You, Sergeant at Arms, remove this apostate.
I'm actually Catholic, not apostate, so...
Remove this dangerous Catholic who is breaking my hypnotic control on the egos of the world.
No, that was just a lie, so I'm not actually a Catholic. It was just framing.
Well, I like the word Catholic. I've heard it means universal. I don't have anything against the Catholics. I just think that, if we could get a really awesome pope, like a Superman pope, I think that would be the closest thing we could get to,
Isn't it like a Chilean pope who's a Marxist or whatever?
He's a real freak show, this guy.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that TV show, The Pope? It was produced by
I loved
HBO.
it. Brilliant. Awesome.
It's incredible. Yeah, like a dream about him, it's incredible.
That's the dream of a genius pope, a Machiavellian pope. That's the beautiful thing of it is politics or evil politics matches with divine illumination, and together you get great television.
Yeah, I remember watching like the first episode of that series, and I was just like stunned by the cinematography. It was great hypnosis, great hypnosis.
Yeah, Judd Law is, he's a beautiful man as a pup. I'm not gay.
But you do run a gay club, right?
It's true. Clown House is actually super. Clown Town is super gay.
But Zen, it's really interesting the sort of rumors and conspiracies and sort of reality tunnels that everyone is experiencing constantly. It's like whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So even that in itself is a form of gaslighting if you think about it.
Think about that. Think about that. Think about that. Think. Okay, well, thanks for reading that. I did enjoy it. I really liked the beginning of it. And I like the ending of it. But everything in between was hypnotic, so I can't remember because you've amnesia in me. Think about that.
Hey, Zach. Okay, so I'm trying to practice my oratory skills and sort of my reading. I think that was maybe a 7 out of 10. What did you say? There was some interruptions. I clear my throat. Some.
No, man, you're top notch, bro. You're top 10. You got a 10 out of 10 on that one. 10 out of 10.
The book that it's from, it's called Menticide. It's a pretty powerful book.
I'm giving you a 10 out of 10 with no curve, bro. That was a 10 out of 10, bro. You got yourself a future, son. Top of the game, dog. I used to live in LA, and I knew this hot actress, and I was fingering her one time in her basement in her mom's condo as she was reading a script, and I was helping her enunciate all those special words. Her name is Bella Popa. You can look her up. She's pretty famous now. She's got a big business going. She does chart readings. She does zodiac stuff. But she does psychic readings and all that shit, and she's making probably $150,000 a year, $200,000 a year doing psychic readings and bullshit. But she also works as a voice actress.
Just because it's legal, Zen, would you do it just because it's legal?
Of course I would. My sister used to work in California Psychic. She used to bill $200,000 a day in credit cards for the company.
No, I meant an 18-year-old. If her birthday was yesterday.
Would I sleep with an 18-year-old?
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to, I wouldn't want to, it would have to be right. Just a raw dog, okay, yes. Obviously, yes. But the truth is, taking on an 18-year-old is kind of like still taking on a child that you're responsible for. And if that child can't sit still in a room and help me polish diamonds, and enjoy the good life, well, no, I'm going to sit you outside in the front door, and wherever you run off to is where you're going to run off to. Hello? Think about that.
I'm lighting it up right now. So I sometimes hear, through the audio that you're sparking it up.
Think about that. Think about that. Okay, are you ready to receive your dehypnotizing hypnosis?
I'm fully ready. Let me just take a hit really quick, okay? I want to get immersed, some red wine, a little bit of marijuana, and let's go.
Think about that. Think about that. Think about that.
Nothing in this world is as soft and yielding as water. Yet for attacking the hard and strong, none can triumph so easily. It is weak, yet none can equal it. It is soft, yet none can damage it. It is yielding, yet none can wear it away. Everyone knows that the soft overcomes the hard. The yielding triumphs over the rigid. Why then so little faith? Why can no one practice it? So the sages say, fulfill even the lowest position, love even the weakest creature. Then you will be called Lord of every offering, King of all below heaven. Think about that. Think about that. Okay, my name is Pepe the Clown. This is a self-actualization comedy hypnosis show. Honk, honk, honk. Thank you so much for coming. We knew you were going to come. Please come again. Thanks for coming. Honk, honk. Think about that. Shh. Think about that. Shh. Think about that. 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 That was a very funny room. That was honestly one of the biggest giggle rooms I've ever had on this app. The other big giggle room I ever had, I was in the bathtub with Monica and Anne doing mantras in a bubble bath. That was a very funny room. Think about that. Okay, this is more Tao Te Ching. All the world talks about my Tao with such familiarity, with folly. Tao is not something found at the marketplace or passed on from father to son. It is not something gained by knowing or lost by forgetting. If Tao were like this, it would have been lost and forgotten long ago. I have 3 treasures that I cherish and hold dear. The first is love. The second is moderation. The third is humility. With love, one is fearless. With moderation, one is abundant. With humility, one can fill the highest position. Now, if one is fearless but has no love, abundant but has no moderation, rises up but has no humility, surely he is doomed. Love vanquishes all attackers. It is impregnable in defense. When heaven wants to protect someone, does it send an army? No. It protects him with love. L-O-V-E. 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 L-O-V-E.
Okay, this has been the Clown Podcast. This is Clowntown Universe Prophecy. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm gonna jump back into a recording here. I can't thank you enough for joining us. I'm going to continue the show, but I'm going to play a little YouTube for you. I hope you enjoy. I really enjoyed that Bill Donahue clip about the Zodiac, the tribes of Israel, the different sides of the brain, enlightenment, peace, joy, love, harmony, government, philosophy, the age of Uranus inside my Zodiac. So what we're trying to do is dehypnotize the hypnotizer so we can go to my boat and be productive and take these blonde bunnies out on my boat. Chris, you're more than welcome, FYI, to fly to Chicago this summer. You and your wife can enjoy the fruits of my labor on the Lady Hawk. If you want to go to the beach, my boat, es tu casa. Ed,
I'm actually this weekend heading to Niagara Falls, so.
Well, don't go over in the barrel. A barrel of beer, that is. Yeah, I would definitely take one of those boat tour things so you can get up close and really see it. It's incredible. I've been there before.
You've been there before?
Yeah, I was there for a wedding. It was incredible.
I heard the Canadian side is better, but I don't know. Like I think Canada, we should fund some French Quebec separatists and take it over. That's like my sort of like position when it comes to American-Canadian relations.
People say the Canadian side is better, but honestly, getting really up close in one of those boats, you got to put the wet jacket on and stuff. I mean, honestly, that is a rush, man. It is it's like you can feel the energy. You're just a few feet away from dying. It's so wet. It's a very unique experience to get on one of those boats. If you're really going there, I encourage you to do one of those wet boats.
And that's the plan. So I'll take some photos. I have you on Snap, so sometimes send some stuff. So it is what it is.
Yeah, FYI, I screenshot everything and I just posted to Snapchat. So you are going to get spammed until you delete me. That's how I live my life.
Oh no, dude, it's fine. Like it's like you're trying to open as much like possible information as possible. Like trying to get as many streams.
My point is, I would love to see what's on your phone. I would love to see what's on everybody's phone, but we silo everything on our phones. I think there should be an app called Screenshot where you social network and you get to see what's on people's phones. People give up total privacy.
Like those videos where there's an interviewer that asks the girlfriend or boyfriend, like, hey, do you mind if we see your phone for a second? We'll pay you $100, or something along those lines. Yeah. And it's like, you get to decide, okay, all right, I'm going to, be an open person completely. But I'm also like thinking as well, it's like, you have Revelations and you have like this thing called like the Book of Life, right? And so like all your actions are going to be recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what it is, like just live life.
Yeah, I just wish other people were recording themselves as much as I am, because the truth is, if God is real and God is watching you everywhere, there's already an eye in the sky watching you. So what you're really doing is just mirroring the eye. And this is one of the reasons why people are successful, because it is a communication. And Hermes, the silver fish, aka Jesus Christ, deals with transparency, clarity. That's the whole name of Christ. Clarity. So it is that crystal skull, and it's a symbol.
Have you heard of this book called Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz?
No.
I think you would really enjoy it. It's like right up your alley, right up your anus.
Well, is it part of the Aquarius? You see, the Uranus joke is a wonderful joke. It's like saying, yo, mama sucked my Uranus out my Aquarius. What I'm trying to say is get that book and play it on here or read it. And remember how you got me that link to Reptile, the premier jury trial manual?
Yeah.
So that book is a very important book, and there's a reason why it's $1,000. Not because it's so rare, but because, I mean, it is rare. I guess there is a supply and demand thing like that, but they set the price from the beginning. So that kind of frames the whole thing from the beginning. That's a business trick, meaning that when you come to marketplace, if you really overprice it right from the get-go, or even a reasonable, like $900 for a very high-end legal book is not out of the realm of possibilities. I have access to a legal library, and I know that the books in there are worth a lot of money. And there's a lot of information in there about partnerships and all kinds of legal frameworks for all the legal frameworks. These are the books that frame what other people create, the frames they create in terms of legal corporations. I just opened a nonprofit yesterday called Meditation Yoga Center, and
what's amazing is like the word framing. It's like you're sort of setting up like the standards for what everyone else has to believe in. It's like you're the one that's like creating the universe that everyone's going to eventually fall into, like your own singularity.
It is a gravity thing, and it is a lie, but the lie is an I. So it's up to people to pick and choose. It is whatever the Latin motto is for buyer beware.
Hey, sorry for interrupting you, but you were saying that you were outside, you were saying earlier, like your patio or something along those lines.
Right now, I'm in my office in my front of my house.
Oh, no, look, I didn't mean like what you're doing now. I just meant like you were talking about something previously.
I wasn't talking about a patio or anything.
Oh, I must have misheard, but you were talking about like how this sort of sets like the legal frameworks for all the other frameworks.
Yeah, the law is the background. I used to think it's the finance, the stocks, the paper, the currency. It's not. It's the law is always the background. So it's foreground, background. Background is law. Foreground is now.
Well, I gotta get ready I need to still pack, and so I'm leaving like around 2, and it's like around 11 o'clock. And but always great talking with you, Zen. Like, I enjoy the self-actualization comedy. It's great.
Self-actualization comedy hypnotist. That's what you are now too. Congratulations, you just ran my whole course. You can't, wherever Chris, when you go to the Niagara Falls and you're on that boat, you'll realize you're the only awakened Buddha on that boat, and you'll say, "Oh, can I do a self-actualization comedy hypnosis routine on all of you?" And they'll be like, "Shut the fuck up and enjoy the fucking waterfall." Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, I mean, enjoy the pebble, enjoy the river, and be the water. You got it, bro. You got it. The world is yours, and you do have a very good reading voice. You could have a successful voice acting career, or an acting career, or just a life of joy career. It's all the same nonsense.
I love the hypnotism, positive hypnotism. It's really good. Like a lot of people, like the sort of stories that are, being played out inside their own head, and the words that are being constantly, because everything is just now. It's like it's just like constant misery. And you're 100% right. We are needed. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, be a now practitioner, be a now hypnotist, and you will be in the now, and you'll help other people get to the now. So when they break from your now, they'll bring the now to where they're going.
Hey, I just heard that. I heard something lighten up.
Well, I got a lot of Instagrams. You should follow me on all my Instagrams, because now you are a part of it all.
The sort of concern is like it's like future archaeologists, right? And sort of the degradation of these tapes. Like, how long will this data actually last? Like, I've been reading like books are actually a very, very good form of like information storage for long-term sort of time binding compared to
I read an article yesterday that says that the large data AI systems require this type of live stream input.
So you're sort of like the fuzzy static that's adding in, like, you know, like. Or,
No, I'm bringing a singularity to a system,
Yeah.
to a matrix. We have to free, the whole Buddhistic perspective is to free all the neos sitting in the energy chamber pods feeding the system. You are one of the liberated ones. You know,
How would you know that? Like, I don't even know that. It's like, yeah, but I do. Like, not like I know, but it's like.
it's a hypnosis. It's a LARP. Don't you get it? I'm LARPing. But this is not a LARP. This is a philosophy. And I heard yesterday in this YouTube thing, it said that Socrates says philosophy is the only way to happiness.
And that was LARP. That was his framing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's fun, you know, it's fun to get into, like, all these different, like, you know, reality tunnels.
Yeah. So you get it. See, you get it, man. See, that's the thing is it takes two to tango, meaning that without you and your reframe and then my reframe, it is a game of one-upmanship. And that's what Alan Watts says about spiritual one-upmanship. But honestly, like we both just listened to that 400 Zohar thing, and he says in there that we are living in the age of Uranus. And what I'm trying to do is take the Aquarius out of Uranus and put it in my anus.
Imagine if this is how you smell, you know, live. Imagine how you're going to smell like when you're dead. It's going to be crazy.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna play the book Psycho-Cybernetics, and then I'm gonna get ready to Niagara.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm recording. Let me tell you the Instagrams you're live on right now. You're on John Kidover, Hypnosis Communication, Hypnotist Book, Podcast Subscribe, God Hypnosis, Scam Movie _com, Scam Movies, Jefferson Park News, Student.MBA, Philosophy Audiobook, Shy Podcast, CRT Education _com, as well as Venture Capital Art and Clown Podcast _com.
It's like Han Solo, you know, being freezed in carbonite or whatever that was. Frozen in time. And that's just, you know, a particular moment. Incredible.
Well, you're not a 3-letter word yet. You're still a 4-letter word. And, you know, once you become a 3-letter word, you boil it down to a 2-letter word, and then you finally boil it down to the letter I. Interestingly enough, on a pirate ship, when they concur with the pirate captain, they say, "Aye, Captain!" Okay, I'm going to stay on mute. Go ahead, Chris. Thanks for playing this. If you want to introduce it as well and introduce the material and then play it, but I am going to continue to work over here. So have a great afternoon and safe travels. Hello, welcome to Zentown. How about you? Are you it? So you can hear the airplanes in the background flying over my house.
In order to understand and explain how the self-image, a term he popularized for certain processes within the subconscious mind, has complete control over an individual's ability to achieve or fail to achieve any goal. Second, everything written, said, recorded, or taught about self-improvement since Malt wrote has derived from his work. Try and find any book on success or self-improvement written since 1960, right for yesterday, that does not include a discussion of self-image and the techniques for improving and managing it, notably including visualization, mental rehearsal, and relaxation. And you'll realize how crucial the work of Malt still is. The relatively young science of sports psychology, relied on heavily by professional golfers, sports franchises, coaches, and Olympians, owes an enormous debt, occasionally acknowledged, to psycho-cybernetics. Third, unlike philosophical musings about success, psycho-cybernetics is, in fact, scientific. It provides practical things to do, not just think about, that yield quantifiable results. What is unique about psycho-cybernetics is that it offers techniques that help make whatever was once difficult easy. In short, whether you set out to lose weight and keep it off, lower your golf score, double your income in selling, become a confident public speaker, write the great American novel, or achieve any other imaginable goal, in order to succeed, you will use psycho-cybernetic technique, either directly from Dr. Maltz or some other source influenced by his work. By acquiring this program, you have gone to the first and still foremost source. It is significant that, with very little publicity or marketing, the original Psycho-Cybernetics book has had such amazing longevity and is now a classic in its field. Today, just as 10, 20, and 30 years ago, sales managers tell recruits, coaches tell athletes, consultants tell clients, get and read this book. Now I dare to update the classic. In doing so, I have set out to preserve much of the original content. Much of it, in fact, is unchanged. Some has been modestly updated in language or example. To integrate it with other works of Dr. Maltz, I have added my own observations and lessons learned from teaching psycho-cybernetic technique, along with examples and stories submitted by many users of these techniques and culled from others' books referencing these techniques. Throughout, I have tried to maintain Maltz's original voice. Over the years since 1960, Dr. Maltz and those who followed him devoted increasing emphasis to translating the principles and concepts of psycho-cybernetics into actual practical mental training exercises, and I've included a number of those as well. All things combined, this is the most complete psycho-cybernetics work ever published. I sincerely believe that you hold in your hands one of the most powerful tools for self-improvement and goal achievement available anywhere, at any time, at any price. It has been my privilege to have a small part in bringing it to you. If you aren't achieving everything you want in life, it is probably because your goals are being ineffectively communicated to or rejected by your self-image, and your servo mechanism is underutilized and uninspired. This statement may initially strike you as psychobabble and gobbledygook, but by the time you listen to this program just once, you will fully understand that this single statement reveals the master key to all personal achievement, including whatever improvement in performance and outcomes you desire in any area of life, personal, health, relationships, career, business, or finance. Dr. Maxwell Maltz died in 1975, yet he is the primary author of this program, written in 2001, and he contributed in a very active and lively way. In addition to writing the original Psycho-Cybernetics on which the new edition is based, Dr. Maltz was a remarkable...
Okay, so we're going to lower him down. Oh, we'll let him play for now.
Psycho-Cybernetics. Thousands of pages of unpublished counseling session notes, interviews, speeches, and radio broadcasts, and more. All of this material was put into a computer, carefully sorted and organized, so that Dr. Maltz could continue contributing to new works even today. Although Mr. Kennedy has also contributed to this program, to prevent confusion and clutter, you are hearing everything spoken by one voice, Dr. Maltz. It reads as if Dr. Maltz wrote it today, in its entirety. We are certain he would be proud of this work, and that you will benefit from it enormously. Chapter 1. The Self-Image, Your Key to Living Without Limits. Bruce Barton wrote, "Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared believe that something inside them was superior to circumstance." A revolution in psychology began in the late 1960s and exploded in the 1970s. When I wrote the first edition of Psycho-Cybernetics in 1960, I was at the forefront of a sweeping change in the fields of psychology, psychiatry, and medicine. New theories and concepts concerning the self began emerging from the work and findings of clinical psychologists, practicing psychiatrists, and even cosmetic or so-called plastic surgeons like myself. New methods growing out of these findings resulted in dramatic changes in personality, in health, and Because of the mentality, chronic failures became successful. F students changed into straight A pupils with no extra tutoring. Shy, retiring, inhibited personalities became happy and outgoing. At the time, I was quoted in the January 1959 issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, in which T.F. James summarized these results obtained by various psychologists and MDs as follows. Quote, understanding the psychology of the self can mean the difference between success and failure, love and hate, bitterness and happiness. The discovery of the real self can rescue a crumbling marriage, recreate a faltering career, transform victims of personality failure. On another plane, discovering your real self means the difference between freedom and the compulsions of conformity. Unquote. This was barely predictive of everything that has occurred in the 4 decades that followed. When Psycho-Cybernetics was first published, if you visited a bookstore to obtain a copy, you might have found it nestled on an obscure shelf with only a dozen or so other so-called self-help books. Today, of course, self-help is one of the largest sections in the entire bookstore. Psychologists, psychiatrists, and therapists have proliferated. New specialists have emerged, such as sports psychologists and corporate performance coaches. And the stigma of seeking such help has disappeared to such an extent that in some circles doing so is trendy. Self-help psychology has become so popular, it even has found a place in television infomercials. Once difficult, now easy. I'm gratified that much of this modern explosion of ideas, information, and people to assist you with everything from conquering procrastination to shaving strokes off your golf score appears to be based on psychology. You might say that my original work was ahead of its time, or you might say that it has aged well. Whatever you conclude, the most important thing for you personally is that the fundamental promise of Psycho-Cybernetics has been proven true beyond any doubt or argument. That is, once difficult, now easy. Whatever is now difficult for you, whatever may have prompted your listening to this program, can be transformed from difficult to easy through the use of certain sound psychological concepts, easily understood and mastered with a training technique, and a few practical steps. Your secret blueprint. I would argue that the most important psychological discovery of modern times is the discovery of the self-image. By understanding your self-image, and by learning to modify and manage it to suit your purposes, you gain incredible confidence and power. Whether we realize it or not, each of us carries within us a mental blueprint or picture of ourselves. It may be vague and ill-defined to our conscious gaze. In fact, it may not be consciously recognizable at all, but it is there, complete, down to the last detail. This self-image is our own conception of the sort of person I am. It has been built up from our own beliefs about ourselves. Most of these beliefs about ourselves have unconsciously been formed from our past experiences, our successes and failures, our humiliations, our triumphs, and the way other people have reacted to us, especially in early childhood. From all these, we mentally construct a self, or a picture of a self. Once an idea or a belief about ourselves goes into this picture, it becomes true, as far as we personally are concerned. We do not question its validity, but proceed to act upon it just as if it were true. The self-image then controls what you can and cannot accomplish, what is difficult or easy, even how others respond to you, just as certainly and scientifically as a thermostat controls the temperature in your home. Specifically, all your actions, feelings, behavior, even your abilities are always consistent with this self-image. Note the word always. In short, you will act like the sort of person you conceive yourself to be. More important, you literally cannot act otherwise, in spite of all your conscious efforts or willpower. This is why trying to achieve something difficult with teeth gritted is a losing battle. Willpower is not the answer. Self-image management is. The snapback effect. The person who has a fat self-image, whose self-image claims to have a sweet tooth, to be unable to resist junk food, who cannot find the time to exercise, will be unable to lose weight and keep it off no matter what he tries to do consciously in opposition to that self-image. You cannot long outperform or escape your self-image. If you do escape briefly, you'll be snapped back, like a rubber band extended between two fingers coming loose from one. The person who perceives himself to be a failure-type person will find some way to fail, in spite of all his good intentions or his willpower, even if opportunity is literally dumped in his lap. The person who conceives himself to be a victim of injustice, one who was meant to suffer, will invariably find circumstances to verify his opinion. You can insert any specific into this: your golf game, sales career, public speaking, weight loss, relationship. The control of your self-image is absolute and pervasive. The snapback effect is universal. The self-image is a premise, a base or a foundation upon which your entire personality, your behavior, and even your circumstances are built. As a result, our experiences seem to verify and thereby strengthen our self-image, and either a vicious or a beneficent cycle, as the case may be, is set up. For example, a student who sees himself as an F-type student, or one who is dumb in mathematics, will invariably find that his report card bears him out. He then has proof. In the same manner, a sales professional or an entrepreneur will also find that her actual experiences tend to prove that her self-image is correct. Whatever is difficult for you, whatever frustrations you have in your life, they are likely proving and reinforcing something ingrained in your self-image, like a groove in a record. Because of this objective proof, it very seldom occurs to us that our trouble lies in our self-image or our own evaluation of ourselves. Tell the student that he only thinks he cannot master algebra, and he'll doubt your sanity. He's tried and tried, and still his report card tells the story. Tell the sales agent that it's only an idea that you cannot earn more than a certain figure, and she can prove you wrong by her order book. She knows only too well how hard she has tried and failed. Yet, as we shall see, almost miraculous changes have occurred, both in grades of students and the earning capacity of salespeople, once they were prevailed upon to change their self-image. Obviously, it's not enough to say it's all in your head. In fact, that's insulting. It is more productive to explain that it is based on certain ingrained, possibly hidden patterns of thought that, if altered, will free you to tap more of your potential and experience vastly different results. This brings me to the most important truth about the self-image. It can be changed. Numerous case histories have shown that you are never too young or too old to change your self-image and start to live a new, amazingly different life. Here's another illustration of how the self-image operates. Picture yourself living inside two boxes, one smaller than the other. The bigger box, farthest away from you, represents real or
Wiping out.
the area between.
This is what's different. We didn't take this lightly tonight, sir. The whole country and the world has put its foot down and said, this will not be. Don't misunderstand me. Life matters, of course. And in terms of Israel responding, Israel has not only a right, they also have a duty, as Piers Morgan always says, that they also have a duty to respond to a threat like that. But in terms of the way I was looking at it, was from the point of view of the Israeli state itself being threatened. If Israel can take on Hezbollah, Iran, and all the rest, Hamas cannot scratch Israel, let's face it. So the Palestinians themselves cannot do that. The only reason why things will keep aggravating, keep getting more.
Circumstances, or on some particular habit or character defect. I will get that job. I will be more calm and relaxed in the future. This business venture will turn out right for me, and so on. But they never thought to change their thinking of the self that was to accomplish these things. Jesus warned us about the folly of putting a patch of new material on an old garment, or of putting new wine into old bottles. Positive thinking cannot be used effectively as a patch to the same old self-image. In fact, it is literally impossible to really think positively about a particular situation as long as you hold a negative concept of self. Numerous experiments have shown that once the concept of self is changed, other things consistent with the new concept of self are accomplished easily and without strain. A system of ideas. One of the earliest and most convincing experiments along this line was conducted by the late Prescott Leckie, one of the pioneers in self-image psychology. Leckie conceived of the personality as a system of ideas, all of which must be consistent with each other. Ideas that are inconsistent with the system are rejected, not believed, and not acted on. Ideas that seem to be consistent with the system are accepted. At the very center of this system of ideas, the keystone or the base on which all else is built is the individual's self-image or his conception of himself. Lecky was a school teacher and had an opportunity to test his theory on thousands of students. He theorized that if a student had trouble learning a certain subject, it could be because, from the student's point of view, it would be inconsistent for him to learn it. Lecky believed, however, that if the student could be induced to change his self-definition, his learning ability should also change. This proved to be the case. One student, who misspelled 55 words out of 100 and flunked so many subjects that he lost credit for a year, made a general average of 91 the next year and became one of the best spellers in school. A girl who was dropped from one college because of poor grades entered Columbia and became a straight A student. A boy who was told by a testing bureau that he had no aptitude for English won honorable mention the next year for a literary crime. The trouble with these students was not that they were dumb or lacking in basic aptitude. The trouble was an inadequate self-image. I don't have a mathematical mind. I'm just naturally a poor speller. They identified with their mistakes and failures. Instead of saying, I failed that test, which is factual and descriptive, they concluded, I am a failure. Instead of saying, I flunked that subject, they said, I am a flunker. For those who are interested in learning more of Lecky's work, try to find a copy of his book, Self-Consistency, A Theory of Personality. Lecky also used the same method to cure students of such habits as nail-biting and stuttering. My own files contain case histories just as convincing. The woman who was so afraid of strangers that she seldom ventured out of the house, and who now makes her living as a public speaker. The salesman, who had already prepared a letter of resignation because he just wasn't cut out for selling, and 6 months later was #1 man on a force of 100 salespeople. The minister who was considering retirement because nerves and the pressure of preparing a sermon every week were getting him down, and who now delivers an average of 3 outside talks a week in addition to his weekly sermons and doesn't know he has a nerve in his body. Following Dr. Lecky's breakthrough thinking on this subject, born from observation, as well as my own observations and thoughts chronicled in the earlier editions of this book, a mountain of more sophisticated scientific research and anecdotal evidence has led to the acceptance of the controlling self-image by most of the psychological community. How a plastic surgeon became interested in self-image psychology. My story. Offhand, there would seem to be little or no connection between surgery and psychology. Yet it was the work of the plastic surgeon that first hinted at the existence of the self-image and raised certain questions that led to important psychological knowledge. When I first began the practice of plastic surgery many years ago, I was amazed by the dramatic and subtle changes in character and personality that often resulted when a facial defect was corrected. Changing the physical image in many instances appeared to create an entirely new person. In case after case, the scalpel that I held in my hand became transformed and transformed not only patients' appearance, but their whole life. The shy and retiring became bold and courageous. A stupid boy changed into an alert, bright youngster who went on to become an executive with a prominent firm. A salesman who had lost his touch and his faith in himself became a model of self-confidence. And perhaps the most startling of all was the habitual hardened criminal who changed almost overnight from an incorrigible who had never shown any desire to change into a model prisoner who won a parole and went on to assume a responsible role in society. Some 60 years ago, I reported many such case histories in my book, New Faces, New Futures, written more for my peers than the public. Following its publication, and similar articles in leading magazines, I was besieged with questions by criminologists, psychologists, sociologists, and psychiatrists. They asked questions that I could not answer, but they did start me on a search. Strangely enough, I learned as much from my failures as from my successes, if not more. It was easy to explain the successes. The boy with the 2 big ears who had been told that he looked like a taxi cab with both doors open had been ridiculed all his life, often cruelly. Association with others meant humiliation and pain. Why shouldn't he avoid social contact? Why shouldn't he become afraid of people and retire into himself? Terribly afraid to express himself in any way, he became known as stupid. When his ears were corrected, it would seem only natural that since the cause of his embarrassment and humiliation had been removed, he should assume a normal role in life, which he did. Or consider the salesman who suffered a facial disfigurement as the result of an automobile accident. Each morning when he shaved, he could see the horrible, disfiguring scar on his cheek and a grotesque twist to his mouth. For the first time in his life, he became painfully self-conscious. He was ashamed of himself and felt that his appearance must be repulsive to others. The scar became an obsession with him. He was different from other people. He began to wonder what others were thinking of him. Soon his self-image was even more mutilated than his face. He began to lose confidence in himself. He became bitter and hostile. Soon, almost all his attention was directed toward himself, and his primary goal became the protection of his ego and the avoidance of situations that might bring humiliation. It is easy to understand how the correction of his facial disfigurement and the restoration of a normal face would overnight change this man's entire attitude and outlook, his feelings about himself, resulting in greater success in his work. The mystery inspired me. If the scalpel was magic, why did some people who acquired new faces go right on wearing their old personalities? What about the exception, those who didn't change? What about the Duchess, who all her life had been terribly shy and self-conscious because of a tremendous hump in her nose? Although surgery gave her a classic nose and a face that was truly beautiful, she continued to act the part of the ugly duckling, the unwanted sister, who could never bring herself to look another human being in the eye. If the scalpel itself was magic, why did it not work on the Duchess? Or what about all the others who acquired new faces, but went right on wearing the same old personality? How to explain the reaction of people who insist that the surgery has made no difference whatever in their appearance? Every plastic surgeon has had this experience, and has probably been as baffled by it as I was. No matter how drastic the change in appearance may be, certain patients will insist that I look just the same as before, you didn't do a thing. Friends, even family, may scarcely recognize them, may become enthusiastic over their newly acquired beauty. Yet the patients themselves insist that they can see only slight or no improvement, or in fact deny that any change at all has been made. Comparison of before and after photographs does little good, and may even arouse hostility. By some strange method, the patient will rationalize. Of course, I can see it. The hump is no longer in my nose, but my nose still looks just the same. The scar may not show anymore, but it's still there. Scars that bring pride instead of shame. Still another clue in search of the elusive self-image is the fact that not all scars or disfigurements bring shame and humiliation. When I was a young medical student in Germany, I saw many a student proudly wearing his saber scar, much as an American might wear the Medal of Honor. The duelists were the elite of college society, and the facial scar was the badge that proved you a member in good standing. For these boys, the acquisition of a horrible scar on the cheek had the same psychological effect as the eradication of the scar from the cheek of my salesman patient. I began to see that a knife itself held no magical power. It could be used on one person to inflict the scar, and on another to erase a scar with the same psychological result. The mystery of imaginary ugliness. To a person handicapped by a genuine congenital defect, or suffering an actual facial disfigurement as a result of an accident, plastic surgery can indeed seemingly perform magic. From such cases, it would be easy to theorize that the cure-all for all neuroses, unhappiness, failure, fear, anxiety, and lack of self-confidence would be wholesale plastic surgery to remove all bodily defects. However, according to this theory, persons with normal or acceptable faces should be singularly free from all psychological handicap. They should be cheerful, happy, self-confident, free from anxiety and worry. We know only too well this is not true. Nor can such a theory explain the people who visit the office of a cosmetic surgeon and demand a facelift to cure a purely imaginary ugliness. There are, for example, the 35 to 45-year-old women who are convinced old, even though their appearance is perfectly normal, and in many cases unusually attractive. There are the young girls who are convinced that they are ugly merely because their mouth, nose, or bust measurement does not exactly match that of the current reigning Hollywood celebrity, teen pop star, or the most popular girl in their school. There are the men who believe that their ears are too big or their nose is too long. Such imagined ugliness is not at all uncommon. Surveys of everyone from teenagers and college students to mature men and women consistently show high numbers, 70, 80, even 90%, dissatisfied in some way with their appearance. If the words normal or average mean anything at all, it is obvious that 90% of our population cannot be abnormal or different or defective in appearance. Yet surveys have shown that approximately the same percentage of our general population finds some reason to be ashamed of their body image. Of course, in some cases, this becomes chronic dissatisfaction that motivates healthy weight loss and exercise. Many other times, though, it either stimulates attempts at weight loss or fitness doomed to failure because of strong self-image-based restrictions, or simply cause people profound unhappiness. These people react just as if they suffered an actual disfigurement. They feel the same shame, they develop the same fears and anxiety. Their capacity to really live fully is blocked and choked by the same sort of psychological roadblock. Their scars, though mental and emotional rather than physical, are just as debilitating. Why are the rich and powerful unhappy? Why do the popular, successful, wealthy, beautiful people of Hollywood, athletes awarded mega-million-dollar contracts and set for life, and enormously influential and powerful business or political leaders engage in amazingly self-sabotage, alcohol or drug abuse and addiction, or in all manner of publicly humiliating and destructive behavior? You see it reported every day. They bought the BMW and they have the $3 million Mill Valley house, and they still wake up in the morning and say, I don't feel good about myself. That's a quote from Dr. Stephen Goldbart, a psychologist treating many .com and tech industry millionaires in Silicon Valley for what is characterized as undeserved wealth syndrome. Wealth, success, power, and celebrity are no more guarantees of happiness and peace of mind than surgical improvement of some personal appearance flaw. The self-image, the real secret. Discovery of the self-image explains all the apparent discrepancies we've been discussing. It is the common denominator, the determining factor in all our case history, the failures as well as the successes. The secret is this: to really live, that is, to find life reasonably satisfying, you must have an adequate and realistic self-image that you can live with. You must find yourself acceptable to you. You must have a wholesome self-esteem. You must have a self that you can trust and believe in. You must have a self that you are not ashamed to be, and one that you can feel and express creatively, rather than hide or cover up. You must know yourself, both your strength and your weaknesses, and be honest with yourself concerning both. Your self-image must be a reasonable approximation of you, being neither more nor less than you are. When this self-image is intact and secure, you feel good. When it is threatened, you feel anxious and insecure. When it is adequate, and one that you can be wholesomely proud of, you feel self-confident. You feel free to be yourself and to express yourself. You function at your optimum. When the self-image is an object of shame, you attempt to hide it rather than express it. Creative expression is blocked. You become hostile and hard to get along with. If a scar on the face enhances the self, as in the case of the German duelist, self-esteem and self-confidence are increased. If a scar on the face detracts from the self-image, as in the case of the salesman, loss of self-esteem and self-confidence results. When a facial disfigurement is corrected by plastic surgery, dramatic psychological changes result only if there is a corresponding correction of the mutilated self-image. Sometimes the image of a disfigured self persists even after successful surgery, much the same as the face. They continue to feel pain years after the physical arm or leg has been amputated. I began a new career. These observations led me into a new career. In 1945 or so, I became definitely convinced that many of the people who consult a plastic surgeon need more than surgery, and that some do not need surgery at all. If I were to treat these people as patients, as a whole person rather than as merely a nose, ear, mouth, arm, or leg, I needed to be in a position to give them something more. I needed to be able to show them how to obtain a psychological, emotional, and spiritual facelift, how to remove emotional scars, how to channel their attitudes and thoughts, as well as modify their physical appearance. This determination launched me on a continuing process of pointed observation, documenting my own case history, lecturing both to peers and to the public, then writing this book, first published in 1960. This book caught the public's imagination in a special way. It was excerpted in popular magazines, including Reader's Digest and Cosmopolitan, purchased by the thousands by corporations for their salespeople and other employees, adopted by top athletes, coaches, and teams, including the Vince Lombardi coached Green Bay Packers. Its success led quickly to many speaking engagements, seminar tours, radio and television interviews, even my own radio program. Invitations to speak about my discoveries came from churches, colleges, and corporations. Ultimately, I also wrote several other books, extensions of this one, including The Magic Power of Self-Image. Late in my life, 3 decades after its first publication, I was gratified that Psycho-Cybernetics continues to sell tens of thousands of copies each year, almost entirely thanks to word-of-mouth recommendation, and is inspiring new interpretation. With each passing year, as I accumulated more experience teaching the power of self-image, counseling, and monitoring the results people achieve with this information, I became more convinced than ever that what each of us really wants deep down is more life. Something I termed aliveness, the experience of living a life unrestricted by self-image imposed artificial limits. Happiness, success, peace of mind, whatever your own conception of supreme good may be, is experienced in its essence as more life. When we experience expansive emotions of happiness, self-confidence, and success, we enjoy more life. And to the degree that we inhibit our abilities, frustrate our God-given talent, and allow ourselves to suffer anxiety, fear, self-condemnation, and self-hate, we literally choke off the life force available to us and turn our back on the gift that our Creator has made. To the degree that we deny the gift of life, we embrace death. Your new program for liberated living. In my opinion, the professions of psychology and psychiatry are often far too pessimistic regarding people and their potential for self-directed change, even greatness. Since psychologists and psychiatrists deal with so-called abnormal people, the literature is almost exclusively taken up with various abnormalities, with some people's tendencies towards self-destruction. Many people, I am afraid, have read so much of this type of viewpoint, they've come to regard such things as hatred, the destructive instinct, guilt, self-condemnation, and all the other negatives as normal human behavior. Average persons feel awfully weak and impotent when they think of the prospect of pitting their puny will against these negative forces in human nature in order to gain health and happiness. If this were a true picture of human nature and the human condition, self-improvement would indeed be a rather futile thing. However, I believe, and the experiences of my many patients have confirmed the fact, that you do not have to do the job alone. There is within each of us a life instinct, which is forever working toward health, happiness, and all that makes for more life for the individual. This life instinct works for you through what I call the creative mechanism, or when used correctly, the automatic success mechanism that is built into each human being. In this program, I will endeavor to give you very practical ideas and instructions for liberating your own self-image, fully activating your own automatic success mechanism. If you will give all this a reasonable chance, I'm confident you too will be pleasantly amazed at all the possibilities you will experience. New scientific insight into the subconscious mind. There is admittedly debate about the actual structural makeup of the human mind. Crammed into your brain are more neurons than there are stars in the Milky Way, hundreds of billions of them, an unimaginable number. Each of these neurons receives input from tens of thousands of the other neurons and sends messages to tens of thousands of others, adding up to over 1 billion connections. In his book about the brain, Bright Air, Brilliant Fire, neuroscientist Gerald Edelman speculated that if you were to attempt counting the links 1 per second, you might finish 32 million years later. The operation is something roughly akin to your clicking on the "You've Got Mail" beeping icon on your computer and finding 10,000 or 20,000 email messages that require sorting, prioritizing, organizing, and responding to just to get everything right so that you can accomplish the first simple task of your day, such as tying your shoelaces. You would melt down at the prospect, but your brain handles it in nanoseconds with a plum. The brain is roughly 3 pounds. It contains the equivalent of entire cities full of giant buildings full of computer circuitry. It is surely the most complex and amazing thing we will ever discover, and it is still a frontier, because research keeps uncovering new revelations about how the human mind operates. On top of the mechanical aspect, there are psychological and spiritual matters. The issue of mind as attachment to the soul, the conscious and subconscious, the Freudian concept of id, the idea of 3 operating systems rather than 2, reptilian, limbic, and cerebral, left brain, right brain, and on and on. My take on all this has been criticized by some as simplistic. It's possible that research continuing long after my departure will eventually demonstrate that I've been partly right and partly wrong, and will produce even better insight into practical self-improvement. If and when that occurs, I'd applaud. But for now, let me just say that to you it shouldn't matter much whether some professor of psychology with lots of letters after his name looks down his nose at what we are discussing as oversimplistic. Let's you and I focus on the most important point: what works. And I can assure you that what we are discussing here has worked for thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and will work for you. By work, I mean empower you to get more of what you want out of life. My exploration of the science of cybernetics convinced me that the so-called subconscious mind is not a mind at all, but a goal-striving servo mechanism consisting of the brain and nervous system, which is used and directed by the mind. The most usable concept is that man does not have 2 minds, but rather a mind, or consciousness, which operates an automatic goal-striving machine. This automatic goal-striving machine functions in much the same way as electronic servo mechanisms function, but it is much more marvelous, much more complex than any electronic brain, computer, or guided missile ever conceived by man. The creative mechanism within you is impersonal. It will work automatically and impersonally to achieve goals of success and happiness, or unhappiness and failure, depending upon the goals you set for it. Presented with success goals, and it functions as a success mechanism. Presented with negative goals, and it operates just as impersonally and just as faithfully as a failure mechanism. Like any other servo mechanism, it must have a clear-cut target, objective, or problem to work upon. In short, the goals you attempt to convey to this mechanism are filtered through the self-image, and if they are inconsistent with the self-image, they are rejected or modified. By discovering how to alter your self-image, you end its conflict with your goal. Then, if you can communicate your goals directly to your creative mechanism, it will do what is necessary for you to achieve them. Like any other servo mechanism, our creative mechanism uses the information and the data that we feed into it, our thoughts, beliefs, interpretation. Through our attitudes and interpretations of situations, we describe the problem to be worked on. If we feed information and data into our creative mechanism to the effect that we ourselves are unworthy, inferior, undeserving, incapable, our negative self-image, this data is processed and acted on as any other data in giving us the answer in the form of objective experience. When someone we know acts, or when we behave in a way that is astoundingly wrong and wonder why, the answer is basically miscommunication with the servo mechanism. The servo mechanism is functioning perfectly, but acting on a severe misunderstanding. Self-image imprinting. This is most controlled by 3 factors: authoritative source, intensity, and repetition. What we hear from a source we accept as authoritative, such as the father we see as omnipotent, from whom we desperately seek acceptance as a child, is given far more weight than the same statements if heard from what is to us at the time a less credible source. What we see, hear, or experience with intensity, such as the father yelling at us in front of others, making us humiliated, has added weight. And what we hear repetitively from authoritative sources has even more weight. Years after this programming has ceased, it may still be governing all sorts of behavior, because the servo mechanism continues acting upon it as current. Your program for more liberated living consists in, first of all, learning something about this creative mechanism or automatic guidance system within you. In the process, you will learn how to use it as a success mechanism rather than as a failure mechanism. Second, you will actually program and reprogram or engineer the personality and the life experiences you desire. It is not widely known, but the controversial Dr. Timothy Leary, a 1960s hippie icon, but also a scientist, was as fascinated with the link between mechanical cybernetic things of the human mind as I. In an interview in 1992, Leary stated, "It is a genetic imperative to explore the brain because it's there. If you're carrying around in your head 100 million mainframe computers, you just have to get in there and learn how to operate." Unquote. I think it is your personal imperative to invest the time, energy, and study needed to better understand and use your mind power, including your self-image power. He also said, "We can only understand our inner workings in terms of the external mechanical or teleological models that we build." Unquote. This program, now in your hand, is exactly that. A path to greater understanding of your own mind based on teleological models such as guided missile and computer technology. The method itself consists in learning, practicing, and experiencing new habits of thinking, imagining, remembering, and acting in order to 1. Develop an adequate and realistic self-image, and 2. Use your creative mechanism to bring success and happiness in achieving particular goals. While the human mind is an endlessly complex creation, and while you could read hundreds of texts by neuroscientists and be no further along in improving your use of your own mind, self-improvement with psycho-cybernetics can be remarkably simple, and it offers rapid results. If you can remember, worry, or tie your shoe, you can succeed with psycho-cybernetics. As you will see later, the method to be used consists of creative mental picturing, creatively experiencing through your imagination, and the formation of new automatic reaction patterns by acting out and acting as if. You may already have read or heard quite a bit about such techniques and tried them with mixed or disappointing results. If so, it does not necessarily mean that you used them improperly, nor does it mean that you are somehow unable to use them successfully. It more likely means that you attempted applying the technique in conflict with your self-image. Once you use them in concert, managing and strengthening yourself, you will see positive results. I often told my patients that if you can remember, worry, or tie your shoe, you will have no trouble applying this method. The things you are called upon to do are simple, but you must practice and experience. Visualizing, creative mental picturing is no more difficult than what you do when you remember a scene out of the past or worry about the future. Acting out new action patterns is no more difficult than deciding, then following through on tying your shoes in a new and different manner each morning, instead of continuing to tie them in your old habitual way without thought or decision. All those who have benefited from psycho-cybernetics. You might be encouraged by a quick list of those who use these methods exactly as I'm going to describe them to you as we proceed through this program. Athlete. Psycho-cybernetic and athlete have long been linked. In 1967, the newspapers reported that the big thing now with the Green Bay Packers is psycho-cybernetic. This was the Vince Lombardi era of Packers, and Coach Lombardi, as well as famous players Jerry Kramer and Bart Starr, all carried their copies of the book with them and shared it with their teammates. A New York Times article from July 1968 reported on Yankee great Mickey Mantle uncovering Jim Booth's copy of Psycho-Cybernetics and finding it full of handwritten margins. Jack Nicklaus, the late James Stewart, and many other top golfers have made very specific statements about their reliance on the mental side of golf. In a foreword to the book Mind Over Golf, referring to his victories in the 1989 PGA Championship and the 1991 U.S. Open, James Stewart wrote, "With my old mindset, I don't think I would have been able to prevail in either of those major championships. But with my new mental approach, I was able to raise my game to the highest level when I had it." Unquote. Mind Over Golf, incidentally, is written by Dr. Richard Koop, a professor of educational psychology at the University of North Carolina, a contributing editor to Golf Magazine, and a coach to many golfers. I recommend his book as a companion to this one, Should Golf Be Your Recreation or Vocation? In this program, you will also discover rodeo riders, Olympic athletes, football players, and many coaches who rely on psycho-cybernetic strategies in general, or specifically by name, to succeed. Coaches. In 1997, the Psycho-Cybernetics Foundation received a letter from Linda Tyler Rollins, Assistant Athletic Director for Academic Affairs at the University of North Texas. She wrote that she'd been teaching from Psycho-Cybernetics for years and that in a course for incoming scholarship athletes, quote, the vocabulary they become accustomed to during their academic and athletic careers at UNT is based on the concept presented by Dr. Maltz before these students were born, unquote. A Boston psychologist, now coaching pro golfers, profiled in Golf Magazine, Dr. Gloria Spitalny, says, by my calculations, the average golfer spends about 86% of their time doing nothing but wrestling with their thoughts and emotions, feeling one way or another about what is taking place, feeling exhilaration or anger, struggling to keep focused, worrying about what's happened or what is up ahead, unquote. It only stands to reason that if 86% of the time spent playing the game is dominated by thought and emotion, not physical action, that 86% of the success-failure determination is due to management of thought and emotion, not swing mechanics or putting prowess. The same thing is true in every athletic activity. So more and more coaches are devoting more and more time and energy to mental preparation and psychological motivation. Several top coaches have written their own books about these subjects, notably including Pat Riley and Phil Jackson of the NBA. Brendan Suhr, former assistant head coach with Chuck Daly at the Detroit Pistons and the Orlando Magic, is a fan of Psycho-Cybernetics, and in a video program about Psycho-Cybernetics, explained that he used the principles in suggesting new mental pictures to players struggling with different aspects of the game. Entrepreneurs and business leaders. Consider Ray Kroc, the milkshake machine salesman who looked at the McDonald Brothers little hamburger stand and envisioned something amazing. Long after McDonald's hamburger shops were everywhere, Mr. Kroc was asked in an interview how he felt about the tendency of competitive fast food restaurant chains to copy every new McDonald's idea, product, or promotion so quickly. He replied, "We can invent faster than they can copy." He was making a statement of self-image, an affirmation of confidence, initiative, and power, in regard to a set of circumstances that many people would complain about and feel threatened by. Every business visionary and leader of note has a similar bring it on approach, which from a Psycho-Cybernetics standpoint, I admire. Let me tell you one quick story about a remarkable young business leader by the name of Joe Polish. Joe is a carpet cleaner by trade, who discovered certain effective, albeit unorthodox, methods for marketing and promoting such a business, and used that as a springboard to develop a company that teaches and assists other carpet cleaners with their marketing. At last count, Joe's organization had nearly 4,000 carpet cleaners as members from all over the United States and several foreign countries, with combined sales of over $800 million in cleaning services and product each year. Several hundred of those carpet cleaning business owners belong to Joe's telephone coaching program, too. Joe is a young man who has risen above a difficult family background without a college education and with no formal education in marketing to become the leading figure in his entire industry. In fact, he was named the Person of the Year by the #1 industry trade journal. Joe says that he has worn out his copy of Psycho-Cybernetics and recommends it to all his members, and has even held a special seminar for his members built around Psycho-Cybernetics, with the editor of this book as a guest speaker. The reason? As Joe says, all the business and marketing knowledge and technical skills in the world, coupled with the best product, prices, and positioning, are of far less value than they should be if the person who possesses them lacks the inner confidence needed to use them. One of the things we teach is how to sell at prices higher than your competition, and that has more to do with the individual business owner's self-image than it does with anything else, unquote. Sales professional. Phil Brook, a founding member of the board of the Psycho-Cybernetic Foundation, has devised complex and sophisticated sales training systems for sales forces of some of America's biggest corporations. His high-impact sales system has been the subject of several very fine books, including You're Working Too Hard to Make a Living. Bill has succeeded personally as a salesman and assisted thousands of others. And while he is very focused on methodology, he freely admits that the most sophisticated, perfectly engineered system for selling cannot produce results in the hands of salespersons attempting to function in conflict and combat with their own self-images. Zig Ziglar is arguably America's most celebrated motivational speaker and sales trainer. In his book, Secrets of Closing the Sale, which has sold well over 250,000 copies. Zig Wright. The salesman's self-image has a direct bearing on his sales success. When your self-image is solid, you can go from one prospect to the next, regardless of the reception you get. As a salesperson, it will help you enormously to understand that nobody on the face of this earth can make you feel inferior without your permission. Once you get your image right, then your sales world and your personal world will improve. Dr. Maxwell Maltz, author of Psycho-Cybernetics, said the purpose of all psychotherapy is to build the self-esteem, that is, the image of the patient. Your self-image is important, so build a good one, and you'll be able to build your sales career bigger, better, and faster. Unquote. In this program, you'll be privy to a handful of case histories involving sales professionals, including the man with the too big nose and too big ears. You will see that Psycho-Cybernetic crosses all occupational, vocational, educational, or situational order to work almost as reliably and consistently as gravity. Chapter 16 of this program features 5 amazing stories of individual successes with Psycho-Cybernetic. But what about genetic or natural talent? The argument of genetic predestination is utterly without merit. Funk. In his outstanding book, Profiles of Power and Success, Dr. Gene Lundgren provides in-depth analytical psychological profiles of 14 extraordinarily successful visionaries and achievers, and flatly concludes that nurture, not nature, is the basis for success. Quote, based on the family histories of these visionaries, heritage had little or nothing to do with their success. Unquote. Instead, he identifies certain characteristics with which he says they were programmed, and they programmed themselves. If genetic talent were the barrier to success you cannot overcome, or the ultimate secret behind achievement, you would expect Walt Disney to have come from breeding stock, evidencing extraordinary creativity and entrepreneurial accomplishment. Walt Disney's father failed in 5 different businesses, including a Florida motel. Master architect Frank Lloyd Wright's sire was an unemployed itinerant minister, so inept he never kept any one job for more than a year. Picasso's father was a mediocre artist at best. No, this isn't like breeding horses or showtime. Evidence abounds that the conditioned, programmed, nurtured, and directed self-image controls success, not a genetic transfer over which you have no control. You cannot select your parent. You can select your self-image with Psycho-Cybernetic. Someone can argue this by pointing a finger at Michael Jordan or Tiger Woods. While it is true they each exhibit exceptional raw physical talent, that talent alone would surely have gone to waste without the healthy self-image conditioned through a variety of influences, not the least of which were authoritative sources, such as Tiger's father or Michael's college coach, Dean Smith. And for every Jordan, I can point my finger to an athlete of admittedly average physical type who rises to the very top of his sport. In baseball, Ty Cobb and Pete Rose come to mind. In football, Fran Tarkenton or Doug Flutie, both erroneously judged by the experts as too small to play the game, are examples. Do not tolerate for a minute the idea that you are prohibited from any achievement by the absence of inborn talent or ability. This is a lie of the grandest order, an excuse of the saddest kind. Here's a prescription to help you along. Begin collecting scrapbooks on persons, past or present, who exhibit both the qualities of character and personality and the life achievements to which you aspire. Select a different representative for each characteristic, each aspiration. Become the reigning expert in these people's lives by collecting and reading their biographies, autobiographies, articles about them, speeches made by them, others' analyses of them that can be found in books like Dr. Lundgren's, Napoleon Hill's, and others. Discover the almost universal absence of predisposition from genetic, and often from their early environment and upbringing, for the personality they develop and the accomplishment of their lives. Ferret out the forces, thoughts, and influences that actually shape them. By making this your hobby, you will feed your imagination with valuable raw material that it can utilize to build the stronger, more goal-oriented self-image you require to achieve your life aspirations. In Mind Over Goal, Richard Coop tells golfers, if you've attended a PGA or LPGA tour event, and found your own swing seemed to contain a little more rhythm and tempo than usual the next time you played, it was no accident. By watching the tour professionals swing their clubs with proper pace, you were able to absorb some of their talent, and it showed in your game. This is common for many golfers of all talent levels. Even the most disjointed golfer begins to look rhythmical after observing smooth swingers such as Mark O'Meara, Gene Littler, or Nancy Lopez. The problem is that the newfound tempo doesn't last very long unless you're able to reinforce your visualization by regularly watching the tour pros. Unquote. This is exactly what I'm suggesting you do. Watch the people who best exemplify the characteristic you wish to strengthen and who are living as you aspire to live. By studying them through every media and source. Try this mental training exercise. Pick someone to thoroughly study for a month and get so intimately familiar with the way he or she thinks that you can sit down and have a conversation with them and solicit advice and coaching in your imagination. Chapter 2. How to awaken the automatic success mechanism within you. Henry David Thoreau wrote, "If one advances confidently in the direction of his dream and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours." When I first began getting serious about pondering the inner workings of the mind, I was amused to read an article by R.W. Gerard in the June 1946 issue of Scientific Monthly on the brain and imagination, in which he stated that it was sad but true that most of our understanding of the mind would remain as valid and useful if, for all we knew, the cranium were stuffed with cotton wadding. Since then, of course, understanding of how the human mind operates has expanded exponentially. Much of the thanks goes to the computer industry. When humans set out to build an electronic brain and to construct goal-striving mechanisms within computers, we had to discover and utilize certain basic principles. Having discovered them, scientists began to ask themselves, could this be the way the human brain works also? Could it be that in making man, our Creator has provided us with a servo mechanism more marvelous and wonderful than any electronic brain or guidance system ever dreamed of by man, but operating according to this basic principle? In the opinion of famous cybernetic scientists like Dr. Norbert Wiener and Dr. John von Neumann and others, the answer was an unqualified yes. Your built-in guidance system. Every living thing has a built-in guidance system or goal-striving device put there by its creator to help it achieve its goal, which is, in broad terms, to live. In the simpler forms of life, the goal to live simply means physical survival for both the individual and the species. The built-in mechanism in animals is limited to finding food and shelter, avoiding or overcoming enemies and hazards, and procreating to ensure the survival of the species. In humans, the goal to live means more than mere survival. Humans have certain emotional and spiritual needs that animals do not have. Consequently, for them to live encompasses more than physical survival and procreation of the species. It requires certain emotional and spiritual self-sacrifice as well.
Yeah, it's a recording.
Is also much broader in scope than an animal. In addition to avoiding or overcoming danger and the sexual instinct that help keep the race alive, the human success mechanism can help him get answers to problems, invent, write poetry, run a business, sell merchandise, explore new horizons in science, attain more peace of mind, develop a better personality, or achieve success in any other activity that's intimately tied into living or that makes for a fuller life. It is important to accept that you possess just such a success mechanism. The success instinct in action. The squirrel does not have to be taught how to gather nuts, nor does it need to learn that it should store them for winter. A squirrel born in the spring has never experienced winter, yet in the fall of the year it can be observed busily storing nuts to be eaten during the winter months, when there will be no food to be gathered. A bird does not need to take lessons in nest building, nor does it need to take courses in navigation. Yet birds navigate thousands of miles, sometimes over open sea. They have no newspapers or TV to give them weather reports, no books written by explorer or pioneer birds to map out within the warm areas of the earth. Nonetheless, the bird knows when cold weather is imminent, and the exact location of a warm climate. even though it may be thousands of miles away. In attempting to explain such things, we usually say that animals have certain instinct to guide them. Analyze all such instincts and you will find they assist the animal to successfully cope with its environment. In short, animals have a success instinct. We often overlook the fact that humans also have a success instinct, much more marvelous and much more complex than that of any animal. Our Creator did not shortchange it. On the other hand, we are especially blessed in this regard. Animals cannot select their goal. Their goals, self-preservation and procreation, are preset, so to speak. And their success mechanism is limited to these built-in goal images, which we call instinct. Humans, on the other hand, have something animals have: creative imagination. Thus, humans of all creatures are more than creatures. They are also creative. With imagination, they can formulate a variety of goals. They alone can direct their success mechanism by the use of imagination or imaging ability. You might say that animals are hardwired, and that is that. But we operate with software and can continually alter our output. Thus, the formula emerges. You as creator of your own life experience. 1. Conscious mind decision plus 2. Imagination that communicates a goal or target to 3. Your self-image equals 4. Work order, instructions to your servo mechanisms. We often think of creative imagination as applicable only to poets, inventors, and the like. But imagination is creative in everything we do. Although they did not understand why or how imagination sets our creative mechanism into action, serious thinkers of all ages, as well as hard-headed practical men, have recognized that and made use of it. Imagination rules the world, said Napoleon. Douglas Stewart, the famous Scottish philosopher, said, "The faculty of imagination is the great spring of human activity and the principal source of human improvement. Destroy this faculty, and the condition of man will become as stationary as that of the brutes." Unquote. You can imagine your future, said hard-nosed industrialist Henry J. Kaiser, who attributed much of his success in business to the constructive, positive use of creative imagination. Contemporary business leaders also acknowledge the importance and power of imagination. Consider the role of imagination in the remarkable world of Starbucks coffee. In his book, Pour Your Heart Into It, How Starbucks Built a Company One Cup at a Time, its CEO, Howard Schultz, talks of strolling the streets of Italian towns and having his imagination captured by the little sidewalk coffee or espresso bars packed with happy people, infused with energy, even romance. Schultz saw an opportunity, as he puts it, to reinvent a routine coffee. He noted, if it captures your imagination, it will captivate others. The Starbucks shop you visit today is the result of Schultz's imaginative efforts to replicate the romantic, happy experience of the Italians and their espresso bars in your downtown or your shopping center. Mr. Schultz writes, every Starbucks store is carefully designed to enhance the quality of everything the customers see, touch, hear, smell, or taste. What's the first thing you notice when you approach a Starbucks store? Almost always, it's the aroma. Aroma triggers memories more strongly than any of the other senses, and it obviously plays a major role in attracting people to our stores. Keeping that coffee aroma pure is no easy task. Unquote. He goes on to describe how they banned smoking before it became the norm, and do not sell certain foods in deference to the purity of the aroma. How they carefully select only certain kinds of background music over which the hiss of the espresso machine and the swish of the metal scoop shoveling out fresh beans can be heard, and on and on. Such intense attention to every minute detail requires imagination. Howard Schultz's creation of the Starbucks experience echoes the phenomenal imagination to reality leadership of Walt Disney. Think just about any Disney attraction and look closely, and you will notice amazing attention to detail born of the imagination. Former Disney confidant and creative thinking consultant at companies like Apple Computer and GE, Mike Vance, gives us this insight into the creation of the Blue Bayou restaurant inside Disneyland, then replicated at Disney World, in his book, Think Outside the Box. Quote, if you were designing a restaurant with a New Orleans theme, the Blue Bayou restaurant, what would you picture in your mind? The Louisiana Bayou country? Shadowy swamp? And what else? No shadowy, mysterious swamp is complete without fireflies darting about. What about the distinctive aromas lingering in the air of old New Orleans? Roasting coffee with chicory adulterating the brew adds to the unmistakable ambience of the French Quarter. The chicory aroma of fresh coffee was circulated through the restaurant's air conditioning system. Add the strains of that Dixieland band in the background, combined with the distinctive sounds of cricket chirping and a lone banjo picking out a lazy melody in the distance. Unquote. Mike notes that you may not identify each of these and other details, but that combined, they transport you to a different time and place. Virtually every person who visits Disneyland or Disney World once, as a child or adult, returns more than once. 100% retention of customers. It is no happy accident. It is imagination power put to the most practical of uses for corporate profit. Of course, many people waste much of their imagination power frittering it away on aimless daydreaming and fantasy with no real appreciation for what it might do if applied purposefully. The sun's light diffused is a gentle warmth. Directed through a magnifying glass in a certain way, it is incendiary. The imagination, aimless, may provide pleasant entertainment. Applied purposefully, it can effectively program your self-image and in turn your automatic success mechanism to realize whatever goals you choose. How your automatic success mechanism works. You are not a machine, not a computer, but in a very real sense, you have an awesomely powerful computer-like success machine at your disposal. Your physical brain and nervous system make up a servo mechanism that you use and that operates very much like a computer, a mechanical goal-seeking device. Your brain and nervous system constitute a goal-striking mechanism that operates automatically to achieve a certain goal, very much as a self-aiming torpedo or missile seeks out its target and steers its way to it. Your built-in servo mechanism functions both as a guidance system to automatically steer you in the right direction to achieve certain goals, or to make correct responses to environment, and also as an electronic brain, which can function automatically to solve problems, give you needed answers, and provide new ideas or inspiration. The word cybernetics comes from a Greek word meaning literally the steersman. Servo mechanisms are so constructed that they automatically steer their way to a goal, target, or answer. In 1948, the physicist Dr. Norbert Wiener began using cybernetics to denote the field of study of control and communication in animals, humans, and machines. In psychocybernetics, we are learning to more effectively communicate with and through the self-image, so as to better control the servo mechanism within.
The New
Your servo
Age
mechanism is capable of being an automatic success mechanism or an automatic failure mechanism. That depends on what mark you use or programming against through your self-image. When we can see what the human brain and nervous system as a form of servo mechanism operating in accordance with cybernetic principles, we gain a new insight into the why and wherefore of human behavior. I chose to call this new
I
concept
think will come out of the Illinois GOP
the principles of
hypnosis
cybernetics
is
as
under
applied
the
to the
rule
human
for
brain.
role. For New
I must
Age
repeat,
is here.
psychocybernetics does not say that a human being is a computer.
He's still
Rather,
in
it
the
says that we
dog.
have a computer that we use. Let us examine some of the similarities between
He's
mechanical
still
servo
in the dog.
mechanisms, such as computers,
I think will
and the
come
human brain.
the Illinois GOP hypnosis. It is under the rule for
Understanding the two
role.
general types of
For
servo
New
mechanisms.
Age is here. Love and the will.
Servo
Love.
mechanisms are divided into two general types. One, where the target, goal, or answer is known, and the objective is to reach it or accomplish it. Two, where the target or answer is not known, and the objective is to discover or locate it. The human brain and nervous system operate in both ways. An example of the first type is the self-guided torpedo or the interceptor missile. The target or goal is known, an enemy ship or plane.
Wow.
The objective is to reach it. Such machines must know the target they are shooting for. They must have some sort of propulsion system that propels them forward in the general direction of the target. They must be equipped with sense organs, radar, sonar, heat perceptors, etc., which bring information from the target. These sense organs keep the machine informed when it is on the correct course, positive feedback, and when it commits an error and gets off course, negative feedback. The machine does not react or respond to positive feedback. It is doing the correct thing already, and just keeps on doing what it is doing. There must be a corrective device, however, that responds to negative feedback. When negative feedback informs the mechanism that it is off the beam, for example, too far to the right, the corrective mechanism automatically causes the rudder to move so that it will steer the machine back to the left. If it overcorrects, it hits the button.
Oh, Ishmael. Hey, what up, buddy? What's going on? I'm listening to Chris play Cybernetics. So it's interesting. If you want to say anything, there's a great prophet, an American prophet named Timothy Leary, who claims that within your brain are a trillion gazillion Google, Microsoft clouds. What do you think, Ishmael?
I thought Timothy Leary's dead.
He is. He lives on as I speak of him now.
The brain is a computer. That's what he said.
He said within our brains, and also that other guy, that other great guru savant, he claims that our genetics is the AI quantum supercomputer. That what we're trying to do is duplicate 65 trillion years of genetic evolution, and then what happens is the noise that it makes is
hello.
Gulp. You know, God made some mistakes, let's be honest. But without the mistakes, we can't get to the truth. So thanks for being here. What are you doing here today, buddy? This is Jedi Mind Tricks. I'm trying to dehypnotize you. This is a part of Hypnosis Communication Incorporated. I'm sure, as you're well aware, if you speak with me, you're being recorded. Full disclosure, everything is a dehypnosis. 3.0 Shalom. Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos. I'm eating a bagel.
I'm listening to Chris play Cybernetics. Do you want to hear more of it?
Sure.
Much more complex and seemingly challenging goal. What's exciting is that you own the process and use it constantly. No new goal-achieving capabilities are needed, and none are lacking. In other words, if you
So I will play you something a little more interesting because you are a Yid, right? Are you Sephardic or are you mixed Ashkenazi Sephardic?
No, I'm straight Ash.
So the one conversation that I really dislike is bloodlines. However, the fact that I don't like the conversation about bloodlines, it's still a conversation. Thus, it's a category of content. So what do you think about bloodlines?
I read the other day, I wish I had saved this, but you could Google it. But I read that all Ashkenazi Jews, or no, it was like 3/5 or 3/4 maybe. Some large percentage of Ashkenazi Jews can all be traced to 4 women. That's what I read.
Where'd you read that? That sounds fascinating.
I'll fucking Google it while I eat this bagel.
You know what's interesting about that is that matches up with the true name of God, which is a 4-letter word, and then supposedly the God is a goddess. So I've been listening to the Mithras cult, and the Mithras, or the winged lion, is an ancient military cult of the Roman army. And the legions which colonized the world spread the cult of Mithras, which is essentially sun worship, or essentially the LARP of Christ in terms of like the Roman Empire and modern day Christianity. So if everything is sprung from Zoroaster and this Mithras, your bagel and cream cheese is the perfect representation of the divinity. Is a bagel and cream cheese the representation of the divine? Is it not the upper worlds and the lower worlds merging in a creamy, delicious, toasted, crunchy bite? So what I'm trying to say is everybody's been worshiping bagels and cream cheese their whole lives. You see what I'm saying? It's the cult of bagel and cream cheese, but no one's hip to be square. So no matter what religious congregation you join, at some point, they're ultimately going to do what?
Eat a bagel.
With?
Cream cheese.
There we go. Congratulations, you are now hypnotized and a member of the Jedi Mind Tricks Dehypnosis cult. You have been hypnotized by being dehypnotized by learning the truth of the bagel and cream cheese. Another interesting tidbit about bagel and cream cheese is I was in Beverly Hills once on Canyon Boulevard, and guess who I ran into at Larry King's Bagel Brooklyn Deli Shop? Guess who I met?
Larry King.
Larry fucking King. And where is Larry King?
I don't know.
You are speaking to the soul of Larry King right now as we discuss Larry King's... What?
Oh, Larry King died?
Yeah, Larry King's gone.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Larry. God bless you. And Zach, FYI, guess what my middle name is?
King.
Zach.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go.
So who is Zach in the Bible? Oh, it's not 90210 Beverly Hills, Saved by the Bell, FYI. Who is Zach in the Bible?
I have read the book of Zechariah many times, and I don't understand what happens in there.
So Zechariah creates a... What does he create on the mountain?
I don't know. I'm looking for the Bible right now.
I'm so happy you're here because I'll tell you the truth. I want to do what you're doing.
What? Waste your life fucking wandering
No,
around?
do nature experiential offerings in Chicago with nature and teach people about nature.
That? You should do that.
I was just looking at domain names and you inspired me to do it. My first
might I suggest one for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you considered Rewild Chicago?
Okay, I'll do it, buddy. Can I send you? All right, I'll do it if I can send you $1 and you send me $1. We will be 50-50 partners.
I love it. I'll send you $1 any day. But listen, Rewild Maine was inspired by Rewild Portland, Oregon, which is run by a friend of mine who cut me off and blocked me because he said that I was insufferable and becoming a conservative Nazi. He said that I was going down a path that he could not follow. And he said that you're becoming a Nazi and I don't want to be associated with you. And I always thought you were insufferable anyway.
Send me his number. I'll call him and we'll do an intervention.
No, he sucks.
Well, listen, Zach, I got a friend in Brooklyn. Him and I started a very successful business together. I don't know. I won't even bring up the name of it, or I will tell you the name of it, but it deals with car insurance. And car insurance is one of those items that everybody has to have. So it is a fixed marketplace. And if you can figure out a way how to break into the marketing and advertising of car insurance, you can have a successful car insurance business. And my friend is a multi-gazillionaire. He has many, many sports cars. He's got the dopest condo you've ever seen in Greenpoint, as well as that other Jewish part of, Brooklyn or whatever it is. Where are all the Jews? Williamsburg. He's got a beautiful house. That's how rich he is. Anyways, the point is he still suffers from anxiety and he's got problems with his fiance and his, he's basically working all the time, looking at the numbers all the time. He can't even get the time to enjoy the money. So when I visit him in Williamsburg, guess who gets to enjoy all his work? You're talking to him, this guy, because I know how to have a good time. I'm not a degenerate, and I believe in information technology being the path forward. So, do you know who Jedi Mind Tricks are?
Yeah, of course. That's when the stress hits my brain, acid raindrops makes the pain stop or something.
Okay, I would like for you to freestyle for us right now, please.
I never was that good at freestyling. I can't really.
Well, if I give you a beat, you can freestyle. I can freestyle to a beat. It's not complicated. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it.
Oh, I found it. I was looking for my Bible. I thought we were talking about the book of Zechariah.
We were. Okay. Boom.
I can give you. I'll just. Oh, you're just gonna do that. Can I ask you something? Have you heard my shit?
Okay, so I've got 2 pans. I got a space drum and I got a pan drum. How about I give you the beat on my pan drum? Because it is a legit beat.
Have you heard? Why don't you just play? I made a new one the other day. The opening line. I think you would like it.
No, you're gonna like my pan drum. Just work with me here. Don't be resistant to change. This is a dehypnosis. You have to surrender your will, surrender your ego. Part of this is ego death. You are being recorded. This is an experiment of mine. I want to thank you for being here. I consider you a good friend, and I will create Rewild Chicago, and I'll create a clone company, which will be a private network, which will be an upsell. So here's your beat. Please rap for us, founder, co-partner. I will send you the $1 in just a few minutes, and we will start making the money soon from all the lesbians who are very angry, upset, and depressed. I guess you can't really rap to that, can you? Let me try to get you a deeper bass. This is Hypnosis Tree, Rewild Chicago, broadcasting peace, love, vibrations from the source of all life inside of your tree of life. We are here with Zach De La Ruda, an activist in Maine trying to help people reconnect with nature in a conservative attitude that essentially says connecting with nature transcends the concept of race consciousness. If you are a troll, please go to the exit row now. This plane is deboarding. You are being dehypnotized. This is Rewild Chicago. Okay, so there's Catherine Chevalier Woods near me here in Chicago. There are mushrooms to be ate. There's rivers and fish to be plucked. There are trees to be stripped of their berries. There are dollars to be shaken from the island of Lesbos. $19.99 on Groupon. Oh my God, they're going to teach us how to find morsels inside the Catherine Chevalier. Well, let's go get morsels and put it on our salad tonight, honey. Okay, baby, I got you a special package. We're going to go meet with Rewild Chicago, a.k.a. John. He's going to do a guided nature walk with us, where we're going to identify 20 different species of trees, pick out 15 different mushrooms, and create a chopped salad. We're going vegetarian. We're being one with nature. Zach De La Ruda will guide us in what we need to know. I have faith in my friends. Besides, they only cost $1. In Zach De La Ruda, I trust. His multi-billion-dollar global conglomerate of nature education centers funded by the Bill Gates Foundation is an unstoppable force in ecological change across the planet. His former friends are trying to connect with him so they can get funding for their nonprofits. Where did the source of Zach De La Ruda's power come from? No one knows. It's a mystery.
He is the key maker! He has another key! Grab the little one and take the key!
references to He-Man and Skeletor. Okay, we're going to Shalom, and we're back. This is Jedi Mind Tricks Dehypnosis. I hope my music was the most profound form of dehypnosis you've ever heard. Rabboino Shalom. The burp was also part of the music. That's right. A burp shouldn't disqualify a genius. But a burp is ultimately the ultimate insult. Is it not, Ishmael?
My girlfriend burps a lot. I don't like that. I don't like that.
My ex-girlfriend farts a lot. I didn't like that either. So the whole thing about dehypnosis essentially deals with not thinking of the past, not thinking of the future, and guess what else? Guess what else, Ishmael?
I can leave you on mute, but I'm going to be making a lot of noise with the dishes here. I probably shouldn't be on Clubhouse. I just ate my bagel. I got to do the dishes.
Well, I'm quoting an ancient mystical document. It says, there is no past. There is no future. There is no present. It's a nothing burger. It's the no present. It's like going to Christmas and seeing all the beautifully wrapped boxes disappear before your eyes before you can even open them. It's like unflowering a beautiful girl. It's all about the chase.
You cannot merely imagine a new self-image unless you feel that it is based upon truth. Experience has shown that when people change their self-image, they have the feeling that, for one reason or another, they see or realize the truth about themselves. The truth in this chapter can set you free of an old inadequate self-image.
You're free.
If you listen to it
Free.
think intently about the implications and hammer home the truth to yourself.
You're free.
In her book Revolution from Within, a book of self-esteem, Gloria Steinem tells the story of the Royal Knights of Spanish Harlem, a prize-winning championship school chess club improbably made up of a dozen pups from Spanish Harlem. These kids were hanging out on the street, engaging in minor crime and violence, 1 foot mired in delinquency, experimenting with drugs. Most people who observed them quickly concluded they were useless, hopeless, dangerous, very unlikely to achieve anything much beyond a jail sentence, and unworthy of any investment. But Bill Hall, an ordinary school teacher, somehow saw potential here that no one else could see. And through the activity of a chess club, he engineered an environment and a series of experiences that changed the way these kids saw themselves. Quite often, a person voted unlikely to succeed by others and by him or herself fortunately encounters someone who sees a potential no one else sees, believes in him far more than he does in himself, and literally directs a change in that person's self-image through a determined influence. However, there is no need to wait for someone else to do this for you. You can do it for yourself with Psycho-Cybernetics. And as you'll discover in this program, thousands have. The fundamental message of Psycho-Cybernetics is that every human being has been literally engineered for success by the Creator. Every human being has access to a power greater than him or herself. This means you. If you were engineered for success and happiness, then any old picture of yourself as unworthy of happiness, or inherently unable to excel in a certain aspect of life, of a person who was meant to fail, must be in error. Here's a prescription to help you along. Listen to this chapter at least 3 times per week for the first 21 days. Study it and digest it. Listen for examples in your experiences and in the experiences of your friends that illustrate the creative mechanism in action. Think about limiting ideas about yourself that may be held firmly in the self-image, that may be the cause or effects you no longer desire. Try this mental training exercise. Memorize the following basic principles by which your success mechanism operates. You do not need to be a computer genius or a neurophysicist to operate your own servo mechanism, any more than you have to be able to engineer an automobile in order to drive one. or become an electrical engineer in order to turn on the light in your room. You do need to be familiar with the following, however, because having memorized these points, they will throw new light on what is to follow. 1. Aim. Your built-in success mechanism must have a goal or target. This goal or target must be conceived of as already in existence now, either in actual or potential form. It operates either 1. By steering you to a goal already in existence, or 2. By discovering something already in existence. 2. Drug. The automatic mechanism is teleological. That is, it operates on or must be oriented to end result or goal. Do not be discouraged because the means may not be apparent. It is the function of the automatic mechanism to supply the means when you supply the goal. Think in terms of the end result, and the means will often take care of themselves. 3. Relax. Do not be afraid of making mistakes or of temporary failures. All servo mechanisms achieve a goal by negative feedback, or by going forward, making mistakes, and immediately correcting course. Automatic course correction is one of the many benefits of psycho-cybernetics. 4. Learn. Skill learning of any kind is accomplished by trial and error, mentally correcting your aim after an error until you achieve a successful motion, movement, or performance. After that, further learning and continued success are accomplished by forgetting the past error and remembering the successful response so that it can be imitated. 5. Do. You must learn to trust your creative mechanism to do its work and not jam it by becoming too concerned or too anxious as to whether it will work or not.
Nothing will come of the emoji. Is under the will of the law. New angels and love and the will of love.
This trust is necessary because your creative
Still
mechanism
be
operates.
I do the opposite of everything that this man is telling you to do. I have done the exact opposite.
Moreover, its nature is to operate spontaneously according to the present need. Therefore,
You
you
can't
have no
summon a whole
guarantee of
generation
advance.
just by playing a
It
song.
comes into operation as you act, and as you place a demand on it by your action. You must not wait to act until you have proof. You must act as if it is there, and it will come through. Do the thing, and you will have the power, said Emerson. With all this in mind, select a target, whether it is that thinner, healthier you, a more confident, persuasive you, a you free of constant worry, a sales professional free of procrastination who begins each day with an organized to-do list and ends each day with it completed, or a golfer who hits perfectly straight drive. Devote just 10 or 15 minutes every day to taking that mental picture from a vague idea to a good sketch, to a finely detailed, fully fleshed out.
Zach, can you hear me? If you think that you do the opposite of all this, then it's a good thing for you to listen to it, because this is essentially the opposite of you then, which should help you personally get to the silver lining of emotional equilibrium.
When you close your eyes to the outer world and open them only to this picture's continuing development. Try this.
Basically what I'm saying is you're an atheist.
See what happens. The strengthened and empowered automatic success mechanism. You accelerate personal development and goal achievement by providing your ASM with a clear, precisely detailed, vividly imagined, and perfectly communicated target. As the target gets clearer, the ASM responds by doing its job more efficiently. Chapter 3. Imagination, the ignition key to your automatic success mechanism. Industrialist Charles M. Schwab wrote, "To carry on a successful business, a man must have imagination. He must see things as in a vision, a dream of the whole thing." Imagination plays a far more important role in our lives than most of us realize.
Imagination, the power of the creative, Zachary. Are you there?
Concerned a patient who was literally forced to visit my office by his family. He was a man of about 40, unmarried, who held down a routine job during the day and kept to himself in his apartment when the workday was over, never going anywhere, never doing anything. He'd had many such jobs and never seemed able to stay with
Zach,
any
can you
of
hear
them
me? Is
for
this
any
thing
length
running?
of time.
Can't tell if it's working.
His problem was that he had a rather large nose and ear that protruded a little more.
I can hear you. I'm washing the dishes.
Ugly and funny looking. He imagined that the people who came into
So
contact
this
with
is
him
called
were
cybernetics, and what it's implying is that we can use electronics and telecommunication or information technology to modify or reframe ourselves or to make ourselves smarter.
even in his own home. The poor man even imagined that
So just listen with intention of love in your heart for yourself, and you can do no wrong.
were not there yet. His nose was of the classical Roman type, and his ears, though somewhat large, attracted no more attention than those of
This
thousands.
is a little low value. Maybe I'll ask him
In
to pause it.
desperation, his
Hey
family
Chris,
started
can
to
you
see
pause
him.
this for us, please?
I saw that he did not need surgery.
Okay. So I'm here with an audience. Chris, thanks for playing the cybernetics. It sounds really good. Audio is great. High value intelligence, very information technology. So, Michelle, I'd like you to come up as well. Michelle, I follow on TikTok. Michelle is a real long-term listener. And Michelle, I'm wondering how your day's going. How are you doing today, Michelle? So be aware of your environment and have love in your heart for all the pussycats. Are you there, Michelle? Hello? Hello? Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Hello?
Good.
Am I saying it?
I'm wondering, Michelle, if we could just communicate like cats since your PTR is a kitty cat. Okay. Meow. Meow. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Michelle, go on mute. We are going to continue with Chris's hypnosis. Meow.
I actually do that to my little cats, and they understand me.
Hope she shuts up.
Only an understanding of the fact that his imagination had wrought such havoc with his self-image that he had lost sight of the truth. He was not really ugly. People did not consider him.
So, Zach, what I'm trying... Oh, Issa is here. Hello, Issa. Welcome to Jedi Mind Tricks, the hypnosis. How are you, darling? My wife, my clown house queen, my wife, my love. How are you, darling?
I am excellent.
You know,
What about you?
Issa, I want to say, even though I know we will probably never meet, I want to say you're my first online love.
Aww.
Me too. Me too.
Aww. My
And-
God, I feel so loved right now.
And you know what I hope?
What?
You can find real love in the real world as much as we love you here in Clown World.
I hope so too.
Lisa, how did it go with that guy from Clubhouse?
Oh, we're not together anymore since a year ago.
I'm sorry.
Thomas. Yeah. No, thank God it didn't work. Like, I was getting myself into something, and that was not healthy and good for me.
Well, Issa, the way I look at a lot of these relationships is the true relationship is with yourself. Now, that may sound so self-centered and narcissistic. However, when you do 1 + 1, you get 2. So if both parties super love themselves, technically you should get a 2. And self-love is a good first step in any project. And it's not the final, it's not the outcome. But we are conditioned by society to be so caring and considerate and giving of ourselves that we fail to love the self first.
Correct. And that was the issue. I was like so focused, wanting to have a relationship that I forgot about myself, and I got with the wrong person, and yeah, and it also happened that he happened to be a little bit of a narcissist. Almost a diagnosed one.
Okay, Chris, if you could just mute for a minute here, I appreciate
it.
it.
Was precisely that you end up stepping on your own boundaries and forgetting about yourself.
Or just, if you can pause it, Chris, just please hold.
To keep something that's not,
I'm going to live stream another room.
and you end up losing yourself. So
Just pause it and mute up if you
starts
can.
with you, and when you are whole, or at least you're happy
Let me see if
on
I
your
can
own,
hear
you are able to be happy with someone else, or someone else is able to feel happy next to you.
Chris, just pause it.
and you attract the right people. But if not, you attract the wrong people.
Well, I think the concept of attracting people is still later down the road of the river, meaning that your self rectification will attract future flies to your light. So the whole thing still means that you are your own worst enemy. And until you come to that conclusion, until you build an impenetrable fortress around yourself that no man can actually penetrate, you can't actually be in a successful relationship with somebody until you're impenetrable.
Does that mean I have to build walls around myself?
I think another way to look at it is moats, walls, or towers, and which implies no one can raise the water above your dam and penetrate you. Whether and
Why are you talking about penetrating her?
Because I think it's just psychological, meaning that when a woman gives it up, that means she relents to yourself, and the taker relents to his self as well. It's a union. There's nothing wrong with sex. The problem is you want not just the sex, you want the actual clarity of the relationship, because relationships are all there is. Everything else is meaningless. So you could be the king in the world, but with no citizens or slaves, you're not a king. You have to essentially believe in unity, which is the act of faith, and thus why atheists are so miserable.
That's right.
See, Zach De La Ruta's business of uniting with nature is the actual manifestation of the divine. So he's got a great business, and he is teaching people what people really want, but he doesn't understand the words behind the actual action, the foreground, or the background. I have the words, and thus why Ishmael and I are business partners, and we've exchanged $1. Isa, we'd like to invite you to join our international startup opportunity. I have recently launched Rewild Chicago under the direction of Zach De La Ruta, a very in tune, acutely aware nature preserver, nature educator. He has all the tricks and understandings and knowledges that you need to make your nature experience fully immersible. And Isa, we would like to invite you to open up the very first chapter of the Swiss Rewild Maine.
Okay, what does it consist on?
Yes, I'd like you to start today. Found an organization that is called Rewild Switzerland.
No, you cannot just open an organization here.
So before you say no, Isa, I want to tell you our first principle and our first tenet and ultimate maxim law of Rewild Switzerland. It's that whether you open it or not, it will be opened, and we just want you to go with the flow. So just say yes.
All right, so what do I need to do after I open the organization?
So we want you to create an Instagram. Plant walk.
You're going to give a local tour in your neighborhood of wild edible plants. And it's best if you can bring some snacks that you prepared ahead of time for homemade wine.
Oh, homemade wine. What was the name we gave to your homemade wine some time ago?
Oh, yeah, there were a few. You came up with a good one, Not About Grapes. That was yours.
Oh, yeah, Not About Grapes, yeah.
I like that. I haven't done it yet.
Also another business idea, Republican.
So I'll be honest with you. I'm a good friend of Zach, so I'll let him in on the secret. Is that I'm really not in the Rewild Chicago business. I'm in the Rewild Chicago marketing business, advertising business, publishing business. I make my money from the milk of Sundar Pichai's massive Indian nipple. based in San Jose, based in Palo Alto, based in Mountain View, based on Morgan Street. So all communication is hypnosis. Stop thinking, end your problems. Think a lot, write little, say nothing. Remember that silence guards the self. The self is the root of all wisdom. You need not worry about your future. There's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Your brain is the most precious object in the entire universe. This is the root essence of all Jedi mind trick philosophy. You have been de-hypnotized. Shh. So this is a social reconditioning hypnosis. I am a self-actualization comedian hypnosis. People say, oh, have you ever done stage magic and hypnotized somebody with a wand? Oh, you've never had a cell phone in your hand and had somebody tickle your ear with a bunch of hypnotic words? Well, congratulations, you finally made it. This is me Jedi mind tricks. I am raising an army of Sith Lords. You are all now risen in the name of Darth Vader, Rabbeinu Shalom. You will do great works amongst your peoples. Spread forth, scatter. Shh. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I would now like to read to you from our beautiful Salvation Handbook known as Beans and Bologna. Please come home. This is the Sermon on the Mount that Jesus gave at the 7-Eleven as he bought cigarettes, beans and bologna, a little, a can of, what are those things called? Oohoos? I can't remember.
Dr. Pepper?
No, what's the can of the noodles and the tomato sauce with the hot dogs?
Oh, I don't know. Oohoo? Yeah.
Oohoo? Is it
okay, so-
oohoo? Anyways, my dad used to make that for us when we were kids. Okay, so this is Beans and Bologna. This is our liturgical sound. This is our liturgical hymnal. If you want to connect with the divine in the Church of Clown Podcast, aka Clowntown, and the Jedi Mind Jerks, this is a way to remember God every time you go to a convenience store and you see a slave serving you a Slurpee, giving you hot dogs as you eat your delicious beans and bologna. Please mute yourself in honor of the divine. Take the deepest breath of the day through your nose and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Close your eyes. 8, 1,000, 9, 1,000, 1, 0. Now be still. Keep your eyes closed. Center yourself on your heart center. Think of the color red. Think of your heart center. Be in love with thyself. This is called the self-remembrance hypnosis. I got beans and bologna. Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. This is known as the beans and bologna mantra of self-remembrance. Hello? Please come home now. I got beans and bologna. One of my favorite questions on Clown House has always been, what do your neighbors think when they hear you? It's been always one of my favorite philosophical questions.
My apartment is very, very well insulated.
I made love recently to an overweight Democrat vaccinated doctor with hairy armpits, and my place is not very well, insulated. So everybody heard that clown go to Pound Town.
Why did you do that?
Fat girls need love too. I'm trying to convert lesbians to become Republican voters. What are you talking about? I got to get intimate if I want.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was fine. I felt love. I didn't feel the fat.
Good.
See, fat is one of those 3-letter words where when I take a glass of whole milk and I drink it, and then I have spaghetti with meat sauce and sausage pepperoni pizza, I don't think about mixing or demixing or separating or barriers. I just consume. Some people are bright stars, some people are black stars, black holes. Issa, which one are you?
I don't know. I guess I'm a black hole too.
Lisa, would you say that you're more beans or more baloney?
I don't know what baloney is, so I will have to Google that. Give me a second. What is baloney?
These big things you know
baloney. Baloney. No, I've heard it. I know
It's pig meat.
Judge Judy says it all the time. You're full of baloney.
It's pig meat. It's pig meat.
Oh, and beans. Definitely beans. Not baloney.
So the thing is, no matter how juicy the tidbit is in terms of information or commodity, the commodification of information or surveillance capital, what always trumps surveillance capital? It's love, Issa, Love.
But that's not a three-letter word.
I know, but the four-letter word is the true name of God. It's not a three-letter word.
Oh, I see baloney. I like baloney.
I like bologna too. Have you ever had a bologna sandwich?
Yeah, I'm seeing baloney sandwiches right now on Google.
Have you ever seen a ham sandwich?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a ham sandwich and a bologna sandwich?
I guess nothing. Well, depends on the shape of the ham you're using.
So what is the difference between the nothing and the void?
Nothing.
So who are the sons of Ham?
Nothing. I don't know, Edmund.
So when you say you're a black hole, what you're really saying is you're a shining star of bright illumination emitting light. That's the yin and yang. This is the Tao. This is literally the way to the truth, which is the Tao, which is the symbol of the Tao. Just Google Tao, and then you'll see it. This is the secret about the Tao, Issa. It's not a stagnant image. It's a rotating three-dimensional moving GIF. So you can look at GIFs of Tao moving, or you can look at Tao remain stagnant. The whole secret is to always be rotating, just like the universe, which is change, 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 change. And that means personality change, not just, material change. You need to put more information and adjust and keep rotating to the right. The spirit lives on the right-hand side of the brain, meaning that everybody's a Jew, they just don't know it yet.
That's right. I googled DAO, and it's a decentralized autonomous organization. Okay, now let's do the DAO, the real one. Hello? Hello?
So, Issa, thanks for staying. This is Jedi Mind Tricks Dehypnosis. The big secret in dehypnotizing is breathing. So, the vacuum, the void. Breathing in, breathing out. The breath is the metaphysical, symbolic representation of the spirit. In Latin, it's known as spiritus. Say the word out loud. Spiritus, spiritus. It's a mantra meditation of relaxation. But the manifestation of the spiritus is by breathing the spirit, which in Hebrew is ruach. And then there's another third term. In India, it's called, in Hebrew, you could say nefesh or something, but I think in Hebrew it's called, I don't know, it's just called samadhi. It doesn't make a difference. It's breathing is part of the secret. So when you say that the Tao is a decentralized, autonomous organization, it's true, but that's you. You are the Tao. The Tao is the Great Way. So anyways, this is Zen Tao Now God You. We are in the Zen Tao house, as well as Jedi Mind Tricks Dehypnosis and the Clown Podcast. This is Republican Chicago. Follow us on Instagram at Republican Podcast or Republicans Chicago. We are a big-time clown house content producer, Instagram spammer. I have over 10,000 videos on Instagram of me bullshitting this hypnosis on Clown House, doing self-actualization comedy hypnosis. And you're all participants. Congratulations. You didn't know that you were part of my experiment. Oopsie. Must have been a glitch in the matrix. You thought you were fucking me in the ass. But girl, guy, oopsie daisy, whoopsie wazy, trans, whatever you want to say. It was me inside Uranus. It was me putting the Aquarius inside your tuchus. It was me, the Wizard of Oz, inside of Uranus. Okay, so that's been the joke. That's the whole punchline, is that I'm the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so Chris, a.k.a. Michelle, I want to thank you for being here in the Zen Tao Now house. We are not quite finished yet, even though we've reached the 12 o'clock mark. We're having too much fun trolling. Shh. This has been Jedi Mind Tricks Dehypnosis, as well as Zen Tao Now. Okay, we're going to invite a few more people to the room, see what other fish we can catch. Here we go. So one of my favorite things to say is I'm trying to launch rockets. Metaphorically, of course. Shh. Okay, I'm going to play for you the Book of the Law.
Introduction. 1. The book. This book was dictated
I'm a therapist who goes to
noon and 1 p.m.
and some people think that's strange. The thing is, though, therapists are human beings.
The author called himself Iwas and claimed to be the minister of Hur-Par-Krat, that is, a messenger from the forces ruling this earth at present, as will be explained later on. How could he prove that he was, in fact, a being of a kind superior to any of the human race, and so entitled to speak with authority? Evidently, he must show knowledge and power, such as no man has ever been known to possess. He showed his knowledge chiefly by the use of cipher or cryptogram in certain passages to set forth recondite facts, including some events which had yet to take place, such that no human being could possibly be aware of them. Thus, the proof of his claim exists in the manuscript itself. It is independent of any human witness. The study of these passages necessarily demands supreme human scholarship to interpret. It needs years of intense application. A great deal has still to be worked out, but enough has been discovered to justify his claim. The most skeptical intelligence is compelled to admit its truth. This matter is best studied under the Master Therion, whose years of arduous research have led him to enlightenment. On the other hand, the language of most of the book is admirably simple, clear, and vigorous. No one can read it without being stricken in the very core of his being. The more than human power Iwas is shewn by the influence of his master and of the book upon actual events, and history fully supports the claim made by him. These facts are appreciable by everyone, but are better understood with the help of the Master Therion. The full detailed account of the events leading up to the dictation of this book, with facsimile reproduction of the manuscript and an essay of the Master Therion, is published in The Equinox of the Gods. 2. The Universe. This book explains the universe. The elements are Nuit, space, that is, the total of possibilities of every kind, and Hadit, any point which has experience of these possibilities. This idea is, for literary convenience, symbolized by the Egyptian goddess Nuit, a woman bending over like the arch of the night sky. Hadit is symbolized as a winged globe at the heart of Nuit. Every event is a uniting of some one monad with one of the experiences possible to it. Every man and every woman is a star. That is, an aggregate of such experiences, constantly changing with each fresh event, which affects him or her either consciously or subconsciously. Each one of us has thus a universe of his own, but it is the same universe for each one as soon as it includes all possible experience. This implies the extension of consciousness to include all other consciousness. In our present stage, the object that you see is never the same as the one I see. We infer that it is the same because your experience tallies with mine on so many points that the actual differences of our observation are negligible. For instance, if a friend is walking between us, you see only his left side, I see his right. But we agree that it is the same man, although we may differ not only as to what we may see of his body, but as to what we know of his qualities. This conviction of identity grows stronger as we see him more often and get to know him better. Yet all the time, neither of us can know anything of him at all, beyond the total impression made on our respective minds. The above is an extremely crude attempt to explain a system which reconciles all existing schools of philosophy. 3. The Law of Thelema. This book lays down a simple code of conduct. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. This means that each of us strives to move on our own true orbit, as marked out by the nature of our position, the law of our growth, the impulse of our past experiences. All events are equally lawful, and every one necessary in the long run, for all of us, in theory. But in practice, only one act is lawful for each one of us at any given moment. Therefore, duty consists in determining to experience the right event from one moment of consciousness to another. Each action or emotion is an act of love, the uniting with one or another part of Nuit. Each such act must be under will, chosen so as to fulfill and not to thwart the true nature of the being concerned. The technical methods of achieving this are to be studied in magic or acquired by personal instruction from the Master Therion and his appointed assistants. 4. The New Eon. The third chapter of the book is difficult to understand and may be very repugnant to many people born before the date of the book, April 1904. It tells us the characteristics of the period on which we are now entered. Superficially, they appear appalling. We see some of them already with terrifying clarity, but fear not. It explains that certain vast stars or aggregates of experience may be described as gods. One of these is in charge of the destinies of this
Welcome
planet
to the
for 2,000
Human
years.
We discuss science, science-based tools for everyday life.
When the universe was conceived as simple nourishment drawn directly from her, this period is
I'm Andrew Huberman, and I'm a professor.
Beginning 500 BC, Osiris, the father, when the universe was imagined as catastrophic, love, death, resurrection, as the method by which experience was built up. This corresponds to patriarchal systems. Now, Horus, the child, in which we come to perceive events as a continual growth partaking in its elements of both these methods, and not to be overcome by circumstance. This present period involves the recognition of the individual as a unit of society. We realize ourselves as explained in the first paragraphs of this essay. Every event, including death, is only one more accretion to our experience, freely willed by ourselves from the beginning, and therefore also predestined. This god, Horus, has a technical title, Heru Ra-Ha, a combination of twin gods, Ra-Hur-Quit and Hur-Par-Krat. The meaning of this doctrine must be studied in magic. He is symbolized as a hawk-headed god enthroned. He rules the present period of 2,000 years, beginning in 1904. Everywhere his government is taking root. Observe for yourselves the decay of the sense of sin, the growth of innocence and irresponsibility, the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or edison, the childlike confidence in progress combined with nightmare fear of catastrophe, against which we are yet half unwilling to take precautions. Consider the outgrowth of dictatorships, only possible when moral growth is in its earliest stages, and the prevalence of infantile cults like communism, fascism, pacifism, occultism in nearly all its forms, religion sentimentalized to the point of practical extinction. Consider the popularity of the cinema, the wireless, the football pools and guessing competitions, all devices for soothing fractious infants, no seed of purpose in them. Consider sport, the babyish enthusiasms and rages which it excites, whole nations disturbed by disputes between boys. Consider war, the atrocities which occur daily and leave us unmoved and hardly worried. We are children. How this new eon of force will develop, how the child will grow up, these are for us to determine, growing up ourselves in the way of the law of Thelema under the enlightened guidance of the Master Therion. 5. The next step. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd, but he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. Dora, the Shops Acts, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship. They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. The establishment of the law of the Lima is the only way to preserve individual liberty and to assure the future of the race. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. All men and women are invited to cooperate with the Master Therion in this, the great work. Oh, yeah. Liber al vel legis, sub figura 220, as delivered by 93 equals 418 to 666. Chapter 1. Hod, the manifestation of the wheat, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of Thebes, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou Hadit, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Iwas, the minister of Hurukar. The cobs is in the coop, not the coop, the cobs. Worship then the cobs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few in secret, they shall rule the many and the known. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to seek your joy. Above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of the wheat. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arches of Hadid. The winged glow, the starry blue, are mine, O Ankof Nakansu. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest and apostle of infinite space is the prince priest of the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. Burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given to him. With the God and the adorer I am nothing. They do not see me. They are as upon the earth. I am heaven, and there is no other God than me, and my Lord Hadid. Now, therefore, I am known to ye by my name, Nuit, and to him by a secret name, which I will give him when at last he knoweth me. Since I am infinite space, and the infinite stars thereof, do ye also thus. Bind nothing. Let there be no difference made among you between any one thing and any other thing, for thereby cometh hurt. But whoso availeth in this, let him be the chief of all. I am Nuit, and my word is 6 and 50. Divide, add, multiply, and understand. Then saith the prophet and slave of the beauteous one, Who am I, and what shall be the sign? So she answered him, bending down, a lambent flame of blue, all touching, all penetrant, her lovely hands upon the black earth, and her lithe body arched for love, and her soft feet not hurting the little flowers. Thou knowest, and the sign shall be my ecstasy, the consciousness of the continuity of existence, the omnipresence of my body. Then the priest answered and said unto the queen of space, kissing her lovely brows, and the dew of her light bathing his whole body in a sweet-smelling perfume of sweat, O Nuit, continuous one of heaven, let it be ever thus, that men speak not of thee as one, but as none, and let them speak not of thee at all, since thou art continuous. None breathe the light, faint and fair, of the stars, and two. For I am divided for love's sake, for the chance of unity. This is the creation of the world, that the pain of division is as nothing, and the joy of dissolution all. For these fools of men and their woes care not thou at all. They feel little. What is balanced by weak joys. But ye are my chosen ones. Obey my prophet. Follow out the ordeals of my knowledge. Seek me only. Then the joys of my love will redeem me from all pain. This is so. I swear it by the vault of my body, by my sacred heart and tongue, by all I can give, by all I desire of ye all. Then the priest fell into a deep trance or swoon, and said unto the queen of heaven, Write unto us the ordeals, write unto us the rituals, write unto us the law. But she said, The ordeals I write not, the rituals shall be half known and half concealed. The law is for all. This that thou writest is the threefold book of law. My scribe Ankof Nakansu, the priest of the princes, shall not in one letter change this book, but lest there be folly, he shall comment thereupon by the wisdom of Ra Hurakawit. Also the mantras and the spells, the obeya and the wanga, the work of the wand and the work of the sword. These he shall learn and teach. He must teach, but he may make severe the ordeals. The word of the law is Thelema. Who calls us Thelemites will do no wrong if you look but close into the word. For there are therein 3 grades, the hermit and the lover and the man of earth. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The word of sin is restriction. O man, refuse not thy wife if she will. O lover, if thou wilt, depart. There is no bond that can unite the divided but love. All else is a curse. Accursed be it to the eons. Hell. Let it be that state of manyhood bound and loathing, so that with thy all thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say nay. For pure will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect. The perfect and the perfect are one perfect and not two. Nay, are none. Nothing is a secret key of this law. 61 the Jews call it. I call it 8. 80. 418. But they have the half. Unite by thine heart, so they all disappear. My prophet is a fool with his one. Are not they the odds, and none by the book? Abrogate are all rituals, all ordeals, all words and signs. Ra, who are queen, hath taken his seat in the east at the equinox of the gods, and let Asar be with Esa, who are also one. But they are not of me. Let Asar be the aberrant. Esa the sufferer, Hur, in his secret name and splendor, is the Lord initiating. There is a word to say about the Hierophantic task. Behold, there are 3 ordeals in one, and it may be given in 3 ways. The gross must pass through fire. Let the fine be tried in intellect, and the lofty chosen ones in the highest. Thus ye have star in star, system in system. Let not one know well the other. There are 4 gates to one palace. The floor of that palace is of silver and gold. Lapis lazuli and jasper are there, and all rare scents, jasmine and rose, and the emblems of death. Let him enter in turn, or at once the 4 gates. Let him stand on the floor of the palace. Will he not sink? Ho, warrior, if thy servant sink. But there are means and means. Be goodly therefore. Dress ye all in fine apparel. Eat rich foods, and drink sweet wines, and wines that foam. Also take your fill and will of love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will, but always unto me. If this be not aright, if ye confound the space mark saying, they are one, or saying, they are many, if the ritual be not ever unto me, they expect the direful judgments of Ra who are wheat. This shall regenerate the world, the little world, my sister, my heart, my tongue, unto whom I send this kiss. Also, O scribe and prophet, though thou be of the princes, it shall not assuage thee nor absolve thee, but ecstasy be thine and joy of earth, ever to me, to me.
I can be if I want.
Change not as much as the style of the letter, for behold, thou, O prophet, shall not behold all these mysteries hidden therein. The child of thy vows, he shall behold them. Expect him not from the east, nor from the west, for from no expected house cometh that child. All words are sacred, all prophets true, save only that they understand a little. Solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. But thou hast all in the clear light, and some, though not all, in the dark. Invoke me under my stars, love is the one.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Nice. Well, the storm is rolling in from the west. What are you doing?
I was in Chicago last week. You know that, I guess.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Yeah, everything went nice, except I really don't like Chicago anymore. I hate it.
Yeah. Once you leave and you come back, there's a period of readjustment, and it's like, ugh, this place sucks.
Everything's so congested. It's fucking sickening. I
Yeah.
don't like it.
Yeah, the traffic is out of control.
Traffic, the houses, they're all jammed together. Apartments, houses. How the fuck do people live there? I don't know.
You know how they live there? They live in their apartments. That's how they live there.
Jeez.
They just hovel in little rooms, get a breath of fresh air when they can, and then go back to work. Keep grinding it out.
Until life grinds you out. So, did you have a good time in Utah?
Oh, yeah. It was tops. It was a great wedding.
Divorces are a little more confined.
Yeah. The wedding is always more exciting than the divorce.
Of course.
Your wedding was fun. I was saying to my sister, I said, I've only been to one other family wedding, and guess whose wedding that is? She couldn't think of it.
Really?
Yeah.
When's your wedding coming?
Do you know whose wedding that was?
I guess mine.
It was your wedding, yeah. You and Cherise.
That was a kiss of death.
The love that was. Oh, Chancey was so happy at your wedding.
Really?
Yeah, so were you. You and Cherise were so happy, and you came down the aisle in the reception area of that restaurant on Devon there. By Bryn Mawr. It was awesome. Your wedding was great, man. We had the best time.
Yeah, I guess so. things went south only a few years later.
Well, can you expect it? I mean, that's the way things go. They go south.
Weddings causes divorces.
Everything goes south. If you don't have the wisdom, you can never get back up north.
Are you sending me Alan Watts links? Somebody is. I keep getting it.
No, that's Alan Watts sending you his clips.
From the grave.
Yep.
So, hey, how's your job?
It's always it's a lot of work. Let me tell you, it's a lot of work doing no work.
Worried about they were going to fire you.
I'm still worried they're gonna fire me. They're not even talking to me anymore. I think I put an invisibility spell on myself, and they just can't see me anymore. They keep paying me though, and the lawyers who are now garnishing my wages seem to keep getting paid too. So the God in heaven is paying everyone. Ruboy Shalom.
So weird.
That's the last thing they say is, that's weird.
So they are taking your money. Well, you trapped, sort of.
Yeah, I'm a fish caught in a net, but just a question of what kind of fish am I? I don't know. One of my favorite maxims is think a lot, write little, say nothing. So if there's a fish called think a lot, write little, say nothing, I'm that type of a fish.
Yeah, that's kind of good. I like that.
Thanks. That's the type of fish I am.
Are you at work now?
Does it sound like I'm working?
You can't tell with you.
Listen, life is work.
I say you're home. I say you're home working.
Yeah, life is work. It's a job. Somebody's got to job it.
I guess so. Oh.
So was Chancey happy at the graduation? Is she happy in general?
Yeah, it was a great graduation. It was over by the airport at. I didn't realize the school's so big. They got 4 campuses in Chicago, but there were like 300 graduates, nurse graduates.
How's your other daughter and all of her kids doing?
It's fine. She's got a great job. Husband's got a great job. They got a beautiful house in Germany. 3 kids growing up. Everything's perfect.
Good. Amazing. It only took a Christian.
Well, because he's Christian. Christian Nazi. Oh, does he sound like a Nazi?
What was I going to say to you? Is Chancey living at your studio or your co-op or whatever? Because I'd like to send her a graduation gift.
She's been there for 4 or 5 years.
I know. Well, can you text me the address and I'll go on Amazon and buy her a couple books as a graduation gift?
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, sure.
Because I'd give her the books in person with like $100 bill in there, but the truth is the book is worth hundreds of dollars.
What? The book is it?
I mean, I'll send her the Dhammapada by the Buddha. I'll send her Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. I'll send her Alan Watts' This Is It, or the book. I mean, I'll send her 3 books as a gift.
But I don't think she reads that kind of stuff.
There's a difference between having it in your possession and just not reading it. If you don't have it in your possession, you don't even have the opportunity to read it.
She's way too into medicine now. You can't
talk to her. It doesn't matter, Earl. It's called a gift. It's not. I don't care about the outcome. That's the secret of the Tao.
Okay.
The gift. The gift is indiscriminate.
I'll text you her address.
Yeah, the gift is indiscriminate. I'm agnostic as to the outcome of that book. I don't, that's not my problem. That's her. That's a you problem. That's a her problem. We all got our own problems, and we all take personal responsibility. And then the final thing is we are our own worst enemy. So if she can't read a book, I'm proving the point that she's her own worst enemy.
She, being a nurse now, she is so fucking busy. You should hardly talk to her.
Well, that's because she don't want to talk to you. She's controlling her communication. She's controlling her emotions. She's controlling her destiny.
I know she's got a kid, a boyfriend. That's her world.
Listen, there's two things that every woman has got to do. That's every girl got to eat, and you know what the other thing is? Every girl got to eat. It just doesn't end. Black holes of consumption. If you don't have the greenbacks to fill it up, you can never get inside.
Yeah.
It's a joke. So what are you going to do this summer?
They're going to do every summer.
Yeah, cut the grass. Smoke the grass.
Cut the grass, cut the bushes. All that shit.
Well, try to make.
Gotta go out. What?
Try to have fun doing it. If you can't enjoy the flowers.
No fun. That's no fun. In fact, I'm gonna cut down. I have a banana tree in the back. I'm gonna paint it and cut down. I just can't stand trimming. It's too much shit.
Oh, you should just let it go. Let it go, Earl. Let it go. You're not being Alan Watsonian enough.
The trees in the way of my power mover.
You sound just like Alan Watts. He was talking about his front lawn. He says, in America, you gotta have a big house, and then you gotta go outside and cut the fucking grass all day long. It's annoying. It's fucking lawns.
I love your accents. Why don't you do stand-up comedy?
I'm doing it right now.
What?
I'm doing it right now. I'm a self-actualization stand-up comedian.
No. I mean, you think stand-up places?
I am the world's first court philosopher. Did you bullshit last week? Did you bullshit this week? Do you expect to bullshit next week? Comicus! I got you a gig at the Roman Imperium! Comicus!
What?
I'm quoting Mel Brooks' History of the World when Mel Brooks is applying welfare. And the girl from the Golden Girls says, did you bullshit last week? Did you bullshit this week?
Is he still alive, brother?
He's still kicking it. Sitting in Beverly Hills, probably getting ready for Shabbos.
He was married to somebody famous.
Yeah, he made a movie and a book about her. It was like a great love story. He loved his wife.
What was her name?
I can't remember. She's a famous actress too.
Yeah.
It's a great love story.
I just read the love story of Joe Ireland and Charles Bronson. He was nuts about her. He had one kid with her. He just passed away.
Raboino Shaloylam, they don't make them like they used to.
I think so. Are you dating anybody or what?
Right now I'm dating myself.
I'm fucking dead, dude. With all that conduct there. Amazing.
I'm in love with myself at the moment. Until I go out on my next date with a beautiful brunette with a great smile and a great ass.
I remember when you used to go to the beer garden Clark Street, just south of Foster. You had all your hair. And all the pussies in there. Like, don't smile. I was standing outside watching and I couldn't believe it.
Are you talking about in Andersonville?
Yeah. Sure.
Wherever. Doesn't matter, does it?
It was in, you remember? It was at Beer Garden. It was on the west side of the street. Maybe 2 or 3.
I do. I think. Wasn't it Chance's birthday or something?
No, he used to go in there all the time.
I don't know what you're talking about. You might be projecting. Didn't you tell me that your dad had like a big old Cadillac and he was like parked outside of some bar or something, or he was getting some ass with some chick and like you?
No, he had an old school, white 4-door hardtop, which is they don't make that anymore. Old school. It was really a cool car.
What about
That was in the 80s.
Do you know how you got your name, by the way, Earl?
My mother.
I know, but what was her reasoning for calling you Earl? And what's your middle name again? Maurice?
Richmond.
Richmond. Yeah, Richmond. So you.
I don't know. I think we just dreamed it up. I personally don't like it.
Yeah, you kind of have an annoying name. You have one of those names where they even made a television show about how annoying Earl is.
Oh, my name is Earl or something?
Yep.
Yeah, I should watch that.
Yeah, it's a show. It's your show. I mean, everything you watch there, you'll be hypnotized on and say, yeah, this show's all about me. I'm Earl. Then you'll go around and you'll tell everybody, hey, have you seen my show? It's called All About Earl.
What was this? I forgot.
There's got to be some deeper philosophy in the show where when you watch it, you'll be like, oh, it's so true.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Have you ever seen the This Is All About John show?
No, is that your show?
No, it's in the Bible. It's called the Book of St. John or the Book of Revelation.
No.
Yeah, you should go in the Bible and read about St. John.
What the fuck is this?
Did you know that there's also King John in England? There was King John, multiple King Johns. And then the first signer of the Constitution was...
Huh? I'm a British name, I'm not surprised. Oh, did I tell you your dad stopped him?
Yeah. He sent me a picture of you after he left, I guess. He made an unannounced visit, aka he served a FISA court warrant on you in Tampa.
Yeah, right. He had something to do with the Jewish Federation or something in Tampa.
Mm-hmm. Doing security contract and making all that Yiddish type money, Yiddish type security money.
He does it all on the computer.
He's very, very detailed. He's always been so detailed. It's unbelievable. He doesn't leave anything to chance. He's always constantly analyzing, reporting. He has balanced his book more times than a book has been balanced, but he has yet to grow the ledger number until now.
I don't know. To me, he always seems the same. He's a weird thing. I can't understand him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but we're repeating patterns. What don't you understand about that?
Yeah, it's repeating the Christian thing.
He found an equation that works for him. It's his universe. It's your universe. If you can't disassociate or be non-dual, I mean, that's a you problem.
I didn't get comfort from Watts. He's the only thing that comforts me.
Well, that's because he's got pure wisdom. My dad does not have pure wisdom. He has an augmented reality wisdom, which works for him. But essentially, it doesn't make a difference as long as it works for him. thus, it's still
or
a you,
anybody. It's true.
or
It's
anyway,
true.
yeah. Thus, it's still always a you problem. The whole thing in the Shin Shin Ming, the Tao Te Ching says, stop thinking, end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. You are the truth. You are the eternal dancer. And so is he. But you don't like the sound of his dance or the pattern of his dance. You're still judging his pattern. You're still giving opinion to his dance.
Very poetic, my man. You're Watts' replacement, but you don't know it.
Well, I've been listening to him ever since you told me about him. And when I was in college, I was reading the book and I was reading some of his other books. But every time you read it and you actually really got into it, it was transcendental. So it was, it's just ground shattering, earth shattering transcendentalism, and it's powerful. He is a gifted wordsmith beyond compare.
So are you.
Yeah, but that's only because I've read Watts and listened to him ad infinitum at this point. He's programmed into my consciousness.
Do you ever mixed with anybody else? Not mixed up, but just mixed.
Yeah, do you know Ram Dass?
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
He's a trip. Him and Alan were great friends, and Alan said to him, Ram Dass, you're too based on the non-material. So Alan is like the definition of the dandy, and Ram Dass at the time was less material, meaning, he just wanted a total void. So Watts is like the opposite of the void. He's a man full of life, full of vigor, full of piss, full of vinegar. But the whole thing deals really with equilibrium, the middle way. And that's the Jewish way. So everybody is technically a Jew. They just don't know it. Anyways, I'm just calling you to give you your monthly reminder of the Eternal Dancer.
Yeah.
Because when I saw you and Charisse dancing, I said, there's the embodiment of the Eternal Dancer.
I was with her for a whole week. Not exclusively, but I think. I stayed at Chancey's house. It was nice. Very crowded, though, too many people and the little kids that break the animal. I'm here.
Well, one of the reasons, it's nice to send people books is I can, sit with you for an hour and meditate with you an hour, or I can just send you the books.
All right, I'm going to send you the text to you with Chancey's address.
Okay.
Have a good day. Thanks for calling.
Okay, God bless. Talk to you soon. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, bye. I can be if I want.
message after the tone. Simply hang up when done. Or for delivery options, press the pound sign.
Ribono Shaloyla and good Shabbos, sister. Just calling to wish you a good Shabbos. Everything is well here. The storm is coming in from the west, and I gotta go close my windows. Yeah, that wedding picture is remarkable, and it was a great wedding. Anyways, give me a call or text me before Shabbos if you can, or after Shabbos if you can. Oh, and read that book, the Zohar, and give it to your fiance. I think he's gonna like the Zohar. You left the Dhammapada on my dashboard in the car, but that was the other book I wanted to give you. Anyways, God bless. All is well. Love you. Bye. Ooh, Ribono Shaloyla.
I'm not able to get to the phone right now. Leave me a message and I'll call you back as soon as possible.
At the tone, please record your message.
Your boy Aisha Loyline, good Chavez! Calling to see what's new, see what's going on. Your boy Aisha Loyline.
Cookunity is a direct-to-chef marketplace. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
To receive a return call, leave your name and
What's up, John?
Good Chavez for boy Aisha Loyline.
Good Shabbos, John.
What are you doing?
I'm managing contractors,
Oh,
packing whips.
oh joy. Well, do it,
Yeah.
do it with a smile and appreciate every hammer and nail and screw.
I'm pretty sure this, I had this contractor, I had him move in one of my units while he was like working on the building.
Oh.
And then his girlfriend moved in with him, right? So, you know, she didn't want him to have a place in the city by himself. And then yesterday, he was like, oh, I need extra help, and he's like calling his other guy who he works with, and like I guess they weren't available. I don't know what. And so then he went down, like drove an hour away back, like to his like hometown area, and brought back this woman who fucking looks like a prostitute. And then I saw her, I'm like, who the hell is this? Like, and she comes down, then she walks out to the doctor, and then she comes back, and it's like, oh, I got her to help me paint. I was like, dude, I don't know what that.
Oh my god.
Huh?
I mean, you're your own worst enemy. I mean, this is hilarious because, you know, I've seen the same thing happen. But anyways, keep going.
So then, and I was like, and I told him, I was like, I need you working. I have somebody moving in today. So this was yesterday. So I was like, I can't have you like leaving to like go take her back home, because he's like, oh yeah, I went down to Spanaway to go get her. That's like an hour each direction. I was like, well, you can't leave. Like, she's got to find another way home. I was like, and he's like, okay, he's like, oh, she's a lesbian anyway. And I'll ask her partner to come get her. Anyway, in the meantime, she starts smoking on the property, right? And I see all these cigarette butts all over the patio. I'm like, we just painted, pressure washed the patio, and it's like common area patio, so it's the first thing you see when you walk up. So I was pissed about the cigarettes, and I wasn't sure who it was until I saw her. And then she lit up a cigarette right in front of me, but she was supposed to be leaving. So then she like goes up inside into the unit and then didn't come back out. And then so in the meantime, and then I leave the property after like late in the evening. It was already late because I was like, dude, you gotta finish this. Like I was under a lot of stress, like because the unit's got to be finished. And so then he never answers his phone when I call. Like I could call like all fucking day long, and like most of the time he doesn't answer his phone. Sometimes I'll get a text reply. So I call his girlfriend and I tell her, I was like, listen, I don't want anyone smoking on the property. Make sure you tell your boyfriend that, because he's not answering. And I told her like that woman was smoking up cigarettes in front, so I like knew it was the woman. Like I wasn't blaming them, you know. But they've been living on the property for like the last 3 months, so it's been a while. It's not like new. So she's like, what? You had another woman over there, you know. So basically, I caused the whole breakup because of that. I was like, well, I asked both if you knew that she was here. and then he said, yeah, he said, you know her and stuff. It's like, no, he didn't tell me. He's having a woman on the property, and why is he having a woman over there? You know, I was like, well, I guess, you know, he said he wanted help painting and finishing, but like that woman was fucking up. Like, I don't know if she painted or not, but whatever. But anyway, so his girlfriend's pissed, broke up with him, and anyway, the girlfriend I really like. She's cool. But anyway, that's what happened. So then I was like, well, I was calling around, like trying to like see if like somebody could recommend me another painter. So I brought over this guy Tino this morning, and so Tino's over there painting with him, and finally, but I have somebody moving in at 2:00. And it's only 11 right now. So I'm like, dude, you guys better finish this. I want to see the spotless. So I'm like, cracking whips. It's like super stressful. Like when he was working, I was like, why is there fucking paint all over the floor? Like I paid for paper, rolls of paper, like, you know, rolls of tape. You know, you guys better use that stuff. You there? I lost you. John.
Yo, sorry, I couldn't hit the unmute button. I heard you.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what happened.
Yeah. Well, c'est la vie. Life will be. You know, everything resets, which is the great beauty of life.
How was the wedding?
It was great. It was a great wedding.
You had fun?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Did you take Max with you?
Fuck no. Kidding me? I just wanted to go out there and meditate and be by myself, witness my cousin get married, have no complications, get in, get out, and get the fuck back home. That's all I wanted. I didn't want to deal with anything. I didn't want to deal with anybody's personality, anybody's emotions. I just wanted to drink, be a witness, and get the fuck out of there.
That's good.
It was great. It was great. But I did get a speeding ticket, so that's unfortunate. I do have to call and pay for that speeding ticket. They ripped me off at the car rental place.
Well, I mean, it was a 4-hour drive, right?
Yeah.
That's so far.
Yeah.
That's so far.
It was like, yeah, it's a lot of driving.
That's a lot of driving. I was gonna drive one way with you, and then on the return, I was gonna fly out of, I don't remember what city. Salt Lake? I don't remember. It was some closer airport I found.
There is an airport in Moab, and yes, you would love the hiking. Let me tell you, it is beautiful. It's exceptionally beautiful. It's very unique. Super special place. Super cool place to go. You would love it. If you like hiking, this is like it's the hiking of Disneyland.
Yeah, I'm sure it's beautiful. I'll go. I'll probably go sometime.
So people fly their private jets into Moab. There's a private airport there, or a small airport.
I think that was how I was gonna fly out, because Alaska didn't fly into there, so I was gonna drive with you on the way in, but then on the way out, I was planning to. Well, I had just paid for that ticket, right? It was like $200, and then I was gonna fly out of Moab, but it was a connecting flight. I mean, it was.
You know, I am so glad you didn't come. You know why?
Why?
Because you would have been the hottest chick there, and therefore, since you weren't there, my cousin was the star. You know, you would have been like this. You would have been like this black orbiting star of beauty, and everybody would have been looking at you as they're looking at the bride and groom, and they would have been looking at us. And it would have detracted from everyone's attention on them, because they were the stars. So it was beautiful.
That's nice. Nicely put, John. Nicely put.
It's true.
Well,
it's true.
I thought you traded me out for Matt.
Oh fuck no! That guy's a horrible friend. He's a parasite. He doesn't give friendship. He just take it, which is fine because sometimes when I need a friend, he's there. But yeah, he's not a good friend. Or the thing is, everybody's got their own personal responsibility, and they're their own worst enemy. He's got work to do. He's got a job. He doesn't need to waste time. There's no mystery over here. You know what I'm saying? Like if I need his help, maybe he'll be there, but I don't count on him for anything.
Well, you can always count me to be a date for a wedding.
That's what I'm saying.
Last minute.
But we already crashed an ancient historic best wedding of the world. Like we couldn't even come close. I will say this wedding was close to being on level with that wedding. It was good. It was a good wedding.
That's good. That's good. Yeah,
But your boating pictures look so dope too. I was like, oh yeah, fuck this wedding. I was like, these boating pictures look so much more fun than the fucking wedding. She's having the time of her life. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, my car shut off, and then it turned off my Apple CarPlay. I was just saying though, that wedding that we went to in Israel was by far the most beautiful wedding. Like it stands out to me in the history of weddings that I have been to. It's really just one of the most beautiful. I mean, it's just so. Do you remember the fireworks?
Oh, I know. It was like God gave us a great gift. It was amazing.
That was such an amazing wedding. Every wedding since that I've been to in LA, all those Persian weddings that are so over the top, I always compared all those weddings to the one that you and I went to, and none of them like stood out. I didn't enjoy Elle's wedding. I didn't enjoy and I've been to some beautiful weddings by now. There was one other beautiful wedding that I went to in Miami. That also was really, really beautiful. It was like at the Ritz-Carlton. It was beautiful. But
what I'm saying, Danielle, is you may not know this, but because we were a part of the wedding, it was technically our wedding.
We were definitely a part of it. We were even in their video.
So if anybody ever asks you, have you ever been married? You could say, well, I did get married in Jerusalem with this guy John once on a birthright trip.
Yeah, but John, you're supposed to give me something of value that you don't ask for in return.
No, I get it. There's the whole contractual component of it. I get it. I agree. I just say I'm literally just having fun with it in the sense that I have read in Maimonides that imagine if we didn't even have the ability to contract, the fact that you and I made love was the contract.
We did. We did.
But so that's the thing about body count is you're technically a polygamist.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, every man you've ever slept with is technically your universal soul husband.
Ew, disgusting. No way. I've already burned some of those.
You cannot remove the stain of sexual memory. It's emblazoned in your mind. You can think of every man you've ever made love to, and it's in your memory because it's that intimate. It's a highly programmatic event.
No, I disagree because is making love, like you say. You've always said making love. All the years I've known you, you've always said that. But then there's, there's just like, there's rape and there's, just, like, I mean.
No, you're right. Everything outside of love is not love. So.
Yeah. So I want to say that, like, it's like my friend, like I told about Melissa, like a couple weeks ago,
Well, there's true love, and then there's love outside. There's something outside of it, and that's what it is. The concept is the bullseye. So when you play darts and you hit that center mass on the bullseye dartboard, that gives you the perfect score, and that color is red. Red is the color of love. So everything outside the boundary of love is not love.
Yeah.
And think about your dogs. When you think of your dogs, what color do you think of? You think of red. Oh, I love my dogs. Like, you don't think of black. Maybe you think of white, but you see what I'm saying? Like, love is associated with red for the most part.
Yeah, those dogs got me in trouble this week. I had to write a check $100 this.
Oh my God. You wrote a check?
Yeah.
Why would you write a check? That's evidence. Just give them cash.
I was thinking about that.
Now you do. What the fuck? Because they know where to attack.
I was thinking about that.
Listen, lawyers are like lovers. They want your blood.
I know. I was thinking about that. But, like, my dog is clearly, like, yeah. I know that. I thought about that. You're right. But in this situation, like, I was clearly responsible. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about that one. Like, if there was any gray room, any white room, I would have done something smarter, but
it's all water under the bridge. It's not a big deal. I'm just saying.
I know. No, but you're right. I know you're right about that for sure.
It says something. It says something to the recipient. Meaning, here's the cash. Shut the fuck up and go away. When you give somebody a check, next thing you know, they're Googling you.
Yeah, I know. They live like their house is right. Like, it's literally like a quarter mile down the street from my parents' house. Like, they live right on the boulevard.
Yeah, but what are they gonna do? Sit outside your house and figure out who the fuck you are? You see what I'm saying? It's not a big deal. It's water under the bridge. I'm just saying, philosophically, you shouldn't even think about it anymore because you already paid their asses. But you also did get a release.
I wrote on the check settlement of all claims. I wrote that.
Oh, then you released yourself.
Is it?
If they sign that and cash that, that's a contract.
Is it?
Yeah, that's a contract. You're very smart. Nicely done.
Yeah, I did write that. I didn't know if I should write that or not, because then it sounds like it's open to something more.
See,
anyway,
you're a realtor, aka lawyer. You know exactly what you're doing. That's why I know that you are an unstoppable, battering ram. You are the shofar, my darling, and you are just like your mother. So every time that you get angry with your mom, just know you're actually getting angry with yourself.
You know that we're in counseling together. My parents are like, well, we want to go to counseling with you. So we've been in counseling. I think we met, like, it's been a Zoom counselor, this old lady. She's like an old lady. She's probably like in her 70s. She's very sweet. I don't know if she's religious or not. Like, I think if she would come from a religious point of view, it'd be better. So I don't know. I asked my parents, it's like, is she religious? My mom's like, oh, I don't think so. Anyway, so we've been in counseling. So we've done I think 3 Zoom sessions now about like, basically all the shit I've been telling you about. How, like, my parents treat me, and, like, in the business, and, like, I don't even know if I really told you about all this stuff. It's my family, but I think I told you. Like, I mean, my brother's not even talking to me right now, right? So, and I just think they're jerks because nobody ever apologized to me. So I don't want to talk to them either. But anyway, my parents, the way they're, like, doing the business, they are basically that's what it's all about. And the business and like, you know, the estate planning is the business, and just all the way that, you know, the properties are managed and handled.
Yeah,
and
but
this and that.
the thing is, your parents want you to essentially self-actualize, meaning that they want to essentially get you to wake up to the realization that money is just artwork. And so their large artwork collection, which they have accumulated, is just that. It's just artwork. So you're focusing on the artwork when you yourself are the beautiful diamond. You yourself are, you know, the greatest artwork that they could have ever created. So you just may need to go within and know that, you know, inside of you is the most precious gem in the universe. And to them, to your parents, they know that because they created you. So the power of the creative illuminates you, you know, to essentially your own personal conflict. I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah, well,
Because
I don't know.
Daniela, look at it this way: the money is irrelevant because you could go skiing on a Thursday and die in an avalanche, and then all your anxiety, all your worry, all these things are irrelevant because you're gone, and then their joy is gone. So what I'm saying is the money is a hypnosis. Don't fall prey to the power of the hypnotic power of money or estate planning. It's not your ally. Your ally is yourself. And so when you do the therapy with your parents, they also are undergoing a process of self-actualization, as are you. Just know that you're all God in drag, and you know, and that Sultana is everybody's Sultana, if that makes sense. You may be having judgments and opinions, but everybody wants your best outcome, and the money is irrelevant.
I know. So like, I'm not really sure what my parents' like goal is. Like, you know, they've been telling me for years, oh, you need to go to therapy. You need to go to therapy, blah 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 blah. You know, and I'm like, I don't need to go to therapy. And then my dad.
No, that's not true. You need shortcuts because everybody needs shortcuts. That's all a therapist should be able to do for you is give you the cliff notes, and then it's still your responsibility.
I know. So then my dad finally was like, Dundee, we want you to talk at the council with us, you know. And I was like, for what purpose? Because I was like all pissed at him about who knows what, you know. I can't remember what, but you know, it's like, well, I want to work on our relationship. That's how he put it. So
you can love Daddy because Daddy's a wise man.
I was thinking about your sister. Maybe your sister should go to therapy with your dad, right? Because they don't talk, right?
No, my dad's therapist is Jehovah Yahweh. Your dad's therapist is going to somebody named Dr. Rosenblatt, who can actually help you develop as a young woman, because you have to look at this as the fact that it's your dad's responsibility to make you into a fully functioning woman and an adult. And in many ways, you're highly emotional. So your dad just wants you to get in touch with your emotions.
And my dad's pissed, right? Because I'm not married. He's like my parents are both pissed.
Yeah, you should tell him that you got married to this guy named John when you were in Jerusalem at the King David Citadel Hotel.
No, I told them both because I had asked them to watch my dogs. It was the last weekend that they were here before going to Israel. And so I asked them if they would watch my dogs. They said that you invited me to go on for the wedding. And my mom's like, well, is it a Jewish wedding? If it's a Jewish wedding, yes, you can go. And so then they agreed to watch my dogs. And so that's why I booked the trip. And then when you canceled, you know, I had to tell them that you told me you canceled on me, told me not to come. So, you know, so they knew about that. And so.
Well, first off, it wasn't a Jewish wedding. It was definitely two non-religious people who really seemed to love each other. There was absolutely nothing Jewish about it, other than maybe a couple, you know, references. But it doesn't make a difference. It was a destination. So I mean, like I said, I am so glad you didn't come because you would have outshined my beautiful cousin, and it was her glorious day. And we've already had our glorious day on the Temple Mount, for God's sakes, in Jerusalem at the most classy wedding that we didn't have to pay for, that we fucking stole, Daniela. We stole that wedding. We're thieves. And if you haven't told your parents yet the true story about how you're a thief and how John and I broke the rules, broke the law, they were going to send us back, and we decided to crash a fucking wedding, like, our whole relationship is based on that beautiful event. So only you and I know the secret. So, you know, be joyful. We've already made it. Can you imagine? Do you know how many people in the world would love to have a wedding in Jerusalem? Sweetheart, you and I had a $200,000 wedding in the heart of Jerusalem. We are the most blessed people in the world. Your whole challenge, Daniela, your whole challenge is emotional response. Like, I trolled you with my cousin's wedding. I got you angry. You failed the Solomon test. I Solomon tested you. Do you know what a Solomon test is?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, so tell me what, because you don't. You failed it. What is a Solomon test?
You mean you wanted me to get angry by disinviting me?
A Solomon test is a hypothetical presentation, meaning that the communication is a joke. It's a troll. Like, I trolled you.
No, you didn't. Oh, John. You asked me on three separate occasions to be your date to that wedding.
Daniela, I've already traveled with you many times now. I trolled you. I didn't want to travel with you in my heart of hearts. I did not want you to go. I was only doing that because I wanted to fuck with Max and you at the same time. Yeah, I already had it planned. I really didn't want you to go because I had thoroughly thought about it, and I realized that, like, I didn't want my stress to go up. I wanted to go west, go in the desert, and be alone. And, you know, that's me. It's not you. I love you. I think you're awesome. My point is, I wanted to go in the desert and face the fear of going alone into the desert and coming back home. I mean, that was my whole goal.
You asked me around three. No, you didn't ask me just the one time with Max on the phone.
I was trying. I know, and I got you to fucking fall prey to my Solomon test. And then when you said, "Can you pay for my return ticket?" I said, "Gotcha, bitch." I was just waiting. I was just waiting for you to give me something to say no.
There you go. That's exactly why I offered. Do you think I don't have $100?
Of course. My whole point was
my parents were pissed. My parents were pissed. They said, "Why did you ask me to pay $100?" They said, "You have money to pay for it." I said, "I know I do. I just wanted him to be invested in me coming."
No, that was well. Listen, you gave me the opening. I took the opportunity, and I was just waiting. See, this is the whole essence of a Solomon test. A Solomon test tests one's virtue to say yes to everything, meaning that you have faith in the program. And so when you gave me that opening, I said, "Here we go. I can't wait to fucking say no," because I Solomon tested you, and the Solomon test is a long-term test. It's not a short-term experiment. So you gave me the opening. I took that fucking plunge, and I said, "Oh, thank God, I can free myself from her," because, you know, that's the whole thing, my darling.
John, that's exactly why I asked you to pay $100 because $100 is nothing, right?
I know, but you don't.
It doesn't even cover dinner.
Daniela, what you don't understand is, like, I could never get angry with you. You see what I'm saying? I've accepted you. Like, I went to Israel with you twice. I accept you in the sense that, like, whatever your brain says, I'm willing to say, okay, fine, yes. So, you know, meaning that, like, because we're talking on the phone, I had the opportunity to troll you and not get punched in the nose by being an absolute asshole. So I apologize sincerely from the bottom of my heart that I trolled you and manipulated you, but I did manipulate you. So I apologize. Wait. I have one more thing to tell you. Remember when we were at the Equinox in Beverly Hills at the yoga class?
Yeah, I left early, right?
You couldn't even do the yoga. You walked around in the corner like an ADHD neurotic. Did you know that? You couldn't even stretch. You roamed in a circle talking to yourself. What do you think about that?
John, I'm like, no. I'm sure I left the class after 15
You know, sweetheart, what I'm telling you is you think about everything and you're not at peace. You need to know that at the source of your being, you are peaceful and joyful, but you are highly emotionally reactive. Your dogs are a manipulative tool of yours, and you yourself may need more therapy.
Well, John, I know you did want me to come because you have such fond memories of how much fun we had together at the last wedding. So I know you wanted me to come. I think you freaked out.
Oh, I didn't freak out. It was strategic. I didn't want you to ruin my joy. And I wanted to cause you suffering.
You wanted to cause me suffering?
Yes.
Why would you want to cause me suffering?
Because I've traveled with you. I endured you in Israel. You were like a flaming arrow. You weren't like a bag of flowers, my darling.
I don't even know what that means, John.
It means that you're not a flower. You're a flame.
I'm a flame. Okay. I'm not a flower, I'm a flame. All your little words, I don't even know what they all mean, John.
Well, it's a very basic symbol. What I'm trying to tell you is if you want to capture a bear, you need to use honey. And my honey darling, you did not capture this bear with any honey. Instead, you waved your flowers and I said, oh, I've already tasted that perfume. I've tasted that sweet, juicy nectar. Next. You became annoying when you were like, can you pay for my flight? I was like, block, bye-bye. You're like a chick that I talked to on Hinge in 10 minutes. I'd known you for 20 fucking years. So I was like, okay, block, bye. But today I'm like, oh, I still love Daniela and I want to call her and see how she's doing because Daniela, you and I may never be together, but I still love you and I want your best life, to be optimized. And honestly, you're your own worst enemy. It's a fact. That's true for everybody. It's not just true for you. It's true for me. It's true for your parents. It's true for your sister, for your brother-in-law, for your nephews, nieces. It's a maxim, Daniela. You are your own worst enemy. It's a truth. It's a truism. You may not accept that. But once you reverse engineer that philosophy, you'll say, fine, you're right. I am my own worst enemy. It's personal responsibility.
If you think you put me through a Solomon test, then you can take the $100 as your Solomon test. And you failed because you invite me to a wedding. Of course I want to go. And if it's in a beautiful place and,
Well, this is the juicy part.
But the $100.
Danielle, you take your $100, I tear it up, I make a mitzvah, I give it to my cousins. My point is, Daniela, I told my sister all about it, about how I blocked you, about how I Solomon tested you, and you were like a Hinge girl wanting a free Uber ride to the free dinner. I was like, she doesn't care about me. My father tells me, find a woman who cares about you. Like, you don't admit the fact that you care about me. You care about the wedding. So why would I want you there? So you have to understand my logic and reason for reneging and why thus I think it was a Solomon test. And, we may have been married once in Jerusalem.
So you told your dad you invited me and then disinvited me?
I told my sister I invited you and disinvited you.
And you didn't tell your dad?
No, he's busy. He's busy.
Oh, what did your sister say?
She didn't say shit.
Did she laugh?
No, she didn't even laugh. She's just like, thanks for sharing the information. My sister doesn't care. She's just like, I just want to tell her things about how I'm feeling, but she doesn't give me judgment because she doesn't say shit about you. It's like, she likes you. She's not going to talk shit about you. She's just like, I get it. That's what she was saying.
I mean, I'm not surprised that when you just invited me, I was hurt for a minute, but then
life catches up with you and you go on living. It's like no big thing. I get it.
I mean, you said it pretty clearly. I'm not your girlfriend. You said we're not going to sleep together, and so you didn't really know why you were inviting me. So I get that.
Yeah, 100%. Because it's not about you and me. It's all about my cousin and her fiance, and so our drama is a fake drama, and I don't want to run that script again because I've run it with you a couple times, and it doesn't make me feel good. I don't like to repeat bad feelings.
Yeah. Okay.
I love you, but I know that we're not going to build a life together. So I don't want to play that game because it hurts too much.
Okay.
It may be, an aggressive form of communication, but that's the truth. I have to guard my feelings,
Yeah, I understand.
It's not personal. It's personal for me, meaning like I'm at that point psychologically where it's like I want to guard my emotions, you know?
When did your dad tell you he don't care about you?
No, he didn't say you don't care about me. He told me find a woman who cares about you.
But why are you saying that I don't care about you?
Because you don't want to build a life with me. You just want to go party at my cousin's wedding with me.
I did want to go party. That's true. But that's because we have fun together.
I know, but you don't. I need to find a woman that wants to build a life with me that I really love. That to me is a great feeling. And partying with you would be great, but it would leave me empty afterwards.
I get it.
So I had to block you in order to preserve my emotional state of mind. That is basically me trying to hack my life personally, you know? And I mean, I know it was like fucked up that I did that with you, but I was also trying to like fuck with Max at the same time. So I apologize. I was trying to kill two birds with one stone because I love you, and Max is a young man, but he's also a retarded, stupid man. So like, if I can, manipulate him through you, it's a fun opportunity for me.
Is that where your Scorpio comes out?
Baby, all I would want to do is make babies with you and live with you and like tape your mouth shut.
I'm pretty feisty, John. Yeah, it doesn't come easily.
I know, I get it. That's what I'm telling you. I have to guard my emotions because, like, yes, I would want everything with you, but I know that's like impossible. So I have to guard my emotions. It's not a you thing, it's a me thing. And that's honestly and genuinely the truth. I mean, I've known you long enough, I've talked to you long enough to where like I could just call you up and be like, yeah, we're best friends. Because like we've, communicated for 20 fucking years.
That's a long time. And I know it's true. Actually, we talk really regularly, don't we? I mean, yeah. That's
what I told my sister. I was like, she's honestly like a true friend in the sense that we can call each other and just like get everything off the top of our head and then end the communication. And so it's like she's basically like my therapist. I was like, which is the definition of a good friend. And my sister's laughing. She's like, yeah, because she wants to like poo-poo our relationship. But truth be told, our relationship is a very unique, special thing because how we met, where we met, all that stuff.
It's true. It's true though. It all started because of that wedding. That really is the start. That was our first date.
It's a trip. Honest to God, like that is a magical wedding, and
that was our first date. Do you remember? We were having dinner, and then the wedding started. Or maybe I think
they roped us in as we were finishing up, and then I said, "Let's just stay." And then
that's right.
We didn't even think about the repercussions. We were like, "This is a good plan. Let's just stay."
Do we have any pictures from that night? I don't have any.
I have pictures of us in Israel.
In Israel, but not from that night, right?
Like I have pictures of us at the airport. I have pictures of us at Masada. I have pictures of us. I don't know. I got a bunch of pictures of us.
You were like in amazing shape. I remember you had a 6-pack.
No, it wasn't a 6-pack. That shit was a 10-pack.
Yeah, you were super.
When I came back to Chicago, I showed pictures to girls of me in the jungle, in a river, hanging on a tree, and like you should have seen their jaws drop. They were like, "What?"
I know. I know. That's so funny.
You know what's funny is I was losing my hair then, and I was taking Rogaine. And this is the funny thing about the universe, like I think I'm such hot shit. I think I'm so beautiful. I'm sitting in this hotel in Jerusalem and this fat Jewish girl on our trip. She says, "Ew, look at all that dried crust on your bald spot." I was like,
yeah.
I was so embarrassed and like so self-conscious, but yet this fat, ugly Jewish chick like spotted the Rogaine that I was putting on my head because it dries your scalp out. It gives you dandruff. And in hindsight, it's like that's the perfect yin yang where it's like you're trying your best and then like some fat ugly person's like, "Ew, gross."
I know. That is interesting, isn't it? I told you my brother just went years ago now. He went to Turkey. My parents went to Turkey with him for a week, and he got a hair transplant in Turkey because that's where you get it. Everybody gets their hair done in Turkey.
Yeah, I know. It's cheaper. People go to Mexico too. It's like so
You can
affordable.
do it too, John.
Are you kidding me? My head is actually fantastic bald. Like I would never do a hair transplant because I have too much skin. It would be insane, and it would just look like they printed a line on my head. Like bald is beautiful when you embrace it. You have to be in shape. You have to dress well, and you're beautiful. I look like a giant walking penis.
Yes, you do, John.
It's true. Honestly, if I were to do a hair transplant, I would look sick. I would look old. I would look ugly. And when I go to a bar, I'm an option. I'm a third penis option, which other men see. Bald is a look now. You know, it's a look. A strong, beautiful bald man is an option that a woman can use when she wants.
It's an option. Nicely put.
I'm a category. I'm just like a guy with a great brunette with a thick beard and a great build. Like I'm an option as a bald man. I'm glad that I have an option.
Tell me, are you still going to Chabad functions?
No, I haven't been to Chabad in years.
You know, when I was for Passover, I was in Whistler, right? So my mom's like, "You gotta go to Chabad. Why don't you drive down to Vancouver, go to Chabad there?" Because Vancouver was having a Seder. And I was like, well, and then I went online and I was like, oh, I see they're having something here in Whistler. So I went to the Whistler one. And it was just a bunch of families. And then there was this one lady who was clearly gay, right? Just the way she looked. She had her hair, like her head shaved, like on the sides, and I think like some sort of mullet down the middle. Like her look was striking, like standing out, like looked like a lesbian. Anyway, she was the only one who was like friendly to me. She's like, "Come sit with us." I was like, "Okay." You know, because obviously I didn't know.
Okay, Danielle, hold that story. I'm going to introduce you to a second Max that I know. And FYI, my grandfather's name is Max. So hold on. This is
and my son's name is Maximus.
Okay, hold on a second. Riboinoi Shaloiloim. Okay, he hung up. Anyways, let me call him back. Hold on, I'll introduce
Anyway, it's all good. I gotta go to work. I gotta go back to work.
Oh, who cares? Talk to me for 3 more minutes.
But that's the story about the lesbian?
Yeah, finish the story.
So anyway, it's Whistler, right? So people in Whistler are not religious at all. And the fact that
your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
So it was very cute. They had all the little tables set up, and it was all families with little kids. Like all the kids were under 10, and me, you know. But all the people are, you know, maybe a little bit older than me. But you know, most of them were, you know, with all these little kids. So anyway, young families. So I sat down. I was like very uncomfortable being there because, you know, don't know anybody and. All these little kids, you know, I'm not showing up with like a husband or kids, so you know, I definitely felt like out of place. And so she calls me over to sit with me. I mean, we were talking, and she's like, "Come sit with us." So I sat down, and then the other people at our table was just like her daughter. She had a daughter who didn't look anything like her, who looked like she was blonde, blue eyes. The daughter, who was about like 6, 7 years old. And then there was another couple, and she's kind of whispering to me, "Oh, they're not Jewish, but they're here just for like campaigning because I guess the husband was running for office for something. I don't know, something. So he wanted to like meet people in the community." Anyway, so then I sat for like half the Seder, and then it's time to eat, right? So once you eat, you know, a lot of people leave after the meal. So the lesbian was going to like a hockey tournament, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave my daughter here." Anyway, so then and then she wanted to like reach out to me on Instagram. I was like, well, I said like, yeah, well, I'm happy to give you my Instagram, but I was like, I don't use it for business because we were talking about real estate. She was real estate, and I was like, my Instagram's not business. That's okay. And then she was like trying to reach out to like meet up with me, like, you know, for a drink at a different day because I was there a few days, you know. But I was like almost embarrassed to meet up with her because, you know, just like she's because of the way she looks. Honestly, like it's, you know, somebody sees me with her, and I'm not like, embarrassing. Why have like a haircut like that? It was so embarrassing. I think I would.
Yeah, but you have to look at it from the perspective that you can actually help some people, you know? Like, it's not in the sense that she's attracted to you and she wants to fuck you, but B, you could also be kind to her because that's one of the 10 components of the Kabbalah. So if you meet with her and you're actually kind to her but you also maintain your perimeter and you say, FYI, like, I am straight up heterosexual. Like, I have no interest in hooking up with you. Like, I think you're awesome. I'd like a new friend. I'd like to help you with your communication, but we could never be intimate. And it's strictly, mano a mano, friend to friend. Do you understand? Like, you can dictate your relationships very forcefully if you're upfront, but if you let somebody infiltrate and be a parasite or a vampire and you're not your true authentic self, well, now that's you're opening up the door to the devil, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I think I felt uncomfortable meeting up with her because it's not normally, I don't, like, it's, for me, honestly, it's embarrassing to hang out with someone like that looks like that. It's, they're like, yeah, it's a little embarrassing. Anyway, but then I was like trolling her Instagram because she said she was in real estate and she was trying to like get into, anyway, so she, on her Instagram, she had like a partner, and obviously the daughter looks more like a partner. I don't know how they have a daughter together, but, and at one point on her Instagram, she had this beautiful, long hair, long, thick, beautiful hair, and then like goes and cuts it off, and it's like, wow, like you are making a statement to the world, and so I just wonder if like, I don't know if she's still with that person or not, who knows, but anyway, I just felt uncomfortable, so I never met up with her. I was like, yeah. Anyway, I don't know how that story came about. I was talking about the Seder. Yeah, I was talking about the Seder. So the Seder, the two young guys who led the Seder did a very nice traditional job leading the Seder. I was very impressed. And all the kids dressed up in like Pharaoh and whatever, Esther, like it was very cute. And then the plagues, they did the plagues really cute, like there's the frogs, so somebody made chocolate frogs, and for the hail, when it came time to hail, they had ping pong balls on every table, and then when they said hail, everybody was throwing ping pong balls at each other across the room. White ping pong balls to represent the hail. So that was a fun idea. So they did some cute stuff. It was really, you would have enjoyed it. It was really fun, but I need some kids to fit in.
Do you remember in West LA there was that Chevio Hills? It's next to Beverlywood.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah.
Anyways, it's French. Anyways, I'm just saying I went to a really nice Chabad, some really nice Chabad events there. Every Chabad I've ever been to has been great. Yeah.
Chevy Hills. I know, Chabad is great. This wasn't Chabad. So I was supposed to go down to Vancouver to the Chabad there, but it's like such a long drive, and then the Seder wasn't starting in Vancouver until like 8 p.m. And the Seders, if it starts at 8, it's not going to end until super late. Probably, who knows? I think it's supposed to end before midnight.
Well,
that's required.
Yeah.
But it's an hour and a half each. It's at least an hour and a half each.
Yeah, but as a single woman, you just leave at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but then I have to drive an hour and a half, be there for 2 hours, and then drive back home at least another hour and a half home, like on the highway when there's like,
Listen, this is kind of like why you can be like a secret Jew, meaning in the sense that like you can contribute to Chabad, but you don't have to actually be Chabad.
I know. It's like if it would have started at like 6, I would have been there. But 8 o'clock is so freaking late, and But I think it would have been more fun because there's like more young people, and obviously, and I know it would have been more fun.
Daniela, you're going to be 50 years old soon. Like, your life is reaching, the midpoint. Like, soon you'll be halfway. Soon you'll be halfway to 100 years old. It's unbelievable.
Not that soon.
And when you reach 100, maybe by God, they'll have the technology. Then you'll make it to 200 years old.
Not that soon, John.
Just look at Moses and Abraham and how their wives gave birth at older age. You never know. You and I may yet have a child. And you're not vaccinated. Oh, you are vaccinated. Ah, they got you.
No, they didn't. I froze my eggs before that.
I know, but you don't need to freeze eggs if it's my children.
No, I'm going to have a Mexican lady have my children.
Oh, I see.
My Mexican lady, my kids are going to come out speaking Spanish. Yeah.
Amazing. You tacos and burritos.
I don't want to birth a child. That sounds awful.
Yeah, but you could. I mean, one child would be very healthy for you.
Yeah, I'd rather just pay the lady. And then,
you're Paris Hilton. You're the Jewish Paris Hilton.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna tell I'm gonna get one of those.
Did you know that Paris Hilton was wearing a prosthetic belly bump for like 8 months while her surrogate gave birth, and then she created all this content about how she was giving birth, and people couldn't tell whether it was real or not, but it was all
really?
It was all fake. Yeah.
Yeah, she has 2 kids from surrogate Paris Hilton.
Yep.
But then
cool.
You can just buy like breast milk, and also you can buy so I'm just gonna get like a wet nurse to live.
You do realize if you don't have an organic, authentic birth, you're always going to be neurotic the rest of your life. Fake Paris Hilton instead of the Daniela Choate can be. You're setting yourself up for a life of inauthentic, manipulation. You have to find a man, have a baby with him, love each other, and raise that baby. Like without the organic, the symbol doesn't work. It has to be organic, or at least
it can be organic. It can be organic. I'm just saying that.
Anyways, you're a LARPer. You just run your mouth. Like the thing is, do it. Don't just talk about it. Actually do it, or really have a baby. I mean, you're wasting your time. Like you really are. You waste your time on all kinds of nonsense. You're your own worst enemy.
Okay, John. I gotta go to work now.
Okay, we're going to Shalom. Good shows.
Bye.
Clear the queue. Clear the queue.
Hey, Don.
Yashikoa, Rabbeinu Shalom, good Shabbos.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
What are you doing today? I was wondering when you can help me move my barbecue down to my patio. I went to a Chabad event once, and it was like the most beautiful chicks I've ever seen in my life. And I would probably had no idea that they were only like 17.
Oh, be careful. There's a single one too that my friend what's called Nachman Burgers put on that you can go to as well.
Yeah, I'm down. Just let me know the details for Sunday.
Will do. And then I could probably help you move it at some point Monday because it's Memorial Day.
Yeah, I don't know how to connect the gas tank to the actual barbecue components. I need to like figure all that out, but you know, I'm sure.
We gotta do it soon because I'm going. I'm probably going to Texas at some point next week. My grandma's got cancer.
Don't say the word.
Oh yeah, no, good point. But she's you know, she's got a lot. She's speaking. And my uncle keeps coming in and out of town, so we've been kind of splitting up.
Well, Raboina Shalom, you're your own worst enemy. I hope to see you soon.
Absolutely, me too. And he means that. Aren't we all?
Raboina Shalom.
Oh, I sent you like 13 strips.
I saw. I'm like, I don't want to do it until you're over here.
Yeah, it's fine. Cause like some of them, I might do some serious ones. I think some of them are like not be to be like this news, doing news update.
I do like our simplistic deal of exchanging $1. I feel like that's a perfect way to do a business agreement with somebody without. I know, but I'm trying to bring other people into the dollar exchange.
See, now they got you too.
That's a good point. Just exponentially grow it.
And we could give them 2 back, so it's not a big deal.
That's true.
Yeah, so let me know if you need any. You do run into people that I think would just be naturally attacking something. It's an information war.
It is. I agree with you. It's like we have to harvest 007s.
Yeah. Actually, they can't. So Amy Custom already blocked me.
Who cares? You follow her with
doesn't
1,500 accounts.
But we have an army. We'll be unstoppable. And
It's
some
true.
people can't block because they're like they legally can't.
You keep saying that. You're just repeating yourself.
Yeah, it's the fact.
Yeah, but it's not the fact, my friend. You're still ambiguous. You have an opinion. That's the point. Is stop thinking and end your problems.
Case law.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck with your case laws. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Raboina Shalom.
I'm watching other blocking.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are
Hey,
you?
I'm great. How are you doing? I got your letter finally.
Oh, really?
Yep. Yeah, you put some good things in there for me to look up.
Let me turn this off. You're talking about the quote?
No, you sent me a list of basically legal treatises that I can utilize.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if that'll help you or not, but
You know what I was thinking about doing is when they fired me from Google, I went to the Federal Labor Relations Board and I filed a complaint saying that I was organizing a union, and they terminated me as a result. So they wrote up this like 8-page document detailing the event, and then their dumbasses send me an email and a phone call saying, sorry, it's outside the statute of limitations. So I think I waited too long on that one. But my point is I can go down there and file a complaint against my employer using their court stenographer, or basically their secretary to do all the initial briefing information. And I'll do that eventually, but I won't do that probably for a couple weeks.
what's going to be your complaint?
Sexual harassment, toxic workplace environment, whistleblower complaint, retaliation, violation of union agreement, all kinds of stuff.
But they haven't fired you yet, have they?
I'll know when the paycheck stops coming.
Okay. How you doing otherwise, John? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just wish I had a hot tub. Yeah, I wish.
Share with some female or
Yeah, I wish I had a ladder that brought me up to my rooftop so I could sit in my hot tub with a hot brunette with a great ass that loves every fucking step I take, every breath I make. It's hard
what
to
else
find.
is going on?
Nothing. I'm doing a lot of yoga. I'm working out every day, communicating with friends, family, calling my good man here because I consider you, a good source of high value intelligence, a good, friend, aka, you're the God in disguise. And
Thank you.
yeah, likewise, I hope, at least my communication is friendly, compassionate, loving, considerate, all those things. Because the love I show you is the love I show myself. That's the truth of all communication.
Well, good. Is your boat still afloat?
I took this chick over there the other day. I couldn't get on board because the harbor master was closed. I don't have the new PIN code. But it looks like it's not taking on water because when it took on water, it was all lopsided. So it looks to me like it's not taking on water, which might be very exciting.
Good.
So I got a bunch of sailboat boats I bought. So I'm going to read how to sail. I'm going to get this captain and test out my motor and take her out for another sail.
That will impress her.
I'm not thinking about her. I'm just going to take myself. I'm in love with myself.
Well, if you have a female with you, it doesn't hurt to impress her.
Yeah, but this one, she doesn't even shave her armpits, so I'm going to leave her at the bus stop.
Everything okay with your tenants?
People are paying, and people don't make too much noise.
Well, that's good.
I don't want to wreck the boat. I don't want to say nothing. I'm not going to raise the rent. I mean, I don't want to look you in the eye. Don't look me in the eye.
So anything planned for the weekend?
No, just yoga, the gym, go down to my boat, have a nice lunch, have a beer, get some sun, have fun. Maybe I'll come.
Oh, that sounds like a good weekend.
It's the Chicago way, Ken. It's the good life. If you ask the mayor, what does Urbs in Horto mean, which is the Latin slogan below the Chicago seal and the flag, he'd be like, I don't know. What the fuck that mean? It means city in a garden. We live in a city. You live next to the Catherine Chevalier Woods. It is a very beautiful woods. I'm just saying, Ken, be like a tree. Stop thinking, end your problems. I study a lot of philosophy, Ken. The big takeaways are emotional intelligence. And you have the I Ching. Remember, I was like, have you ever read this? And you were like, bitch, I got the I Ching. I was like, oh, shit, Ken knows his shit. Remember that?
Kind of.
Yeah, you have the I Ching. What I'm telling you is equilibrium is the way. The middle way is the way. Compromise is the way. It is kind of Calvinistic in the sense that I think we do live in a simulation. The more you resist it, the more the worse. You are your own worst enemy. So the more you resist the situation, the worse it gets for you. So I've just acquiesced to the way, and it seems that is the great way. That I don't need to worry about my future, and neither do you. We live in Herbs in Horto, meaning that we already are in the Garden of Eden, but we are conditioned our whole lifetimes to think that we're not already in the.
Well, as they say, John, just go with the flow.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. That's the sailboat, go with the flow. The whole metaphor is go with the flow. But there's a bridge. That bridge is the anger, meaning like if you resist, you get angry. You can't cross that bridge. If that makes any sense. I mean, think about your own setbacks. I mean, did your own personal anger contribute to the setback?
It takes a lot for me to get angry.
But it's there still, though, nonetheless.
Pardon?
the anger is like a molecule, meaning that it's like, how do you exercise it from the system if you're not aware of the fact that you can't exercise the anger from the system? It's inherent in the system. So it is kind of like an emotional transfer thing where the words do matter, if that makes any sense.
That does. It does.
Just think about how emotion is transferred. It's transferred through words and through our sentiment, through our emotional charge, the way we talk. It deals with a lot with that book I bought on the reptile and winning juries. Don't awaken the dragon unless you can convince them that by awakening you're doing a social good. So, think a lot, write little, say nothing is the name of my fish.
Okay. All right, John, I gotta reach somebody.
Okay, God bless.
Somebody with something that's taking too much of my time.
See, that's your problem, is you still have opinions and judgment. You're doing God's work, and by doing God's work, you do your own work. You're helping yourself by helping others, Ken. That's the maxim. You're doing it. You did it with me. And I hope this phone call is a return payment on the deposit you made.
All right, John, have a good weekend. Thanks for the call.
Okay, God bless. Take care. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm being a prick. I think I gave him good advice. I should have told him there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Trolling. I have nobody else to call. Hello, Emma.
Yes?
This is John. How are you doing? Good Shabbos.
Seriously, I'm at work. So yeah.
All right. Well, then, Rabbono Shalom.
Seriously?
I know you got a job. I won't bother you. Anyways, I'm just calling to say hello. If you can't talk, I'm just saying hello.
Yeah, I can't talk right now. But yeah.
Okay. Well, good Shabbos.
Thank you, you too.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Call her up. This is the thing about memory. So my wedding video of my cousin's wedding is going viral. It's at 5.6 thousand views, which is kind of exciting. I can't believe it. They put together like a fucking massive production so I could create like a video, a movie about it. It's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna play for you some Crowley, I suppose. These are poems of Crowley.
The Goat by Aleister Crowley, read by Arthur L. Wood. Let me pass out beyond the city gate. All day I loitered in the little streets of black-worn houses tottering.
Pepe wrote here. Finally, Danielle's talk therapy is over. Good job, Jen. You need to find a woman who's deeply in love with you, not just the superficial. She doesn't have to be brunette, John. Blondes have more fun. Get yourself a tiny Marilyn Monroe. Be Arthur Miller, John. So Pepperoni is a blonde? Pepperoni is projecting. Are you a blonde, Pepperoni? Tell me the truth, Pepperoni. Reveal something about yourself. If you can't reveal something about yourself, you are an AI terrorist.
Like the fate that hangs above my head even now, and meets prayer and defiance as not hearing it. They lean these old black streets. A little sky creeps through the gap. The rough stone path is lit just for a little by the sun, and I watch his red face pass over, fade away to other streets and other passengers. See him take pleasure where the heathen prey. See him relieve the hunter of his furs. All the wide world awaiting him. All folk glad at his coming. Only I must weep. Rise he or sink, my weary eyes invoke only the respite of a little sleep. Sleep. Just a little space of sleep. To rest the fevered head and cool the aching eyes. Sleep for a space to fall upon the breast of the dear God, that he may sympathize. Long has the day drawn out. A bitter frost sparkles along the streets. The shipping heaves with the slow murmur of the sea, half lost in the last rustle of cotton leaves. Over the bridges pass the throngs. The sound, deep and insistent, penetrates the mist. I hear it not. I contemplate the wound stabbed in the flanks of my dear silver Christ. He hangs in anguish there. The crown of thorns pierces that palest brow. The nails drip blood. There is the wound. No Mary by him mourns. There is no John beside the cruel wood. I am alone to kiss the silver lips. I rend my clothing for the temple veil. My heart's black night must act the...
So, Pepe, I don't know if you're actually listening to this, but I'm sitting there, it's amazing how if you have the ability to let your mind have its own thoughts, and not obstruct the flow, it's amazing how everything reconciles itself. There is no anxiety. There is no blockage if there's no resistance. Obviously.
Sun's eclipse. My groans must play the earthquake till I quail at my own dark imagining. And now the wind is bitterer. The air breeds snow. I put my Christ away. I turn my brow towards the south steadfastly. My feet must go some journey of despair. I dare not turn to meet the sun. I will not follow him. Better to pass where sand and sulphur burn, and days are haze with heat, and nights are dim with some malarial poison. Better lie, far and forgotten, on some desert isle, where I may watch the silent ships go by, and let them share my burden for a while. Let me pass out beyond the city gate, where I may wander by the water still, and see the faint few stars immaculate, watch their own beauty in its depth, and chill their own desire within its icy stream. Let me move on with vacant eyes, as one lost in the labyrinth of some ill dream. Move and move on, and never see the sun lap all the mist with orange and red gold. Canal with manifold rays of clear morning. In my heart, save only that it grips with icy fire. These veins no fire of hell could satiate. save only that it quenches this desire. Let me pass out beyond the city gate. It little profits that an idle king by this still hearth among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I meet and dull unequal laws unto a savage race that hoard and sleep and feed and know not me. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees.
Invictus! Chaos! Babylon!
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. I think whatever God there may be, from my uncomfortable soul. The ill-touch of circumstance. I've not cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of fate, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tear, the looms for the shadow of the shade. Yet the menace of the years lies and shall find me, unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, now punishment charged this road. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Almost 150 years ago, in 1875, the late Victorian poet William Ernest Henley, born in Gloucester, England, wrote the following while suffering from recurring illness. The poem has ever since inspired courage and strength in arts. Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Almost 150 years ago, in 1875, the late Victorian poet William Ernest Henley, born in Gloucester, England, wrote the following while suffering from recurring illness. The poem has ever since inspired courage and strength in arts. Invictus by William Ernest Henley. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Almost 150 years ago, in 1875, the
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my...
Ribono Shalom, we made it to another Shabbos. Geht kachen lichtig in dein Augen. Fusta!
my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of...
Ribono Shalom, she's over me.
Circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Bueno, Shalom. Hiro Elon la Maya Yaom.
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Underexplained, she's been exposed, like, I don't know, to the news, or she heard
Yeah, I know that. She asked me about what's happening in Israel and what's happening. She's definitely seen it. And so I explained it to her, and she knows on October 7th, it was Thanksgiving weekend. And actually, Jake used to talk to her as well. He really was like his little sister. Anyways, she knew about Jake passing. She knew what happened. There's a picture of Jake in our living room. She knew that he was killed on October 7th. She knew that this big event happened on October 7th and that there was a war as a result of it. She's definitely seen stuff. And
You're a faggot, Andrew.
The first time that she had ever said that she didn't want to be Jewish anymore.
Yeah, what I tried to say that maybe she heard some kids in her school, obviously not Jews, saying, shit like those Jews, those dirty Jews, they killed Arabs, blah blah blah, whatever. So indirectly, she got exposed to very, very negative opinions about Jews. So she wanted to distance herself.
Yeah, I know.
Ribono Shalom, everybody is their own worst enemy, Shumi.
What?
I said everybody is their own worst enemy. It's a maxim, an aphorism of wisdom. Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos, Yeshikoah.
She probably didn't want you to know because she doesn't want you to go calling the principal and stuff.
Yeah, I know. And I don't want to get the school involved because I don't want to make her feel embarrassed anymore. Because if the school gets involved, they're going to have to talk to her and they're going to ask her. And I don't want to do that to her. I don't want her to make her feel.
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos. Sunak sucks. Fuck Sunak. Rishi Sunak sucks.
I was going to call the other mom, the other Jewish family. I know them. And I was going to call her and find out if her son, Elliot, is in the same grade. They're really good friends. They're in the same friend group. And I was going to call her and see if Elliot had said anything to them about if he had heard anything or somebody had said anything at school.
Just let it go, yeah. Ribono Shalom. It's up in Shemayim. Let Hashem deal with it.
I think if it was my kids like that, I would just be like, okay, let's pretend like you don't want to say, or you said that it's for no reason. That's fine. I don't know your daughter well, but if it was mine, I would create a scenario. Like, let's say someone said this to me, said something rude to me, and then how would that make me feel? And then the reason why I wouldn't necessarily feel embarrassed to be who I am, and also talking about the reasons why. I mean, I'm sure you do this all the time. We talk about being Jewish all the time, but why we shouldn't let that affect us, or what's the importance of standing our ground and being who we are, and yada yada. But you got other things to do too.
But I don't know if this is also part of the normal thing. She's right on. She's almost 11. This is just part of. I don't know. Because I noticed she was in Hebrew school from age 3, where she began Israel every summer as well as summer camp. And she was glad to be done with it. She doesn't want to do she's too old now anyway.
Ribono Shalom, Ishmael is here.
She has this summer off. Next summer we're going to look at summer camp. But hi, yo, how are you? Hey, Riri.
I have 2 questions, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Riri. So the first question, is it acceptable, I don't know how it works in Canada, but is it acceptable to ask from which religion do you believe in?
Is it acceptable? Is it unacceptable? I don't know. I guess it depends how it's presented.
Kids know that. So kids know that your daughter, she's Jewish in her school.
Yeah. I think so.
Kids know everything.
Yeah.
But is it necessary you have to know Jewish? I don't get it.
Kids know every fucking thing.
Yeah, I would
Nothing is
suspect
hidden
that they
from a
know
kid.
because of Elliot and Ellie are in the same grade, and they're the 2 Jewish kids at the school. And I suspect they know. Yeah.
Okay. The second question is, did you ask her which part she doesn't like being Jewish?
No, she said, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't want to be Jewish anymore.
Okay, maybe it's a good question to understand the specifics, but one thing that I can, at least from my experience, if you are ashamed, if you're ashamed in something that is part of you, later on it's going to hunt you back even worse, and it's gonna do bad things to your personality. So I think it's very crucial to take care of it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to her today again. In a few hours, but
Yeah, Al Reboino Shalom, support those that support Torah. Let me read you the Secret of Sabbath, and then you can use it as a gestalt. Reboino Shalom, unite the troll army and unite the troll clans. I said assemble the troll army. Oh. Okay, this is Zohar Hypnosis Wisdom. Okay, this is called Islam is the Truth, the Way, Joy God. Now this is Clown World.
Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. as the pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of Jats, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance,
Ribono Shalom, good Shabbos, Walter!
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's going.
Mazel tov.
Ribono, Mazel Tov!
What's going on with you?
Oh, I'm enjoying the day. What are you doing?
Just got off of work right now.
Oh, wow. What are you going to do the rest of the day?
I don't know. Relax.
That's what I say. I'm trying to relax right now.
I mean, these guys want me to play darts tonight.
Oh, you want to know something interesting about darts?
What?
What do you call the center of the dartboard?
The cornhole? No, yes.
I mean, it's the bullseye.
Bullseye.
Well, do you know what the bulls and the eye mean? Meaning that the bulls is your energy rising. The eye means God. So be at peace and let your energy rise. Be strong. That's the whole thing. Have courage. Be strong.
Yeah. I'm talking about something else. Cornhole.
What's the same? It's the same principle. You see what I'm saying? From the anus to the mouth, from the mouth to the anus.
Same thing.
In the army, they say nut to butt, butt to nut.
Nothing but nut.
You get in formations real tight in these trucks, so you go butt to nut, nut to butt.
Do you like them? Do you think they're entertaining, interesting, intellectual, or what?
The face gotta look more real, like a real face.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because people think, oh,
It's supposed to be an internal joke, meaning that, you know, you are a joke. I am a joke. Everyone is a joke. We're all clowns. We take it all too seriously, and the Democrats run the whole thing, and they're wasting the money, and they're in charge of the money. Why are they in charge of the money? They shouldn't be in charge of the money. We should be in charge of the money. They should be the ones fighting us for domination, supremacy, for political power. It's all backwards, man, and I'm pretty sure you agree with me, and everyone else agrees that the whole system should be completely turned around.
I think with the new president of the GOP, I asked him for a fundraising list. The guy wouldn't give me one, so I think they're playing the same games. I can't prove it 100%, but first thing I asked him, and he said no. So it goes from financial. If you make money, you're a powerhouse. You don't make no money in the political spectrum, so it's nothing.
No, I agree. The money buys the ads buy the votes.
Yeah, pretty much. Ads is part of the political thing. Money
It's true. That's why Pritzker's where he's at, because he knows Google inside and out. I worked at Google when Pritzker was running his campaign. He's got everybody on his side. He's got all the money. Everybody gets paid, and that's how he wins. He dominates the communication. He makes himself the happiest communication scam.
I mean, you got, weed. I know weed is a big voting thing. Boom, people want that. There's a lot of things that people want, and then he listens to people.
Listening. I asked this really rich guy that I know. He's got like 300 million. I said, "What do you think about Trump?" He said, "I don't think he listens enough." I was like, "Oh shit, okay."
Who was that? Where does he live? Okay.
This guy's only worth 300 million. Trump's worth 7 billion. I mean, you tell me. If somebody says, not everybody's wise all the time, but I'm saying love is the way. Love dominates it all. So, love yourself, man. Take better care of yourself. I know you got, a weight issue. Like, are you going to the gym? Are you getting on a treadmill? Are you doing a hip rotation? Are you doing breathing exercises? Are you?
No breathing exercise.
Listen,
I'll show you my high school picture right now.
I don't doubt it. But don't think of the past. Don't think of the future. Just think of now.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, because it's the best strategy for your success, man. Your success matters. So your health matters, and your activities, everything is a one type of duality thing. So take better care of yourself. Love yourself. You hear those fire trucks? They're going to save somebody. Save yourself. Love yourself. Do it now. Be your best friend. No one's going to love you the way you can love you.
I'll do it now.
Now! Now! Do it now!
Yeah, I'll send that to you right now.
Put the titty clips on your titties and love yourself now!
And this is too early. You're acting naughty. I mean, you could meet us, right in Harlem at the bar June 29th. We're going to have like a little get together, have fun, play darts or shoot pool.
Well,
we'll just bar, man.
Listen, I'm busy doing all kinds of educational things. I got a little media business going. I'm trying to make money, and my favorite color is green. I know that's your favorite color.
I know. Well, I mean, it's good to go once in a while. I know we got busy schedules.
Man, Walter, I'm looking for a girl, man. I need to find myself a hot brunette with a great ass that wants to come on my boat and wants to go do yoga at the beach. I want you to come to my beach party, man. I got a beach party 7 days a week. I got a boat down at Montrose Harbor. Come down there and do yoga with me, and we're going to pick up some baby dolls.
Wow, are you serious?
Yeah, but you just gotta get. Yeah, I got a boat.
Wow.
It's a 2,000. Walter, I spent $2,000 on it on Craigslist. It's not a yacht, but it works and it doesn't leak anymore. I spent a couple grand fixing it up.
Well. They're on Montrose Harbor?
Yeah, this is my second season.
Wow.
Listen, time is limited. Money is green. So, you know, the politics is interesting. There's a lot of ways to make money, but the whole thing is God, man. I think GOP and GOD are the same thing. I think the Democrats are running a scam. They're hypnotizing everybody with their social do-goodery. It's all lies. They're wasting the money on private contracts. It's all scams.
I know that. I mean,
Chicago, do you even know what Urbs in Horto means? That's the Chicago Latin motto beneath the flag, beneath the star. Do you know what that means? Urbs in Horto?
That's Latin.
Yeah, what does it mean? The mayor doesn't know what it means. I asked him when I met him at a restaurant. I said, what does Urbs in Horto underneath the Chicago seal mean? And he said, fuck, I can't remember.
I can't remember. What does it say? What does it mean?
City in a garden.
City in a garden?
It's a very, very mystical statement. City, you have to look at the words. Herbs, which means flowers, which means you're a flower. And then what I'm trying to say is, Walter, I'm not, a very successful man, but I have gone through a very rigorous education. And Urbs in Horto means developing a garden, which is cultivating self. So the city, it's based on a Roman gymnasium and Socrates and Plato, and cultivating
Greek and Roman.
Yeah, Greek and Roman, cultivating knights. That's what political parties are. It's actually just agnostic knighthoods. You're a knight. You're a knight. That's the whole thing. An alderman is a knight. I have a book called the Common Council of 1850. What your position is within the city government is a knighthood. You are a knight, but your physical capabilities limit you to a communication position. Why don't you let me produce you and broadcast you, and you can reframe the communication. We can do a podcast. Let me produce your podcast.
Who else is going to be on there?
Well, you should do a daily podcast for 30 minutes a day.
30 minutes.
That's a lot of communication. You can bring on guests, but you have to help me co-produce. I'll send you $1 as our initial agreement. You send me $1 and we'll be 50-50 partners. I'm in the media content business. I'm not political. I'm in the content business. I want to talk to everybody. I want all the content.
I mean, podcasts or YouTube or what? What is your platforms?
It's YouTube mostly, and then Instagram.
How many followers on Instagram?
A couple thousand. 3,000, yeah.
We need to hook up with Perry. He got 42,000.
He does?
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's
See,
on Twitter.
That's media power.
Yeah, 42,000 on Twitter.
Well, hold the call. Let me add Max, and then he'll add Perry. So let's just do it now. Let me call. Can you hold?
Yeah, I could hold.
Okay, calling Max. Hey, hold on. Hey, Rebueno Shalol and Walter Max, we're both on the phone. We want to do a quick podcast. I'm with Walter Max.
Walt?
Walt's on the phone.
What's up, Max?
Oh, the Walt. I thought it was a different Walter. Hey. Are you at the convention?
No.
Oh, my dad's there. And so is Steve Bolton. I heard Steve Bolton's chubby self.
Why are they going there?
He was paid money for my dad's event.
Oh, wow.
Pepe, I'm gonna end
$50.
this.
And because I think Steve probably wants to be a lawyer for the Republican Party and make money that way. And then Jeff now works for Soros.
Yeah, that's a money scam.
Agreed.
So I'm gonna do some other stuff. I set up a bank account for the 29th Ward GOP. So I'm on that route.
Congratulations. When's your first thing?
No, I was going in motion yesterday. Me and Perry did it. So going in motion. I'm sick of them telling me I cannot get a list or all this crap. Hey.
Well, you're a PCC. You get now you can get lists on your own.
Yeah, I could get it. I could go and look online and stuff.
You could buy like $100.
I could piggyback it, or I gotta look where else they have them.
That's it.
I'm done waiting.
Walter,
around.
you have a media business at your fingertips. I could create one video of the Standard Club and all the Venezuelans there, and we could send that email to everybody in the Chicago GOP, and we could cause a ruckus. And why we're not causing disruptive communication and we're letting people dominate the communication, we have to take action, and you are a critical component as a knight of the round table. You're part of the
What do you have to say to that?
you're part of the common council. We know your capabilities are limited, but we want to help you help us so we can help you. Together we can cause change. We have to condition. We have to reframe. We have to send communication.
Over here at
Walter, you were not saying though? Walter, you were not saying though?
What?
Like that we really do have to, we instead of like taking orders and letting them kind of control the communication and the programming.
Okay, Pepe, go. This is called Republican Chicago Podcast.
What needs to be put out, of what the messages are and stuff like that. And that requires the communication. And
you have access to the emails. We need the email list and the phone numbers. The status gets him the emails and the telephone numbers. Walter, you're the key. You are the triangle. You are the Jesus Christ of the situation. You have to have compromise and take action with Max and I. We can do the heavy lifting. We're smart and young. Give us your sword and we will conquer on your command. We can do it together.
We will. And you really, you can be the Anakin Skywalker. No, you're not doing the battles. You're the general. It's John and I.
Yeah, we are the colonels. We're the colonels leading the soldiers. You are the general behind the front lines commanding the colonels. We're your colonels.
Yeah, you're not thinking. You're just telling people assigning people to the battles. You're not battling at all. But you do have to. What's it called? You already started the organization. That's great. You have to get the information. I do think help could be important, Walter. But I think you can be the figurehead. Or you like I think you should be the head of the Republican Party or the head of Cook County GOP when all is said is done. But that does require you to be the figurehead. You're the more leader type, and John and I are more, as you said, like colonels. We're battling. You're not doing these battles.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, we're going to be in the army.
Listen,
shall we raise money or not?
Mr. Napoleon, leave the strategy and the tactics to your colonels. Let us command while you sit back and deal with the politics. Let us command and conquer, and we guarantee you victory, El General. Remember the Republic of the Army of the Republic.
And they also killed the generals. They killed a lot of generals.
We're all going to go down with the ship.
There's a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk. That's why God bless you all for putting yourself in that position. You're right. Washington could have been hanged.
Think of Jesus.
Napoleon.
Think of Jesus Christ.
On the island.
Think of Jesus. Think of Jesus.
Yeah.
They threw it The Romans crucified.
Just think of the glory of the King, the Son of God. Think of his glory. And would you not want to be, crucified in the same way? We must go in the way of the master. The teacher is sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself, and we will reframe the situation for success and joy for everyone. We will return the herbs Horto before it's too late. We have to recreate the city in the garden. The city in the garden is infested with fucking parasites. We have to get ant killer. We have to get ant killer, and we have to distribute the ant killer throughout the city so that the ants don't take over the vegetation.
Ant killers. You're talking to the ant killers.
We are your colonels. We're the ant killers. We have the swords of fire. We came to conquer. We need you to free us so we can go conquer forth.
Because you have the official weight. You're the committee person. You're the chosen.
You are the juggernaut. You are the juggernaut.
You are the chosen one.
You are juggernaut.
What? Sound like you guys listened to Star Wars or something yesterday.
No, I'm quoting Star Wars. That's what
Walter, just look at it this way. You, me, and Max, we shared a pie at Napoleon's, or what was the name of the Italian restaurant where we had the pizza? La Villa, which means the house, which means la house, la casa, la familia. We shared a pizza pie. We are your captains. We are your crew team. Give us the okay, and we promise you that it's gonna go good.
Okay, what do you guys got your plans to do?
I fucking had it.
All right, big lot. I got a Poco meeting going on. Just stay. You're in my corner. Be in my corner, girl. Be in my corner. Help me. I'm in a fight. Over here, baby. No, you gotta listen. We gotta listen. I'm gonna moderate you. Invite people. We're fighting the mafia.
The entire state is infested with ants. There's 22 people on the state center committee. And a lot of them are
It takes a mafia to fight the mafia.
And they're having the meeting right now.
You're my number one, baby. You're my number one. Okay.
Republican, you come off the
a lot of people in the shadows that you might not know them, but they're
No. These are my allies. This party. I'm the president. I'm the president of the party. Yeah, I'm the president of the party.
Oh my bad. I thought they were trying to diss me.
No. We're a network here. This is a pod. These are all my people.
the gatekeeper. There's a lot of ants.
Give me all the names. Give me all the names of the 22 people. Let me look them up.
It's on the Yellow GOP website. Go right now. Put Yellow GOP leadership.
Oh, the State Central Committee.
Yeah.
Jay Rios. I ran for that in 2016.
I might have a naked picture of Joan Lassan's husband. So it's from the waist down, so I don't know if it's him. But there's a lot of she's done nothing. She's the ninth district. She's my person, but those are really.
Listen, Walter, we want to be very, very moral, very ethical, and we do want to call people.
Northfield,
we don't want to embarrass people, Walter, but we do want to call them clowns, and we want to let everybody know that they're clowns, and we're going to let them know they're clowns.
The truth is only uncomfortable if you're living an uncomfortable life. We want to just put a spotlight on the truth of what's really going on, because no one knows what's going on.
Listen, the Chicago Republican Association is real. The CRA is real. I have thousands of views to my appointment as the 45th Ward committee person. I am the de facto CRA 45th Ward committee person of the Illinois GOP. Max appointed me.
You're de jure and de facto.
Oh.
It's Walter. Don't you get it? You make it up as you go along. The whole thing is fugazi. It's fugazi.
Walter's kind of like Harry Potter and Anakin and Luke Skywalker. But I don't think you realize that you're the chosen one.
For what?
For actual research. Once the ants are gone, there's going to be people that actually leave. We're not. Me and John want long-term success.
What was a big fight in Cumberland? How could nobody help so?
Because we don't have a real tyranny. It's because there is no Republican Party, so Democrats get to run with impunity, and they don't have to give a fuck about security, healthcare, controlling.
Fucking kick some ass.
Walter, you do realize if the Democrats were really running the system the way it should be run, every single Democrat should be on the side of a street sweeper, and if they see a homeless person, they should just run off that street sweeper, pick them up, and put them in a paddy wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, are you the leader, though?
Yeah, I'm a leader.
No, the leader. There's going to be a new era. And also, do you want to be John Madison, General?
Yeah, you run the ward, Walter. It's your ward. It's nobody else's. It's yours. You own it. You are the knight in shining armor with the sword and the shield. No one can stop you, Walter. We are your colonels. We come to conquer in your name.
Do you want to be like Genghis Khan? Because Genghis Khan just started off with a little small.
No, we don't want him to be Genghis Khan. We want him to be King Solomon and King David.
I like Genghis Khan, but I do your point. That's definitely much higher. King David's definitely.
Who do you like between those 22 people?
None of them. Team White, maybe. They're all fucking scumbags, man. They're all criminal scumbags, and they're gonna fuck everyone over today. Hey, what are the rules?
Tell me the rules.
I can send it to you. It's on the LGOT website. It's on there. But they basically made it that if you want to pass a new rule, you need to do an unreasonable amount of things. Like it needs to go through the rules committee, and then you need to bring like 75 people. It's just they made it where it's impossible to do new rules. They put it in Collinsville, Illinois, which is a shithole. No offense, I love Madison County, which is a pretty bad area. But it's on Memorial Day weekend in a corner of the state, so no one's gonna be there. I've already seen pictures. And
James Marner is there.
Yeah, he's doing an event with my dad. There's people that are there. Peter's there. Doug Ivanhoe's there. My dad's there. But there's not gonna be that many people. It's not gonna be enough people to actually make change. And when it comes time to vote for leadership, the only people that vote are the 22 state Central Committee people, and they all fucking suck. So they're gonna pick the worst slimeball candidates. It's probably gonna be Shaw and Lassonde, is my guess.
Lassonde White?
No, Mark Shaw.
Oh, fuck Mark Shaw.
John, give me your ant killers.
Hey, Dad, I'm on the line. Dad, I'm on the line with my campaign manager, Max, and the 45th Ward co-committee person, Walter. We're having a political powwow, Dad.
Who are you talking to?
My dad, Joe.
Hey, it's your kid over.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, how are you?
I'm a big fan of your son. Pleasure to meet you. Fantastic. Good pre-Shabbos.
Oh, very good.
Shabbos. Mazel tov.
Yeah, Mazel tov.
You find Tov, Walter, on your new organization.
Yeah, because that's all hell of it.
But I've heard a lot of great things about you. I'm amazing to meet you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Nice meeting you.
I heard you help protect Jewish people.
Oh, yes, I do. They need protection now. They need self-protection.
They do.
How old is your dad?
Huh?
How old is your dad?
You're talking to him.
You're talking to him, Walt.
No, I mean, how old is he? Joe, how old are you?
76.
Oh, wow. That's good.
That's pretty young if you decide to run for president.
That's right.
You should be a kid.
Yeah, I'd be mad on myself after Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. He's awesome. We're all Trump fans here.
Yeah.
So the convention is today.
Yeah. It's going on. I've been getting texts about it all.
I'm supposed to be there, but I am work.
Anyways, Dad, so we're just chatting because Max, my friend here who helped me run for the 45th Ward, his dad is running for congressman, and he's going to the Illinois GOP convention today. His name is Mark Rice. He's a Jewish guy. He's a nice guy.
Oh, gee, a Jewish Republican, that's a rarity.
They're pretty. I think more religious Jews are mostly Republican.
Wow. Sorry for my language. There's stuff happening going on over here.
My experience with Jewish Federation of Chicago doesn't seem to fit that.
Well, they're libtards. I mean, they're super liberal.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Why are they liberal?
because I think they don't like. It's every religion that's more secular, like the Reformed versions of Christianity, Muslim, and Jewish are all super liberal because they're anti-God.
See what the actor did? He wanted to go back to his roots.
Which one?
Back from Poland, man. That's cool, man.
Which actor?
I gotta keep my eyes open, guys.
Dad, you want me to call you back?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll call you
So
back.
how about the police?
Yeah, my dad's an ex-cop. He was a Chicago cop for 30 years, 30 plus years.
Where?
24.
24? What area is that?
Rogers Park.
Oh, okay.
He called himself the Don of Devon.
So we need 2 central committeemen. Not just 1, 2.
No, we need to fucking get rid of all the ants, and that's 22 ants. That's not. We don't need 2 seats. We got to get rid of these fucking people. And elections are all rigged, so that's not even necessarily the option. It's a communication battle, an information war, and John totally laid it out. But
I know this guy.
Listen,
are you comfortable?
Walter,
with 90%
Max, we've already had the sit down with Walter. We ate the pizza together. We smoked the pipe. It's gonna come.
It is.
Well, blast them off. Fuck them.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you.
Because they're destroying the Republican Party.
You're cool though with 90%. Are you cool though with 90% of them just going away?
Might as well fuck them off.
That's what's gonna
happen. Clean house.
Yeah, I think 10%. Like you can stay, Ed can stay, McHenry County can stay. You people can stay, but just a handful.
Well, they should clean house. Fuck them up.
No. We. Your Colonel should clean house. We're gonna clean house.
We're your captains. We're your captains. We're your street crew. Just consider us your captains, El Capo. You are the new Don. You are the new king of the GOP, Walter. All hail Walter. All hail Walter. All hail Walter.
And Perry, a lot of people are using a lot of capos. We all know Johnny No-Nos.
Don't talk about the RICO Act. Don't mention the RICO Act.
Oh, he's dead, so it's okay.
Listen, do you have any idea what's happening, Walter? Do you look at Giuliani's Instagram? He live streams it. Giuliani, the hero of America, they're destroying him. They're destroying Trump. They're destroying this country. We have to fight back at the ground level in the streets.
Yes, we need some. Hey guys, why you don't like Jeannie Ives?
Because she's sold out to Uline and she's against direct elections and she's. So what people don't realize is being a rhino is not just about do you like Trump or not like Trump. Anyone that uses the political system that just purely for ego or for money or for sex is a piece of shit. And Jeannie Ives does this just for fucking money and it's fucking fucked up. She like goes out of her way to like shit talk other candidates, and she just like totally sucks off the U-lines. But she's not. I used to like her like 10 years ago, but she's turned to the dark side of the force.
Okay. And what about Larry?
Sugar Daddy Larry Smith. He married the assistant of the LaSalle County GOP, who's 40 years younger than him, or like 38 years younger than him. Then that like how the fuck are we cool with that? I thought we're the conservative party. And he's a total sellout. He sponsored Devin Jones's Southside GOP. He's against direct elections. So, do you know about direct elections? Well,
no.
Oh, so direct
inform me a little bit.
Direct elections is a thing that the FCC instead of more like Republicans elect who's in the FCC instead of committee people. And anyone who's against that is pro-corruption and a piece of shit. That's like the easiest way to fix all of this. And they could change that right now today, but they're not going to. Because they like and Larry Smith's against it, and Jeannie Ives against it. But some of them are for it.
Why?
Because they want They like the corruption. They can keep power easier that way.
Listen, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to call my dad back. So let's continue this conversation. Let's just get, gentlemen, just make your final comments, make your point, and let's enjoy this.
No, this is new to me.
Okay, hold on then. Let me. I'll stay on the call for another 5 minutes. Do you think you guys can wrap this up in 5 minutes?
Name one good SEC chair.
I don't know.
You see 20 of them. They're on the website.
No, I'm driving right now.
Oh, well, I can't name one that's not a complete sellout. Dean White.
Dean White?
Maybe. Maybe.
I don't know him.
I know him.
Well, there's a lot of, how can I say, there's a lot of no communication between people. Like the bigger insolence of the Illinois
Walter, at the end of the day, do you think you're representing your people in your ward effectively?
Yes.
Well, I would just say your opinion, it's irrelevant, because the fact of the matter is your communication can be amplified. Max and I are your capos. We're in the streets dealing with the riffraff. The Democrats are the enemy. We're not saying the Republicans are the enemy. What we're saying is we have to attack the Democrats, unleash the Kraken.
Yeah. We're saying that you can't attack the Democrats if there's problems with your car. Or the problems, like we're saying that we have an ant problem, we have a leakage problem, and we got to feel that so we can attack the Democrats properly. We can't say the Democrats are pro law and order when Sean Morrison begged a pedophile to get leniency. We can't say that Democrats are degenerates when Larry Smith is dating someone 4 years younger than her that beat him up and then he called the cops on her. And she got arrested.
The woman.
Yeah, Beth Smith. You know Beth Smith, probably.
No, I don't know. They try to separate Chicago from the state, Illinois.
They do that by design. It's kind of just like in the mafia. They don't want the upper people. Like, I've never talked to Don Tracy. Don Tracy doesn't talk to anyone. He talks to someone that talks to someone that talks to Sean Morrison that talks to someone.
That kid want to fucking bite his ear off.
Who?
They got nobody from the top. Kim some shit.
Well, the guy that does like Saudi Arabian law work, fucker.
I don't like him. The guy with Don Tracy.
Yeah. Well, it's too long no read. Walter, you have a real opportunity to be a leader. You have 2 colonels at your disposal. We wish you an amazing Chavez. We wish that your bank account is ready and steady and where it can accept donations easily.
Everybody on top gotta fucking go.
They do. You're talking to the 2 people that are going to do that. But we need you to just, have discernment.
We need your blessing, Godfather. We need to kiss your ring. We need to tell you that the hits are going to be okay.
Legal though. Nothing.
Yeah, we're taking out the deep state, Walter, and we need your blessing.
Hold on. I gotta look up the Illinois GOP. What am I looking up?
Leadership. Just Illinois GOP leadership. It's on their website.
Fucking clowns.
And they have also the finance committee. They have extra government. That's what Richard Porter is, and that's what they're voting for.
John Curran.
We didn't want this for you, Walter. We wanted you to be Senator Walter, Governor Walter. I don't know, there just wasn't enough time, but don't forget, Walter, to check all the calls coming in and out of the Illinois GMP. And whoever sets up that meeting with Barzini, a.k.a. the mayor, the clown, he is the traitor. Don't forget that.
Tim Osingo just resigned from the state rep like a piece of fucking shit pussy. Hates Trump. And then his staffer is the one that just got arrested for sexually harassing the Democrat. Fuck Tim Osingo. He's one of the worst ones.
Like, what about Judy King Coleman?
Fucking sucks. And Rhino.
Jay
Reyes. I don't really know.
Jay Reyes is a lawyer.
No, I don't really know.
Later on,
he was a former pimp and Democrat. He literally had an escort business, like up until like 7 years ago. He probably was selling hookers. He's probably in Springfield right now selling hookers to people. One of the biggest pay-to-play scumbags. Continue.
And Sean Morris is in the 6th congressional district.
Literally, he's the one that's tied to San Giancana and worked for had a pedophile employee and
Hey,
the biggest piece of shit ever.
Mark Holstein is no good.
I don't know him, but you know
He's
him, guys.
garbage.
Okay.
He ain't doing crap. Game life.
I'm on the fence. He invests in service and citizen farmers.
That's stupid. Joan.
Lasan is the one might have a naked picture of her husband and is a fucking weird creep. Rhino worked for Richard Irvin.
Yeah.
Rhino.
Mark Shaw.
One of the biggest snakes in politics. Makes money on the table. From and he was famous for fucking with primaries. Where if you pay his companies, he'd make sure you get endorsed and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Laura.
He's the treasurer. I know her. Laura Palestrini. She's a fucking against direct elections. Rhino. Fucking yes man. Like not a fan.
Orlando. Belford.
Don't know.
Welcome to Miles Nelson.
Pussy.
Larry Smith.
Fucking sugar daddy.
So they got
John.
Go. Jason Plummer.
90%. I think he's with the shits, but he's not like terrible. But he's with the shits. And I have to go. Yes, big time. Big time.
Ed Weaver.
Big time.
So they all gotta go, but the whole
90%. Because you gotta stay, Ed's gotta stay, McHenry County's gotta stay. Maybe one of the SEC has to stay, but probably not. Because they in my opinion, anyone that's not screaming at the top of the lungs, this is rigged, this is fucked up, is part of the problem.
Who's the FCC?
The state company.
That's what I just said. Talk.
I'm saying they all might need to go. I agree with you there.
They all need to go. Fuck them all.
But committeemen, not all committeemen are bad. You're good.
What about Eric Wallace?
Gone.
Chris, they got nothing.
TJ Brown, gone. Jim Stenson, gone. Marco Sukovich, gone. Evan Simmons, gone.
Walter, what we're gonna do is I've got a list of all the
Kathy Penner, gone.
I've got a list of all the American legions in the Chicagoland area, and I've written letters to the presidents of every single ward of every single American legion, and we are asking that the American Legion field candidates in all Republican future votes and all future openings. We want veterans in all these positions as soon as possible.
Yes, that was good.
We support those that support veterans. Walter, do you support veterans?
Yes.
So we are going to get more Republican veterans into Illinois government politics as soon as humanly possible. It's my personal mission. I won't stop until either myself or 10 of my comrades are in positions of power in this government.
I didn't say I will be saying. I mean, all this is, all the leadership is no good.
How about yourself, though? Are you good at the sacrifice that John's talking about?
Well,
I feel bad for you. It's a lot to sacrifice. Well, to go against the grain.
Well, I gotta sacrifice.
Your life, your livelihood, everything.
What do you mean my livelihood?
You have to expect, anytime a leader goes in a situation, you have to expect that things can go south.
What do you mean, the leader?
The deep state controls the government. The flag. Of course they could fuck up your livelihood somehow. You never know.
So is my name gonna be out there?
As the new leader of the Republican Party?
No, the organization sends the communication. You don't need to sign off on it.
No, but when the dust settles, you're going to be the leader of the Republican Party, and you have to be comfortable with the sacrifices and risks that being a leader entails. always.
What we're saying is you're the triangle. Without you, we can't get the precious emails, telephones, names. We need the communication so we can mass communicate. This is communication theory or mass communication hypnosis.
Whatever he said.
He said like, the simple version, Walt, is like, can you get him phone numbers and emails?
So what do you want? So 202,
as much as you can get for yourself. As much as you can get for yourself, but I want to focus on Chicagoland. So that's where the biggest problems in the Republican Party and Democrat Party are around here. There's some problems downstate, for sure. But I think John and I really want to focus on the county and the collar counties.
Yeah, we want to appoint our aldermen. We're committee persons of the Chicago Republican Association. We want our candidates in the Aldermanic Council. We want them in positions at the airport. We want them in positions at the museum. We want them positions in. We want our Republicans cutting grass. We want to control the whole thing. We want to get these Democrats by the neck, choke them out, make them tap out, and say, "Here are the keys. You won. You won, fair and square." No, Max and I believe that we can hyper condition the society to give the keys to us. Yes, we believe that we have the information technology to mass communicate and hypnotize the population into agreeing with us. It will be dangerous. It will be dangerous for all of us, but we can win because we know the secret name. We know the information. We know how to win. We have the knowledge, the understanding. They are clowns. We are clown killers.
That simple. We're rodeo clowns. They're clowns, we're rodeo clowns.
What, John stopped doing it?
What?
Will he stop sending stuff?
He's sending a lot. He hasn't done an original post, and he used to post every day. He hasn't posted originally in like 3 days. Because every time he posts, it's an information war. I post a link about his Bob ties or lying about going to community college or the pedophile connections. They can't handle the heat. Amy Kessler blocked me. So it's a real information war.
Walter, you are part of the information war, whether you like it or not. We know that you're a good man, and we already ate our pizza pie. So work with us so we can kill these clowns and enjoy more pizza.
Oh yeah, but if you with your organization, you should what's your plan to get the data? So you got the bank account. Are you putting any money in yourself?
We need to go downtown to the election commission and just get the printout, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I'll get it. I got the
Let us go. Because I think John and I can help too. You know, because we want that data as well. And I just want to prepare you.
It's not we want the data. It's the Three Musketeers need the data. And Walter, you're slowing us down.
Oh, well, we just had the meeting today.
This is the meeting now, Walter.
We don't know fuck meetings. We don't need meetings. We need data and things and money. And
I know, but Max, the meeting has to happen. This is the meeting of the minds meeting.
That's what I said. We need data.
Yeah. So when are you guys gonna go to the building and get it?
Well, he's gonna Perry. Oh, Perry's gonna get the data.
When?
Right, because we just set it up the bank account yesterday.
You know, but you're already a committee person, so you already can get the data.
Yeah.
Walter, we're not trying to harass you. What we're trying to tell you is the data is at your fingertips, and we are waiting for you. So make a phone call, write an email, write a memo. You are the knight of your ward, and we are encouraging you from the sidelines. We're your cheerleaders.
Yeah, talk to Perry and figure out when you can do that as soon as possible. Because if you can do it today, if you can't do it today, you're gonna have to wait until Tuesday. And so if you can do it today, that means today. But Tuesday's the next day. But let's get it done as soon as possible. And then we have people in other counties. We have allies in DuPage, McHenry, Kane.
Ishmael's back. He's back for more hypnosis. Hi, Ishmael. We're having a Republican Chicago Association meeting with my ward committee co-captains.
Silo. What's it called? Reasonable, like when you can deny something, what's it called? It's not good for you to know all this.
Reasonable plausibility, denial of plausibility. Walter, it doesn't matter. You have to be a knight. You have to draw your sword. You have to make a stand. This is your Napoleon moment. We need you, Walter. Be strong. Have courage.
I was an offensive lineman, and everyone kind of has, and like offensive linemen used to work on your assignment. Am I going to pull? Am I going to go on the gap?
Ishmael, so what I do is positive neurolinguistic programming. That's how I'm trying to influence the political situation here in Chicago. Always be positive. This guy weighs 500 pounds. He can barely walk, and he's in charge of the Chicago GOP.
Well, I can introduce you to anyone.
Max is my business partner. He's my shidduch looking for a shidduch. I am a shidduch looking for a shidduch. Listen, gentlemen, the sun is setting. The sun is setting fast. I have to say my Shabbos prayers. Riboynai shaloyim Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu l'chelik nesher shabbat b'nei bri hagafen. Riboynai shaloyim. Amen.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, Walter, I have to go, man. I God bless you, and I love you. And together, love conquers all. We will win. We will have victory. But we need you. You're the knight in the shining armor. You are the great white hope. You are the Godfather. You are the Godfather. We kiss your ring. We kneel at your feet. We await your command, El General, El Capitan.
Good Shabbos. I appreciate your friendship and your respect.
Yashikoa. Okay, Hermes. I gotta call my dad back. Hold on one sec. Don't say anything. Ishmael, don't jump up here and fucking scream anything. Hey, Dad.
What's up?
Nothing, just meeting with this guy, Walter. He's a committee person. So my friend Max and I were trying to get him and this other lawyer to get access to the Chicago Republican database.
You're still dabbling into politics, huh?
I mean, it's sending an email, but... Hello? I think he hung up.
Sorry, that was my fault. I hit it on.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, anyways, we're just having fun, really, on a Friday afternoon. That's all we're doing. What are you doing?
Nothing much. I'm starting to take the dogs out, and that's about it.
Oh, these doggies. Oh, I saw, yeah, I would love to get a dog. What I would love to do is fence the backyard and then get a dog, but anyways, I'm happy without a dog.
Yeah, well, the dog takes a lot of responsibility. We just took Dolly to the vet the other day. It was $400 or $500, and another test she had was another $200. So expensive.
Oh, I know.
Expensive having a dog.
I know my tenant in the coach house. She works at a veterinarian clinic. She's a vet tech. That's how she pays her rent.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How's the house? How's the building going?
It's fine. No problems. People are paying their rent. The ship is sailing smoothly.
How was your trip to?
It was good. It was good. Very good. Man, Tracy and this guy, they I hope they hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I hope so. Time will tell.
The Big Bang.
Big Bang, yeah. You see that video? I said the guy thought that the comedian said he got on a train 17 years ago, and he said next over they all been sneezed. He said, "God bless you." They've been together ever since. Did you ever see that?
No, I didn't see that.
The guy, he casually says, "I got on the train, sat down next to a girl, and she sneezed. I said, God bless you. We've been together for 17 years. You all applauded. The audience applauded. That's so nice." He said, the other day I got on the train, sat next to a girl, she sneezed. I looked at her and said, I'm not falling for that shit again. It's so funny. The look on the guy's face was even funny the way he said it. All right. Everything else is good. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That job is talking to the doctors. What job? Talk to my doctor. Talk to my lawyer if you want. Call me, text me if you want. They don't want to talk to me. They were just waiting for me to come back into the office.
Come back to about 20 years.
That's what I say. I mean, yeah.
Collect your pens and leave.
Oh, they can keep the postcards I put on the wall.
Yeah.
It's, it is what it is. I mean, I'm going to go down. I'd rather go down with a smile.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's no, I got to go down with a smile, clear this lawsuit, clear the bankruptcy, go back to work. There's no escaping it. I have a problem with my paycheck. Right now, the two managers in charge of me, they're not communicating with me via text. They're just doing incoming text, meaning that they're not communicating. So when the money stops, that's when I go to my union president and I say, what's happening? And then we set up the meeting. And then I say, I've sent you all my doctor's notes. I've sent you all the communication. You're the ones not communicating. And then I will let my union president communicate and I will remain silent. Oh, this woman's got red hair. She's Irish and she hates these people. She told me the other day, she's like, I fucking hate them. He's a piece of shit. I was like, he's the captain. She's like, I know, but I fucking hate the captain. I was like, keep smiling. Take care. God bless. Bye-bye. I walked by it the other day and it was level, so I think that the guy fixed the leak. But they're closed. I got to go down there, get the pin. They changed the pin on the door.
Just be safe in Chicago. It's kind of dangerous out there.
Oh, believe me, I've learned my lesson. I have when I leave my house, you know what I do? You know what I do now? I take duct tape and I just tape my mouth.
That might not be good enough.
Well, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil. If somebody's causing a problem, I mean, I'm a ninja about it. I'm not looking to escalate people's emotional mood swings in public, unless I have a sniper rifle from 2 miles away.
Somebody once said that the best defense is not being there.
Yeah, I mean, you told me once, the longer it takes to respond to a problem, the quicker it seems to resolve itself.
Yeah. If I said it must be true. Or I would if I said it.
Well, just think about the first day you were on the job, going up those stairwells into the house where these two faggots cut themselves up with knives. You didn't expect to see that, did you?
No, never did. Never expected to see a lot of things.
I know.
It's funny, in those days when I first started, which was, which now they call it Boys Town, of course, but it was all underground. It was never in the open. The bars and stuff were kind of like dark and, it's nothing like it was now. So,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it was all underground.
You mean it was more dangerous for men to
No, I mean, it wasn't open in the place like it is today. Everything's open.
Oh, yeah. I saw this documentary about sexual chastity and marriage in America in the 20s, 30s, the 10s, the 20s, and 30s, and how chaste America was. And when pornography started coming out, and basically they made it look scientific, but it's just vulgarity. So, the decadence, the decay, the demoralization. I mean, it started in the 30s, all the way up to now.
It's always been in human history. The Romans were famous for.
Yeah, the Romans, yeah. The Romans capitalized it.
Remember the three of his partners. He says, go back to, this is Sparta. He said, they look your lover boys back.
I like how I think I saw the second version the other day when I was at the gym. Not only does, the ex-wife or the wife of the dead king, the king goes against a war and they smash against all the ships. It's a great scene.
She actually played, the girl who played in the background actually she played in a Bond movie.
She was also in that Jerusalem film with the Templars. She played like the daughter or the sister of the king who goes up against Salah ad-Din. Knight's Kingdom of Heaven or whatever it's called.
I never saw that one, I don't think.
Anyways, all is well here. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna go down. I'm just gonna go down to the boat and then go to the beach. I went swimming the other day. Yeah. I took this bisexual Democrat doctor with hairy armpits. I was looking for companionship, and then I saw the hairy armpits, and she said, "I'm impressed you're not surprised by the hairy armpits." I said, "This isn't my first time at the hairy armpit rodeo. You're not special."
Good luck with that one.
Oh, believe me, I've already decided to block that number, but I'm just saying that, Herbs and Horto. I saw the mayor at Gibson's. I came up to him. I said, "Mayor, do you know what the Latin motto is underneath the seal of Chicago, Herbs and Horto?" He said, "What does that mean?" What does that mean? All right, it's my joke. I made that joke up.
I think he doesn't want the hammers and sickle than he does anything else.
Well, the South Side controls the votes. They control the contracts. They make it up as they go along. It's a scam.
Yeah. That's for sure.
I took this one girl out on it. A senator. She got appointed to the Senate in Illinois, and she's passing $10 million worth of legislation a week. It's a scam. She's giving the money to police officers for autism training. She's money to LGBTQ abortion clinics, and everything under the sun. She can get $10 million approved, and it goes to all these different organizations. I took her on a date, and as I was walking her back to her apartment after we had a drink at this bar, a giant rat jumped out of the sewer and tried to run up my leg, Dad. I jumped, and she started laughing at me. And I was looking at her like, "Bitch, what are you laughing about? Like, that fucking rat tried to jump up my leg." I'm like, "You're lucky I'm walking you home." So I get her back to her house, and that was the end of the date. But the fact that she was laughing at me as a rat tried to attack me, I mean, she's the fucking rat. And she lost her campaign. Some fatter, more lesbian, more liberal Mexican Puerto Rican beat her. So the crazier you are, the greater likelihood of success you have at winning in politics.
Weird, isn't it?
Huh?
Weird. So weird.
It's life. I'm telling you. I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, you've probably seen the weirdest inversions in the world where you're like, "How did this person get here?" It's life. Anyways, all right. Well, God bless. Have a great weekend. Love you. Tell Patty I said hello. Okay. Take care. Bye. Oh, we're gonna call my mom. See if she's available. I like to call family like once a week if possible. To do like mental health check-ins with my families. I love you is all I'm trying to say. My bloodline. She's probably busy screaming at a plumber. Okay, Hermes, welcome to the Republican Chicago podcast. We're listening to Invictus. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind. I honor the Hermes Trismegistus with my love. Hello? Okay, this is Invictus.
I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning bludgeonings of chance. My head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Captain of my soul.
Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good, man. I was blessed. I've been getting all kinds of business. I'm just helping people.
Nice. So we're listening to Invictus. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but try to listen to the words. Tell me if you can even understand it.
I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole. I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced, nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
This is Edgar Allan Poe.
From childhood's hour, I have not been as others were. I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring. From the same source I have not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then, in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill, the mystery which finds me still. From the torrent of the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its fine tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder.
King William Ernest Henley, yeah. He, that poem was his favorite poem, and it explains to Pinar, but when he lost courage, when he felt like just giving up, just lie down and not live again, he would recite it, and it would give him what he needed to keep going. Can you recite? You can't. There's some words. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole. I learned when I was in school. Yeah. I think whatever God that may be for my uncomfortable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not cried aloud. Under the blessings of fate, my head is bleeding, but unbound. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the shadow of the shade. The end of the years finds it shall find me. Unafraid. God matters not how straight the gate, how punishment charges the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Just take that for a moment in the history of the show to hear you do that. Thank you. And he had it, and he memorized it, and it was his anchor. Yeah. When the winds were at their worst. Yeah.
Inside sleep, until my love comes forth to dream with me, the silent words of love and people's scars, where we may live and love and never weep, nor yet be weary. The last ruby bars are sunk beneath the sea. The shadows creep more on me as I quicken with desire. My love is all with gold. society to sleep. Until then.
Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these two asses be sent to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be. We may safely assume. Ought. It is hardly questionable. Almost certainly. Poor hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions.
Okay. So this is The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. This is read by P.J. Taylor. This is the full audiobook book. It's an hour and 30 minutes. We're 48 minutes in. We're going to Shalom. Hermes Trismegistus. This is right up your alley. This is essentially the secret wisdom of Hermes. Hermes, you want to say anything before I play this? If you can hear me. Okay, I'm going to play this. Reborn Shalom.
And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black, is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert to limit it. I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on. The satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47. Windmill words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul impersonal. Asana destroys the static body, Nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, Rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, Vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, Sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, Sankara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, Vinanam. Omar Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Mome Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the Pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl, and the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates the seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon.
In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay.
Tally-ho!
Then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I, in each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning, even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum. Keep us from evil. Chapter 54. Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is 111. Then said each Mo, for its number is 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55. The Drooping Sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work. I cannot think. I seek distraction here. I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who love have lost, and how may I
Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole axe. Chapter 56. Trouble with Twins. Holy, holy, holy. Unto 555 times, holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, holy, holy. Unto 156 times, holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, holy, holy. Unto the number of times necessary and appropriate, be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all Mother, Genetrix, Meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of the harlot whom he loveth not. For it is Layla that he loveth. And yet, who knoweth which is Crowley, and which is Frater Perdurabo? Chapter 57. The Duck-billed Platypus. Dirt is matter in the wrong place. Thought is mind in the wrong place. Matter is mind, so thought is dirt. Thus argued he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, placet. The rose uncrucified droppeth its petals. Without the rose, the cross is a dry stick. Worship then the rosy cross, and the mystery of 2 in 1. And worship him that swore by his holy T, that one should not be one, except in so far as it is 2. I am glad that Layla is afar. No doubt clouds love. Chapter 58. Haggai Howlings. Haggard am I, and hyena. I hunger and howl. Men think it laughter. Ha, ha, ha. There is nothing movable or immovable under the firmament of heaven, on which I may write the symbols of the secret of my soul. Yea, though I were lowered by ropes into the utmost caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within be dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hodgepodge in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee, unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans
pagans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. O, I, this I and O, I-O, for I owe, I, to Nirvana's O. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after Ayin that triumphs over Aleph in Ein, that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye, thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus, to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra-Hor Khuit. To him he then sacrifices. The first cake burnt illustrates the prophet drawn from the scheme of incarnation. The second, mixed with his life's blood and eaten, illustrates the use of the lower life to feed the higher life. He then takes the oath and becomes free, unconditioned, the absolute, burning up in the flame of his prayer, and born again, the phoenix. Chapter 63. Marjorie Daw. I love Layla, I lack Layla. Where is the mystic grace, saith thou? Who told thee, man, that Layla is not knew it, and I had it? I destroyed all things, they are reborn in other shapes. I gave up all for one. This one hath given up its unity for all. I wrenched dog backwards to find God. Now God barks. Think me not fallen because I love Layla and lack Layla. I am the master of the universe. Then give me a heap of straw in a hut and Layla naked. Amen.
Amen.
Chapter 64. Constancy. I was discussing oysters with a crony. God sent me the angels, Din and Doni. And man of spunk they urged would hardly choose the breakfast.
Oh, the doctor's in the house. Oh, he left us.
Chez Leperouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if Leperouse were shut. I eat these oysters and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only
It's true. Unleash the clown army.
fixes in my mind even before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wine.
I told Doctor once, he's like, why the fuck are you fucking with me? I was like, bro, I'm trying to release you like a rocket. I was like, be gone, rocket.
Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that, else how may do his worst. Doni and Den, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sic Transient. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool silver, the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66. But Layla counteth up to 7 and 70. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Mana. At 4 o'clock there is hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers, sat Aisha under the juniper tree and wept. Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noir is like Nephthys for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut pulp, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet, the babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, O God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, O man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This is for change, the double gift of tongues. The word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to Cheth, that is Cancer, whose sigil is 69. This work also eats of itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Praetor Perturabo is of the Sanhedrin of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Praetor Perturabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take pleasure. For the play of the universe is the pleasure of Praetor Perturabo. Chapter 71. King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama. No purgative like pranayama. For mind, for mind and body alike. There is no purgative like pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative. For mind and body alike, no purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72. Passion Visit. Shemham Farash, all hailed by a name, utter it once, O mortal of Arash. The universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemham Farash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all those things the same. The world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemham Farash. Chapter 73. The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but bide. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly. Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is of the coffin worm. Chapter 74, Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. The hermit asked for love, worst bargain of all. And now he has let his girl go to America to have success in life. Blank loss. Is there no end to this immortal ache that haunts me sleeping or awake? If I had Layla, how could I forget? Time, age, and death, insufferable fret. Were I an hermit, how could I support the pain of consciousness, the curse of thought? Even were I that, there still were one sore spot, the abyss that stretches between that and not. Still, the first step is not so far away. The Mauretania sails on Saturday. Chapter 75, Plover's Eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I wanted, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66, Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps. Oh, I, why? No. Hail, all ye spavine, gelded, hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How? Not by speed, nor strength, nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the day. Chapter 77, the sublime and supreme septenary, in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and he could also. Layla. Chapter 78, Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of samsara, the wheel of the law, Dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, yet of all these the wheel of the tarot alone avails thee consciously. Meditate long and broad and deep, O man, upon this wheel, revolving it in thy mind. Be this thy task, to see how each card springs necessarily from each other card, even in due order, from the Fool to the 10 of coins. Then when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79, The Ball Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha. Come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Viens vous negre, donne-moi tes lèvres encore. Chapter 80, Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence. And melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'll begin it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frater Perdurabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81, Lewis Ling. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the Burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than Loyola's. In short, any man who falls far short of myself. I am against anarchy and for feudalism. Every emancipator has enslaved the free. Chapter 81. Borscht. Witch moon that turnest all the streams to blood. I take this blood and stand and swear, an oath beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no eye, no joy, no permanence. Witch moon of blood, eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath, witch moon of blood, dread moon. Let all thy striges and thy goals attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of his hopes, and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress, in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83. The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, two, one, not. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating and drinking and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84. The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perturabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas, for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85. Or bereave me. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease. Yet these are often beautiful, and may be true, within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86. Tat. Ex nihilo. N-I-H-I-L. Feet. N. The fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I. The unsullied, ever-flowing water. H. The interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name Abrahadabra? I. The unsullied, ever-flowing air. L. The green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and in all, the fabric of all being woven on its invisible design is aether. Chapter 87. Mandarin meals. There is a dish of shark's fin and of sea slug, well set in birds' nests. Also there is a souffle most exquisite of chow chow. These did I devise, but I have never tasted anything to match thee. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a symbol consisting of a vertical Ouroboros superimposed over an inverted cross with two vertical bars, one to the left and one to the right of the central intersection, which she gave me before she went away. March 22nd, 1912, EV. Chapter 88, Gold Bricks. Teach us your secret, master, Yampa Yagus. Then for the hardness of their hearts and the softness of their heads, I taught them magic. But, alas, teach us your real secret, master. How to become invisible, how to acquire love, and know beyond all, how to make gold. But how much gold will you give me for the secret of infinite riches? Then said the foremost and most foolish, Master, it is nothing, but here is 100,000 pounds. This did I deign to accept, and whisper in his ear this secret. A son is born every minute. Chapter 89, Unprofessional Conduct. I am annoyed about the number 89. I shall avenge myself by writing nothing in this chapter. That, too, was wise. For since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent lie. Chapter 90, Starlight. Behold, I have lived many years, and I have traveled in every land that is under the dominion of the sun, and I have sailed the seas from pole to pole. Now do I lift up my voice and testify that all is vanity on earth, except the love of a good woman, and that good woman, Layla. And I testify that in heaven all is vanity, for I have journeyed oft and sojourned oft in every heaven, except the love of our Lady Babylon. And I testify that beyond heaven and earth is the love of our Lady Nuit. And seeing that I am old and well stricken in years, and that my natural forces fail, therefore do I rise up in my throne, and call upon the end. For I am youth eternal, and force infinite, and at the end is she that was Layla, and Babylon, and Nuit, being. Chapter 91, The Heikel. A-M-E-N. End of The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley.
Preface of the Book of the Dead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Seville. The Book of the Dead by E.A. Wallace Budge. To Sir Edward Maud Thompson, KCB, GCL, LLD, Principal Librarian of the British Museum. Dear Sir Edward, with great pleasure, I avail myself of the opportunity of inscribing your name at the head of this work on the Theban Recension of the Book of the Dead, for you have taken no ordinary interest in its inception and progress and completion. I do it the more gladly because I know that everything which concerns the religious beliefs of the ancient Egyptians and the wonderful doctrine of the resurrection of the spiritual body and of its everlasting existence, evolved thousands of years before our era, has the greatest attraction for you. It is now many years ago since your friendship with our common friend, the late Professor W. Wright, began, and your helpful sympathy with his various Oriental works was never wanting. The like friendship and the like sympathy you have extended to myself, his pupil. For both, I thank you, and I subscribe myself. Gratefully yours, E.A. Wallace Budge, London, July 27th, 1897. Preface. The present volume forms part of a work on the Theban Recension of the Book of the Dead, which I have prepared for Messrs. Keegan Paul and Company, with a view of supplying an edition of Egyptian text in hieroglyphic, a full vocabulary to the same, with copious references, and a complete translation with introductory chapters upon the history, object, and contents of the Book of the Dead, in a handy form and at a moderate price. It is the most complete edition of the Theban Recension hitherto published, but further discoveries in Egypt may at any moment result in the recovery of papyri containing chapters at present unknown to us. The texts of the Heliopolitan Recension of the Book of the Dead of the 5th and 6th dynasties, which are inscribed upon the pyramids of Unis, Teta, Pepi I, Mary Ra, and Pepi II, and which may be regarded as the most ancient form of the work now known to us, have been published. together with French translations of them by Monsieur Maspero in the various volumes of Recueil de Trelot, and separately under the title of Les Inscriptions de Pyramide de Saqqara, Paris, 1894. The texts of the Recension in use during the 11th and 12th dynasties, which are found inscribed upon the coffins of the period, have been published by Lepsius and Maspero, and an excellent idea of their contents may be gained from Birch's translation of the text on the coffin of Amalu, published with a complete facsimile by the trustees of the British Museum under the title Egyptian Texts of the Earliest Period from the Coffin of Amalu, London, 1886. The texts of the Theban Recension, which was in use from the 18th to 22nd dynasty, for example, from about BC 1600 to BC 900, and which is found inscribed on several papyri, both plain and illuminated, have been published by Birch, Mariette, Lehman, de Veria, and others, and an eclectic edition of the Recension in use from the 18th to the 20th dynasty was published with variants in Ain Lantom by Monsieur Nabil in 1886. Translations of single papyri belonging to this period have been published by de Veria and Pierre, Guilles, Lefebvre, Massey, Briette, and others, and certain chapters of this recension have been translated and discussed by various Egyptologists. Texts, both Hermetic and hieroglyphic, which were copied and illustrated for the priests and the priestesses of Amun during the 21st and 22nd dynasties, have been published by Birch, Lehman, Lepsius, Mariette, and Maspero, and a fine example of the Hermetic manuscript of the period following, entitled Rituel Funniel, was published by E. de Rouge in 1861. Of the texts which represent the Sayet Recension of the Book of the Dead, several manuscripts have been printed and described. The most important of these, however, is the famous papyrus preserved at Turin, of which Lepsius published a good copy as far back as 1842, entitled Gott Offenbach der Ägypter. The Book of the Dead, which was in use throughout the Greco-Roman and Roman periods, is well illustrated by the Hermetic texts published and transcribed by Birch in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 7, page 49, and by Lippian in his De Livre Egypti Q. Nofleris, Leipzig, 1895. The first to publish a complete translation of any recension of the Book of the Dead was Birch, who in 1867 gave an English version of the Turin Papyrus in the 5th volume of Bunsen, Egypt's Place in Universal History, pages 123 through 333. Notwithstanding the fact that the recension here translated is the Sayet, or latest of all, and that the text of the Turin manuscript is faulty in many places, Birch's rendering gave a new impulse to the study of the Egyptian religion, and it has formed the groundwork of the translations made by Egyptologists subsequently. The thing to wonder at is not the mistakes which he made, but that he was able, at that early date, to translate so much correctly. In 1882, Pierre published a French translation of the Turin Papyrus, entitled De Livre des Morts des Anciens Egyptiens, and in 1894, Davis published an English version of Pierre's French translation at New York. Up to the present, however, no complete translation of the Theban Recension has appeared. Translations of single papyri, for example, the Papyrus of Nebseni, the Papyrus of Ani, the Papyrus of Sephanes, the Papyrus of Nebket, etc., have been made by de Veria and Pierre, Guilles, Massey, myself, and others, and a translation of the text published by Nabil in his Totebach and by others was begun by Renouf in the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Volume 14. Since the appearance of Nabil's great work in 1886, several extremely important papyri have been discovered, and it is now possible to add to the texts of the Theban Recension, which he published a considerable number of chapters, etc. From the Papyrus of Ani, we obtained instructions to chapters 18 and 125, a hymn to Ra, a hymn to Osiris, text referring to the judgment scene, all of which are new. Besides these, we gained from it a complete, though short, version of chapter 175, and the vignettes are colored with a care and beauty hitherto unknown in papyri of this class. Of greater interest, textually, however, is the Papyrus of Nu, which the trustees of the British Museum acquired in 1890. It is, I believe, the oldest of illuminated papyri known, and it certainly was written in the first half of the period of the rule of the kings of the 18th dynasty. It is nearly, if not quite, as old as the famous Papyrus of Nebseni. Unlike many of the papyri of that date, it was written throughout by one man, probably Nu himself. As in all papyri, lines were omitted here and there, and in one short chapter is repeated. In it, however, are about 20 chapters of the Theban Recension, which have not hitherto been found, and several which have, up to the present, been only known to exist in single manuscripts. From the above facts, it is clear that an edition of the text of the Theban Recension which should contain all such new chapters, etc., was needed. When a few years ago, Sir Edmond Thompson suggested to me to make a translation of the Book of the Dead for popular use, I decided to do so, and to publish at the same time an edition of the Egyptian texts. For in these days, the reader insists, and rightly, upon the reproduction of the original documents as far as possible, so that he may be able to control the renderings set forth by the translator. Since no papyrus contains all the chapters of the Theban Recession, and no two papyri agree either in respect of contents or arrangement of the chapters, and the critical value of every text in a papyrus is not always the same, it follows that a complete edition of all the known chapters of the Theban Recession is impossible unless recourse be had to several papyri. I have therefore made use of several, and as a result, translations of about 160 chapters, not including different versions, hymns, and rubrics, are given in the present volume. I have also added translations of 16 chapters of the Septet Recession, both because they form good specimens of the religious compositions of the latter period and illustrate some curious beliefs, and because, having adapted the numbering of the chapters employed by Lepsius, they were needed to make the numbering of the chapters in this edition consecutive. My translation has been made as literal as possible, my aim being to let the reader judge for himself the contents of the Theban Book of the Dead, as it is intended for popular use. I have not encumbered the pages with voluminous notes, nor have I attempted to explain the allusions and obscurities which no man at present understands. For references to the works of other writers, the reader is referred to the bibliography at the end of my Papyrus Abadi in the British Museum, London, 1895, and to the notes in the introduction to that work. The source of each chapter is set forth clearly above it, together with a description of the vignette to it as it is found in the best papyri of the 18th and 19th dynasties. Since the vignettes formed originally no part of the Book of the Dead, no attempt has been made to reproduce them here. A collection of all the vignettes found in the Theban papyri, especially those which are found in the Books of the Dead, made for the priests of Amun after BC 1000, would be of great value, but unless they were reproduced in their actual colors, much of their interest would be lost. The whole judgment scene and the Elysian fields, and a portion of the vignette to the first chapter have, however, been beautifully reproduced in full colors by Mr. W. Griggs from the Papyrus Abadi, and these form excellent examples of the artistic work executed upon papyri in the 18th dynasty. Those who require other examples are referred to the second edition of the colored facsimile of the Papyrus Abadi, published by the trustees of the British Museum in 1894. In the introduction, a sketch of the history of the growth and development of the Book of the Dead has been given, and to illustrate the paleography of the different recessions from about BC 3500 to about 1800, 18 plates have been appended. The remaining brief accounts of some of the religious views of the Egyptians are necessary for the understanding of the aim and object of the Book of the Dead. They would have been fuller had space permitted, and I reserve a more detailed description of them for a further work on the Egyptian religion, with the view of showing how, in the Ptolemaic period and later times, the Egyptians hoped to obtain for their dead all the benefits which were believed to be secured for them by the use of the numerous chapters of earlier periods, by means of a work which, though extremely short, preserved all the essential beliefs of an olden time. A translation has been added of the Book of Breathings from the text of the Papyrus of Karashur, British Museum number 9995. By means of this, in the extracts from the pyramid texts given in my chapter on the Elysian fields, a comparison of the beliefs of the Egyptians in the earliest and latest times can be made. In a small volume accompanying the text of the Theban Recession will be found a vocabulary containing over 35,000 references, which has been bound up separately in difference to the wishes of many. In the case of uncommon words, every example of its use which occurs in the book is noted. For commoner words, copious references are given in order that the reader may the more easily compare their meanings in several passages. Finally, it is my duty to express my grateful thanks to the trustees of the British Museum for permission to print certain chapters of the Papyrus of Nebseni and of the Papyrus Abadi from the publications issued by them. My thanks are also due to Mr. Holhausen of Vienna for the care which he has bestowed upon the printing of the three parts of this work, and to Mr. Griggs for the colored reproductions from the Papyrus of Abadi, which he has executed with his usual skill. E. A. Wallace Budge, London, August 19th, 1897. End of preface.
Introduction of the Egyptian Book of the Dead by E. A. Wallace Budge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, the history of the Book of the Dead, Part 1. Long ago, in the earliest period of Egyptian civilization, the dwellers on Lanao were in the habit of preserving the dead bodies of their relatives and friends by means of salt, soda, resin, bitumen, and other substances of life nature. And although the art of mummifying and swathing the body in linen bandages did not attain to its highest pitch of perfection until several hundreds of years later, the simple means which were employed these days were effectual in keeping bones, sinews, and skin in existence upon earth. The Egyptians embalmed their dead either because they wished to keep their material bodies with them upon earth, or because they believed that the future welfare of the departed depended in some way.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר קדשנו במצוותיו וציוונו להדליק נשר שבבני פרי הגפן ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר קדשנו וציוונו Cabs and Hawker. No. 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 Just having fun. Having fun. Are you happy? Are you happy? Oh, are you happy? No, having fun. Are you happy? Oh, are you happy?
Please.
Angry man. Big man. Angry man. Big man. Big Mac. Oh. Having fun. Oh, you have a car? No, I don't think. Yes. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, just thinking of you. Just thinking of you. Just thinking of you. Yeah. You want to call a lot. Just thinking of you.
Awareness, rejoicing, and the impulse on past experiences. Worries about my life, which is zero on the scene chip, like one.
Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spin, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment. Illustrates the youth.
Love you, Shaitan. It can be as I want to. Oh, good Friday, good show. Good afternoon, beautiful. Good afternoon, beautiful. Nice. Oh, good books. Cool. Oh, good. Cool. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Wow. Wow. Oh, good. Beautiful. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, 10-6. Big angry man. Big man. It's all dried out. It's all dried out. It needs to be sanded and lacquered. I'd like to do with added to roof. Can I fly you out to help me sand? Can I fly you out to help me sand? A genie always just screams then leaves. Can I fly you out to help me sand? Genie always just screams then leaves.